Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a brighter but still fairly overcast and dark-skied Donington Park for this Nankang Tyre Brscc summer race weekend on the full GP circuit, and a packed schedule of races, some 20 or 21 races here to entertain, with a broad spectrum of categories. One-make races, multi-class races, sprint and endurance, anything you can imagine is pretty much here to compete. Scott Woodward's here on commentary, about to get set for our first race of the weekend. I'm joined pleasantly on commentary, as you can see, by a very good friend and commentating colleague, Mr. Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, welcome back to the Brscc commentary box. It's been quite a while since you've been here, and a packed schedule to get things started this weekend.
Yes, a pleasure, as always, to be alongside yourself, Scott. 6 years when we were here for the Brscc Caterhams. Yes, the weather doesn't know what it's doing at the moment, but yeah, 10 different championships to cover this weekend here at the full Grand Prix loop, and it is set to be a very, very exciting one.
It is, and we're kicking off with a very exciting series to get our meeting underway, and it is a packed grid for the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. 45-minute pit stop series, which is a series of races, no championship points on offer here, and 5 classes with a maximum of 235 brake horsepower per tonne. These cars are all production-based Clubman race cars, varying from VWs and Honda Civics and BMW Z4s all the way through to Citroens and Clios and everything else in between. So the cars head off onto their formation lap for what will be a rolling start. And we'll quickly run you through the grid to see if I've got in front of me here. And on pole position for this race is Julian Daniel in the red VW Golf. He starts on the front row on Class A in overall pole position. And alongside him is the Silverstone race winner, Feroz Billamoria, in his VW Scirocco on the front row of the grid. So it's VWs on the front row. Second row is Adam Marshall in his VW Golf GTI and Andrew Bond on the Class B pole position. And fourth on the grid, effort from Andrew, good to see him back on the grid. Fifth is the Audi TT of Rory Pickles, former City Car Cup racer. He's alongside Richard Clark in his Renault Clio. Row 4 is Asda Lindsay and Nick Watling. They've, I think, 2 drivers that had a couple of lap times deleted for exceeding track limits. They start on the 4th row of the grid together. Nick Watling in his Ford Fiesta. The top 10 rounded off by the Class C pole sitter, Ashley Parsons in his Toyota Celica. Good to see the 7 Motorsports squad back on a Brscc ClubSport grid. And James Alford, which there are 2 racing this weekend, but this one is at a Honda Civic in the top 10. I'll rattle through because there is a 36 car entry for this weekend. So on row 6 you have Kieran Powell and Chris Murphy and a pair of BMW Z4s. Row 7 is Stephen Harrison's Honda S2000 and Richard Elliott Noblinski's Z4. David Cox and Steve Wood come next ahead of Mike Parsons and Jason Rogers. The Class D pole sitter is further back in 24th on the grid, that being Jonathan Hobbs in a Peugeot 106 Rally, and he's also alongside Class E pole sitter Paul Plant, who's a long-time Alfa Romeo racer, and his Alfa 156 at the class pole, starting in 26th overall. And looking down the rest of the order, you've got BMW Compacts, Mazda MX5s, Honda Civics, and even one of the DS3 Cup cars taking place with Greg Rose and Michael Chapman. And it's because we're on the full GP circuit. And remember, it's a mandatory pit stop. The pit window opens at 15 minutes, closes at 30 minutes, and you have to make a mandatory 2-minute pit stop minimum, and that counts from when you cross the pit in line to when you cross the pit out line. So you have to come in, cross the line, get to your pits, to designated pit area, make the stop, leave the box, and come back out and cross the line, with the time having elapsed to at least 2 minutes. Even if you're half a second short, the penalty is default 30 seconds plus the time you're short. So even if you're short by half a second, Alex, you get penalised with that too. A packed grid, 18 rows of cars, lots of unpredictability, lots of variety here. This could be quite a fascinating 45 minutes to kick things off for this incredible Nankang Tyre race weekend.
Yes, indeed, Scott. They head through the Melbourne hairpin before the Hyundai Ioniq N safety car will peel into pit lane at this just shy of 2.5 mile circuit. Bring it on here for the Nankang summer event here for Brscc. It's a pleasure to be alongside with you once again. Let's go for it. A 36 car grid. Let the racing commence.
Certainly will. The Hyundai safety car will pull off, and it's an all VW front rows. They move towards the starting lights on the straight. Let's get this Nankang Tyre race weekend underway then. It's going to be Daniel versus Billamoria, the sprint down towards turn 1 as the red lights go out any second now, and we are SW Motorsport ClubSport Racing. Immediately the second row jumps out to make it nearly 4 abreast down towards Redgate as Adam Marshall in the black and green Golf looks up the inside. It is VW's 3 wide in towards Redgate, and Marshall's looks like he's managed to hoodwink them both. He's got up the inside. Wide goes Daniel over the curbs. He's lost out from pole position. He's dropping several spots, but a lightning start for Marshall. He gets into the lead. And look at Rory Pickles in the orange and black Audi TT as they trundle down through Hollywood and the Craner curves for the first time. And it is Now, Marshall leading, Billimore second. It's then Pickles in third as the Lindsay's up to fourth. Cars are wiggling around in what's still a very damp circuit. We have had some rain since SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy qualified earlier on this morning, so it's a little bit of damp and slippery track, but even so, it's VW's nose to tail. But a great start from the Audi TTs. They're up there in third and fourth, Alex.
But Adam Marshall, absolute textbook, was millimetres away from the grass going through into Redgate as they're now making their way through, I think it's Coppice, before we head into the Fogarty S's, as Bond is side by side with one of the Golf GTIs.
Julian Daniel recovering.
Yeah, so recovering, I mean, after that nasty off-track moment going through Redgate into Hollywood as they go through this very, very technical chicane. You've got to be very, very careful how you approach it. We did see that Adam Marshall actually had 5 lap times disallowed, exceeding track limits during qualifying, but he's made the early getaways. There's going to be 3 abreast into the Melbourne hairpin, and that is the recovering Julian Daniel, I think, up the inside there, Scott. He's back up into P2.
It was both the TTs he got past, out to Lindsay and Rory Pickles, and Pickles were wide on the grass on the exit, so it looks like Pickles went a little too deep into the first hairpin at Melbourne and then lost out in that sequence. Out of the hairpin they come through Goddard's, and onto the pit straight for the first time, and it will be Adam Marshall, who leads by 1.3 seconds. Julian Daniel back into second place, like his first corner off absolutely didn't happen at all. It's then Lindsay in third place, Pickles in fourth. Battle developing here between Andrew Bond in the white and blue Honda Civic. Just behind him, the Renault Clio of Richard Clark. It's James Alford, the Emerson Hart Civic in seventh position. And a scrap here between BMW Z4 and Honda S2000, 2 perennial soft-top rivals. And looks like it's the Z4 that has the edge over Harrison's S2000.
However, Scott, big dramas for the number 27 VW Scirocco of Bilimoria. It is
yes.
tumbled down the order.
So Billimore is missing from the shot, and so it's kind of, he's had very mirrored luck. He threw the car off into the gravel at Brands Hatch in the wet, then redeemed himself by winning at Silverstone GB, and now it seems as though for Rose Bilimoria, don't think he's come into the pit lane, so it looks like he's had an issue somewhere that's seen him off the road, though he has come in the pit lane. So issues for Ferrez. It won't count as his mandatory stop, because that only counts when you pit within the designated 15-minute pit window, and that only opens after 15 minutes has elapsed in the race. So you won't be able to make a mandatory stop, but if you do come in, it won't count for it at the moment. Another car coming in, I think that's Chris Stone's Honda Civic Type R, number 283 in Class C. That's also had problems, and it's barely completing a lap before it pits in.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Rose Bilimoria. You know, that Scirocco was looking rather racy in the opening couple of stages when Adam Marshall decided to make it 3-4 wide, as we here, I think it's Stone in the number 283, Chris Stone in the EP3 Honda Civic Type R that has also ended up in pit lane as well. So 34 cars still running out on the circuit. There's a multitude of, and this is what I love about this this kind of Club Sport trophy, where it's not about the car that you're in, it's about the class that you're in. As I did have a quick chat with Andrew Bond a little bit earlier on in the number 79. He said, Donington Park has never been kind to me, but I'm on pole position. However, change for position. Rory Pickles up the inside of Alistair Lindsay.
Yep, so the TT's changed position. There is Andrew Bond. It looks as though that this battle between the Audis is starting to bring the fight that's currently going on for 5th position into place. We've now got 4 cars battling over what will be essentially 3rd overall in the finish. Of course, you basically go for a class winner. Andrew Bond sends it round the outside into the old hairpin, and that Honda EG Civic is not hanging around. Andrew Bond, who I remember one of the last times he was here, barely even made it past the pit straight after his engine blew. Absolutely on fire in the Honda Civic and managed to pick his way up through the order, up into 4th place now. If he keeps on powering like this, Alex, a podium spot, at least in his early stages, might not be too far off.
You're very much right there, Scott. And I think really with the amount of development time that he's put into that car as well, you know, he's been around in this particular championship for a very long time. So you get used to the car underneath you, then you make those little adjustments, little tweaks here or there. I mean, having that big rear wing on the hatchback of that EG Honda Civic does help quite significantly. So he's showing good pace at the moment, but of course Julian Daniel now has the fastest lap of the race, 1:46.026, as we see a battle between a good old Fiesta ST150 and a Honda Civic EP3. I think that might be the battle for 8th and 9th between Messrs Alford and Watling at the moment.
Yeah, that's over 8th position, so those two will be working their way through the GP loop, of course, from the full Grand Prix circuit today, as they heading out of the hairpin. Bond is now with the wipers on, so I wonder if the rain which we saw earlier on in the qualifying session is starting to return. Just a little sprinkling at the moment, but those dark clouds overhead look pretty ominous.
Yeah, we've also got the 126 Mini Cooper in the pit lane. That's the Class C entry, and that is having a left front tyre, but the rain is really starting to come down now. I think this could be the chance with 39 minutes on the clock to go here for the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. The wipers are on full, and they are going not just at intermittent speed, they are going a little bit more significantly. It's going to be skating around an ice rink here at Donington Park. So the 126, that's Elliot Walker in the Class C car, the Mini Cooper. As now we are really seeing that there's going to be quite a lot of rain, especially going down into the old hairpin off of the Craner curves. There is a significant downpour, so this is where we are going to find out, could there be a jump of positions in the pit lane, or could there be an opportunity for drivers to maybe decide, well, they haven't yet quite got to that pit stop window that Scott was alluding to a little bit earlier on. But at the moment, Adam Marshall still leads in what has gone from a slight shower to a significant one at that. So at this point, the drivers are really going to have to keep their wits about themselves as diving up the inside. That's two of the BMW compacts. That's the 18 of Sutherland getting through on the 35 of Kennard going through into as we've got one of the cars off the circuit. So again, this is just where now Scott, this is really turning into a race of survival with the fact that that rain is coming down significantly harder than it was, say, 2.5 minutes ago.
Yeah, the wind's picked up as well. If you look at some of the flags flying on the pit straight here, you can see the rain falling on the camera lens too as they make their way out through the chicane. And there's also a little bit of moisture getting onto the camera lens here down at the hairpin. It's a static camera, so you get to see the entire hairpin as they come through. There goes Paul Plant in the middle of the shot in the Alpha 156. He was on the Class 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 156. Super Cup, which we will see later on today as well. I'm sorry, we'll see that tomorrow rather than today. So many championships and series to keep tabs of, I can almost kind of forget. We've got more battles here. This is the 96, which is the Honda Civic of Christian Goodall, battling away with one of the phalanx of BMW Z4s that have kind of found a home in the ClubSport Trophy in the last couple of years. That was car 40 that he was battling with there, which was Adam Radford in his BMW Z4, and that's the scrap that's going on over, if I scroll through the order, that's over 17th position. Not for class positions. Yes, it is. So it's over 12th and 13th in class, and Goodall's managed to get in front. Little sideways moment through the old hairpin, and also a twitch there for the 40 of Adam Radford. So you can see the conditions have rather quickly deteriorated. It gives me sort of terrors of what happened last year when we had quite an intense rainstorm that basically started towards the end of the Fun Cup race and didn't stop until basically we kind of had to abandon the meeting last year. Good moves there. That was Ashley Parsons trying to get past two cars at the price of one in his bewinged 7 Motorsport Toyota Celica, and he has got past both Cox and Watling. So that now puts him into 15th position now, into the top 15. So good moves for the Toyota. And again, that team's been a regular in ClubSport Trophy before. Haven't seen it for a little while, but good to see 7 Motorsport back and seeing a Celica back in the ClubSport grid.
I mean, it is, I think, one of the hidden gems of the Toyota Celicas is now, the 73 is up on the air jacks.
That's Mike Parsons.
That's Mike Parsons in the, I think that's the Gen 6, Gen 6 Golf. That is up on the air with the back axles, and they are checking the right front at the moment. So whether there is a possible issue, I can't see any damage to the vehicle from the right-hand side there, Scott. But again, it's not just the Z4s. We've also got a good old Honda S2000 in the hands of Stefan Harrison in Class B, just going right round the outside at Redgate, going down into Hollywood, and then through into the formidable and world-renowned Craner curves. But again, it's just wonderful to see these magnificent machines having a different purpose rather than being on the roads, being on a racetrack.
Yeah, and as I say, the Z4s I think come from what used to be the Z Cars Championship, but they've again a collective of them about 5 or 6 a couple of years ago just came across to the ClubSport Trophy, and ever since they kind of joined, they just haven't left, which is a good thing because it's also they found a good home here. So we usually get roughly 5 or 6 of them turn out and race amongst each other. You can see we've got a collective here that are battling amongst them for position. This will be between the 24, which is of Kieran Power, 721 of Chris Murphy, and the 91 of Richard Elliott Noblinski, between the 3 of them. And of course they're battling against the S2000 of Stephen Harrison. 2 cars that are very similar to each other, but they are working on it.
Yeah, and this trio of Z4s getting very, very close as they go down into the fog of the S's. Safety car has just been deployed, Scott. So something has gone awry, which has meant that the safety car is now being deployed. Just had confirmation with 33.5 minutes remaining of this 45-minute race. So something has happened that has meant that race control have brought out the safety car at this point to neutralise what has been an exciting opening few minutes so far.
Has indeed, and that will close things back up. Of course, the pit window opens in the next roughly 3 minutes or so, which means that we might get a bit of a mass migration into the pit lane to make stops. So you don't really get tyre changes. I'm not sure if you permitted tyre changes in ClubSport Trophy, but given that everyone here might have possibly been set up for what they were anticipating was going to be a dry race initially, has now seen a bit more difficult conditions. It looks as though that whilst it might still be running a little bit, it's not as hard as it was maybe a few minutes ago, but they are looking to try and continue on as best they can in these conditions. So the safety car will pick up the race leader, Adam Marshall, who did have a lead of about 1.3 seconds over Julian Daniel before. That's now going to be completely wiped out. Even the marshals are trying to keep covering their huts, trying to brave the weather conditions. And a massive thank you, the first of many, will give to the marshals and all the volunteers here for their hardy efforts, even in conditions like this, which are not as easy to anticipate as you might to cope with as you might think, for being here and making sure that we can go racing in this manner, because it's not an understatement to say that without marshals we simply couldn't go racing at all. So the fact they are giving up their weekend for the sport they love, even in these tricky conditions, Alex, is something quite special. I've
got to know some really, really good friends over the years, and you know, my heart always goes out to them, you know, throughout all my travels, and you know, a big thank you to them all for what they do. They give up their time. You know, they have normal Monday to Friday jobs, but they love motorsport just like we do up here in the commentary position, and they brave the elements. Like come rain, sleet, snow, shine, whatever, you can always depend on a good old marshal to the drivers are very appreciative, as well as the organisation as well, so a big thank you to them. Of course, the races, you said, now will be neutralised, but we are a minute and a half away from that pit stop window. Of course, as you said, 2 minutes, and imagine if you cop a 60-second penalty if you end up doing 1 minute and 30 in the pit lane, go out and they go, oh, we let you off, we'll get some kind of excuse where they'll go like, yeah, didn't set my stopwatch right or something like that. Or it can happen. It can, but a penalty is still a penalty. So if you are short by that pit stop, even if it's by 0.1 of a second, it's still a penalty. Rules are rules. So it might seem harsh, but ultimately you might think, what difference can 0.1 of a second can make? Races finish by tenths of seconds, so it can happen. So the safety car, it's showing as being out, but hasn't, as far as I can see, actually headed out onto circuit, which is confusing me a little bit here, so you can show that we are on the safety car, and there are safety car flags and boards out, but we don't appear to have the actual safety car on the circuit, which I'm actually quite perplexed by. Whether there's I mean, the thing is that even modern day vehicles can have problems, so whether there's an issue with the Hyundai N safety car, but the good thing is that the number 73 is off of the jacks and now heading back out. So Mike Parsons in the A-Class VW Golf will now head to the end of pit lane with the green lights showing. So at the moment, Firoz Billamoria, I think for that Scirocco, that was pretty much a terminal issue that may have compromised it. Whether we'll find out why is another matter, but might have been just parked straight into the garage. And Mike Parsons using the right-hand indicator just to say, well, I know he's 4 laps down off of Adam Marshall, who still leads at the moment, ahead of Julian Daniel. Julian Daniel has just become the first driver to end up going through the mandatory pit stop phase, and there is a hefty migration. Daniel, Lindsay, Clark, Bond, they have all decided to go into pit lane, so that is the bottom 4 of the top 6 down pit road, which then promotes Class B car Rory Pickles and the 527 Audi TT to second, as there is the 126 of Walker back, Elliot Walker in the Mini Cooper, the C-Class entry back in the pits.
Been in once already, or maybe it's been in there for quite a while, so whatever issue that was. That's the car that won this class at Brands Hatch in the opening round, but that's the same race, the same fortune. Either that's meant the extra cooling, or that's missing a car that shouldn't be there to cover some of the internals of that engine.
Well, there is actually a dent at the bottom of the lower grille. With this generation 1 of the Mini Cooper, if it is the Mini Cooper S, then that will have a supercharged lump on it. So you have the top vent, which allows air to go in, and then you have the traditional cooling fans. But yeah, we've also got in, I think, the 82 has just come into pit lane as well, Scott. That is Steve Wood in the B-Class BMW Z4. Then we've got the number 14 of Nick Watling in the Ford Fiesta ST150. Qualified 5th in the B-Class in this particular round of the season. And there is a hefty... It's going to be like traffic jam on the M25 here in the pit lane very shortly, because there is a flock of cars coming in.
Certainly are. Adam Marshall continues on. I'm still rather perplexed as to why we're showing his safety car, but we have no safety car on the circuit. This is a glitch in the timing system, because the marshals are still out holding boards and flags.
Yeah.
The safety car is still, as far as I can see, unless it's moved since it's out of the shot, it's still showing as being at the end of the pit lane, not having left. So unless there's a possible reason to do so. Helps if I turn the mute button off the microphone, which is sometimes usually a good thing. What I was mentioning was that I'm still quite perplexed as to why we still have safety car boards and flags out, but no safety car actually on the circuit, unless they're possibly... I know sometimes in things like Fun Cup they kind of wait to kind of send the safety car out until they pass through the pit window, but then we have to be under safety car for quite a while until we get to 15 minutes. We still have another 10 to go until we'd actually let them go out. So I'm still rather misunderstood as to, unless it is out there now and we haven't seen it gone out yet, why we don't quite have anything out on circuit as well. Just to mention also, if you are watching the stream, it is a little bit stuttery. We apologise for that. Our live stream producers are working as hard as possible to fix that ASAP. So do please bear with us, and thank you for your patience whilst we're trying to get that fixed as quick as we can to improve the stream quality. We are working hard. The conditions might be having a small bit of part to play with that one potentially. There goes the Watling and Wheeler car. Nick Watling, I think he's there on his own, because Jack Wheeler is in his regular mount of a City Car Cup car over at Anglesey this weekend, which he's racing later on today. There is the 82 car, and the yellow flag still at the end of the pit lane, and the safety car has now left, right, so it was possibly waiting for its right moment to head out, and as Alex has rightly pointed out on the screen, it has picked up the race leader Adam Marshall, so relax, we do have a safety car on track now. All is well, all is in the right procedure.
Yeah, and it is going to be a case of, well, we've got now traffic merging in, and this really gives the opportunity for, for Adam Marshall in the 94. Of course, he's not yet pitted. Neither has the number 24 of Kieran Power in the Class B Z4. He's currently showing as 6 at the moment. Also, the E36 BMW Compact, the 219. That is Dan Rowson, who started all the way down in 30th. As there is the number 96 Honda Civic, Christian Goodall, the Honda Civic EP3 Type R, and even the... Oh, right, the Celica has gone in the garage. Has gone straight into the garage, has not stopped at the angle that you would expect for a pit stop phase to happen. So that is a big, big development for the Toyota Celica, a shape of Celica that we don't see. They've got the bonnet up on the car at the moment, Scott. So Ashley Parsons is out of the vehicle, helmet's off. I think that's terminal.
Out of the race, sadly. It's Ashley Parsons not having a great comeback to ClubSport Trophy. The Toyota Celica looks like it has a terminal issue that's put it out of the race. So as you can see, everyone has dived in under the pit, being stuck behind the safety car. Everyone has dived in under the pit window. See plenty of the Z4s. You've got one of the BMW Compacts. That's usually run by the Adcocks, but they've got a different driver in that car, I believe. And so out of the pits they come once again, led by the Evans and Hart Honda Civic. Got Rory Pickles going out there as well. You've got the BMW Z4s that are racing each other off pit lane. Just beating out Stephen Harrison's S2000 and James Orford's Honda Civic. And just coming out right in front of Nick Watling in the Ford Fiesta. So the race order we can't really tell just yet because we need to wait for the cars to come back around behind the safety car before we get a proper indication of where we are in terms of the race order. There goes Craig Emerson in the BMW 330 number 75 that came into the pits. It was second in class behind the number 249 Clio, which is of Jason Rogers, who is in the lead of the class at the moment. But again, we've had a lot of cars in to make their mandatory stops at the moment under the pit window. So we'll give you a proper rundown of where everyone is. Once they come across the line, everyone comes through to see where they are, which we'll get an indication of very shortly because the safety car is now pulling in. So whatever the drama was has been cleared up, and so the Hyundai safety car pulls away. This now means that Adam Marshall has to choose when he wants to get the race restarted, and I think he's put his foot down already as they come towards Goddard's, and hopefully he'll get to the corner just before the Hyundai safety car gets into the pit lane, which it does. So racing gets back underway, green flag, and actually Adam Marshall doesn't take the restart. He actually goes into the pits right as the safety car comes in. That now means that it's going to be the 24 of Kieran Power that takes the lead in the BMW Z4, the Class B machine. He's then got immediately behind him on track, the Paul Plant Alfa Romeo 156. In fact, it's in second place now, moving up, should be Richard Clark in the Renault Clio, car 2166. And then Julian Daniel, who is showing us in effectively net third position now, that both Matt Marshall and the 219 BMW Compact of Dan Rosen, that started back in 30th on the grid, is in there too. So we'll wait a lap or two to get a proper handle on where we are in terms of position-wise, once all the pit stops are shaken out. But so far, we've got a BMW Z4 out in front as the race leader makes his mandatory stop.
Yeah, the 24 of Kieran Power in the BMW Z4, the B-Class car, started down in 12th position. So that's quite a way to sort of like, we see Adam Marshall dive straight into pit lane. I think he was just waiting till that safety car, the Hyundai Ioniq N safety car, had gone into pit lane and decided to go for it. But, you know, the rain has cleared. There's still some very menacing dark grey skies in the background, but the rain has subsided to the point of non-existence towards hitting the track here, Scott. But as the drivers now get a bit more up to speed, we're going to see some evolution on the circuit. We're going to see some drivers going for that risk versus reward kind of strategy towards the latter stage of the race. But it's also dependent on
possibly timing his pit stop to make sure he gets out within in the safe range, so that it gets a minimum of 2 minutes. As sideways moment for car 40. That is one of the BMW Z4s off into the gravel with 20 minutes to go. That is Adam Radford, was in 26th position, and I fear, given that might be quite wet grass down there, it looks pretty stuck as well. If he does spin his wheels, I fear possibly, Alex, that might be another safety car in quick succession. Spin his wheels, I fear possibly, Alex, that might be another safety car in quick succession.
Yeah, the curbing on the outside going through into Redgate and Hollywood is incredibly front-engined, rear-wheel drive vehicle, and yeah, when that kind of thing's happened, unfortunately, he was just a passenger in that car, and yeah, I've got a feeling that could bring out a potential safety car very, very shortly. And then, of course, you know, sometimes there could be the you know, the opportunity to, if that car is far away from the race circuit, they still might be able to do the catch and release under a localized yellow, possibly. But if it's too close to the circuit, then a safety car will have to be prompted.
So 19 minutes to go and change on the clock at the moment. The vast majority of people have made their pit stops. Only two cars that haven't, that are still running. are Kieran Power, who still leads the way in the number 24 BMW Z4. And up to 6th position, I guess this is possibly the highest I've ever seen a Class E car on the field. This is the Greg Rose Michael Chapman Citroen DS3. This is one of the DS3 Cup cars, which is competing in tomorrow's Fixer Wheel Production Cup, but they managed to get an extra bit of track time here with some 45 minutes of ClubSport Trophy racing. And Greg Rose and Michael Chapman are very much used to racing Citroens in the C1 Endurance Series, but of course they're jumping into the DS3 Cup car as Andrew Bond just to work his way past Paul Plant, who still, I think, leads Class E at this. No, he doesn't. Of course he doesn't, because it's the Rose and Chapman car in there. Now, they're performing a live snatch on the Adam Radford BMW, which I think is going to negate the need for a possible safety car. And they can do live snatch here at Donington Park, and they do it frequently down at Redgate Corner. So the BMW has been hooked up. And again, thanks to our rescue teams and marshals for their hard work to get that car going again as quickly as possible. There's a potential battle brewing here, I think, unless Bond's got the pace, between Andrew Bond in the Civic, and he's chasing the tail of Richard Clark in 2nd place. He's dropping Alistair Lindsay because he was quicker than him by about roughly, how much quicker was he? No, he wasn't, in fact. Lindsay was quicker than... yes, he was. Looking at the wrong car. Looking at Clark rather than Bond. He was quicker by about 7/10 of a second, was Andrew Bond. So I reckon with the pace he's setting, given that he himself was also 3 seconds quicker than Clark on that last lap too, I think Bond might possibly be rising up into the lead very shortly. Car that has risen into the lead, though, despite that off at turn 1 briefly, is Julian Daniel back into the lead, the Brands Hatch winner, looking to make it 2 wins out of 3.
Who still has the fastest lap of the race so far with 17.5 minutes to go, 1:46.026. We're around about 7 to 8 seconds off of that kind of pace earlier on that we had here, as I definitely saw a bit of a moment for the bright green Honda Civic EP3 nearly going 2 wheels onto the grass at I think it might have been, but they've got the 24 is now in pit lane, so that means that Kieran Power is the timing. I mean, I've seen quite a few stopwatches in hand at the moment, which is a really good thing, that by manually doing it rather than saying, have you got your smartphone? Well, if you drop that in the pit lane, someone runs over it. That's a grand out your budget for the season already.
£1,000 for a stopwatch? Where are you buying?
No. Smartphone.
Oh, smartphones. Right, sorry. I think
if I said smartwatch, my apologies there.
A stopwatch made of solid gold.
Oh, God, 24 carat.
Yes. Yes. Anyway, Kieran Power has left his manager pit stop. One thing we should also mention, thanks for your patience, everyone, on the stream. It looks like it has now improved. I'm keeping tabs on it on the kind of viewing end. It's now a lot smoother, and we have got our live timing graphics up there too. So thanks for your patience, everyone. We have got it sorted out. Big thanks to our production broadcast producer for getting that fixed ASAP, so we can now enjoy the rest of our 45-minute ClubSport Trophy race. Out goes the Greg Rose and Michael Chapman car. We can't tell who started the car, so it's either Greg or Michael at the wheel. But that car will now go dropping down the timing screen again. It's good to see the DS3 Cup car. It's the first time I've actually seen one on a broadcast at all. Technically, the debut would have been tomorrow for the DS3 Cup, but we've got one in the City car in the ClubSport Trophy. But that car getting some extra mileage, as I mentioned. Good to see the DS3 Cup car out there. There's about 7 or 8 out in Production Cup, as a few cars negotiating themselves past Elliot Walker's ailing Mini Cooper. So the running order at this point in time appears to be Julian Daniel, who's back into the lead by 2.3 seconds from Richard Clark in the Class B leading Renault Clio, but he's being matched now for pace, it looks like, by Andrew Bond. There's about 1/10 of a second pace between them. 6/10 of a second is the gap last time by. Alistair Lindsay is in 4th position ahead of Rory Pickles in 5th place. Then it's the number 82 BMW Z4 of Steve Wood. Then it's Jeremy Evans and Philip Hart next in the Honda Civic. It's James Alford's Honda Civic in 8th. 721 of Chris Murphy is 9th. And in 10th position is the leading Class C car, which is car 721, and that is the Renault Clio of Jason Rogers. Other class leaders up and down the order. Class D is currently sat at the moment leading in 21st position. That's the VW Golf Mark II of the former Supersport Endurance champions, Mead and Heartland. In fact, they've moved up to 20th now because the Class E cars dropped down the order. And leading Class E now is the number 88 BMW Compact. I think that's the car which has been entered by the Adcocks, as Elliot Walker's Mini has come to a stop. We'll come back to that in a second. Ooh. And the leading Class E car is that number 88 BMW, and I believe if I look properly on the entry list...
Oh, safety car has been called again, Scott, it looks like.
As it has been called again, you're absolutely right. Whilst I was trying to frantically look for that entry list for the ClubSport trophy. And the... that's the Ferns and Dermott car that's going there too. Oh, thank you. Physical entry list. Craig Ferns and James Dermott. There we go. So that's that car there. But you're right, absolutely. Safety car has been called because Elliot Walker's Mini has not improved since its visit to the pit stop, which means with about 13 minutes and 45 seconds to go, we are back for the second time, Alex, under safety car in this SW Motorsports ClubSport trophy race.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether that slight indent on the front bonnet of Elliot Walker's Mini Cooper had something to do. I mean, the slightest amount of contact, obviously, with you've got the intercooler pipes, you've also got the coolant system just behind that bumper as well, which means that any small bit of debris or stone can go straight through. And if that car has leaked coolant onto the circuit, there could be a slippery surface flag as the Hyundai Ioniq N safety car now goes back out for its second trip here at the Donington Grand Prix circuit as part of this Nankang Tyre summer race weekend here at the Brscc. And a big thank you to everyone joining us on the live stream here this weekend. When you asked me last Friday if I was available, and you said, yeah, we're going to be covering 10 different series or championships, I went, okay, right, might as well make sure I try and clue up as much as I can. But it's, you know what, I think the good thing is that we've got so much variety here this weekend at Donington Park. It is wonderful to be back in a Brscc paddock for the first time in a long while.
Good to have you, and it's good to have a packed paddock for you to enjoy over the course of the weekend. We've got Mazda MX5s, Audi TTs, we've got more action today from the MG Cockshoot Cup. We get to see them for the first time on stream since they joined the Brscc over the winter. We've also got as well the Pro Sport Sprint Series, good tasty entry for that as well, some very fast cars in there. We've also got as well, I mentioned Audi TTs, so lots of cars. And tomorrow we've got a couple more series getting involved, particularly BMW Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup, and also the Fixer Wheel Production Cup on top of that, and the PBS Brake Super Sport Endurance Cup. So lots to get your teeth into over this weekend. Of course, on top of that, not that we want you to move from the stream, if you want more club racing this weekend from us, we also have a stream going on over at Anglesey in Wales, where there is currently, they're roughly about, I think, roughly a third to about halfway through the first Fun Cup endurance race of the weekend as well. So you get to hear the dulcet tones of Andy McHugh and John Ratcliffe in between races if you want to, or have both dueling at the same time. I know there are some people who do put dual screen, two screens up at once, so they can follow both. How you do that, I have absolutely no idea. My undiagnosed ADHD brain probably couldn't handle that, but there we go. Snatch vehicle has reached Elliot Walker's stranded Mini, so that car is now going to be dragged backwards and off to a safe position in the circuit. But it now means that Julian Daniel, who is in the Class A VW Golf, now has 5 Class B cars right behind him on his tail. So Richard Clark's Renault Clio, Andrew Bond's Honda Civic, after Lindsay's Audi TT, Rory Pickles' Audi TT, and James Orford's Honda Civic. You have to look back to James and Wood's number 82 BMW Z4. You have to go back to 7th place overall to find the next Class A car, which is James Orford in the Honda Civic EP3, and that's the time when it came across the line before the safety car, about a minute away from the lead.
Also quite interesting here, Scott, the top 3 cars. Right, Race Control have said cars 15, 41, 42, 63, 75, 86, and I saw another, 86, 94, and 283. The 41 has a 31-second race time penalty, pit stop infringement, so there were people looking very closely at the 2-minute marker.
Yeah, looking at the pit stop penalties that we have, so it looks as though we have, well, there's a 15-second time penalty for David Cox in his number 15 VW Golf. The number 41 BMW has that 31.9-second penalty in there, so that is Paul Mercer's number 41. And see who else, Rod Langham in the BMW Compact Cup of 34.6, so his pit stop was short by 4.6 seconds. And also Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland, who had their pit stop short by an agonising 0.8 of a second. But again, if you're short by even a tenth of a second, it's still a pit stop infringement, so you have to serve the penalty.
Yeah, The funny thing is that over on my travels, there was one series, the China GT Championship, and we were seeing races decided on the fact that people were like X amount, like 1 second short on their pit stop, and then they would get like a 0.2, like a 0.2 penalty as a result of it. We've got Emerson in the BMW 330. That's going to have a 31.993. So it's 2 seconds, well, just shy of 2 seconds shy of being short in the pit lane on 2 minutes. So, yeah, race control, we're not kidding when it's like 30 seconds plus. Oh, right, hang on a second. Big development here, though, for Adam Marshall. 38.99 seconds. Oh, yeah. My goodness.
It does baffle the mind how you can miscalculate by 8 or 9 seconds on a pit stop. It was quite a congested pit lane and they're trying to get stuff out there. Now, what's also interesting, a source of pop up on my screen, Chris Stone, 283 Honda, has been given apparently a 3-lap penalty. Now, I have to admit, I'm not quite sure what the 3-lap penalty is for, but that's rather significant. I mean, he was down the order in 31st anyway, but the fact is now going to push him down to effectively 5 laps off the lead rather than 2 is going to be quite the unfortunate circumstance in that sense. As we talked about as well, fine margins for penalties. I think the closest penalty we've got is for Paul Plant on the Alfa Romeo 156. Bear in mind the baseline penalty is 30 seconds. His penalty is 30.171. So he was barely 0.2 slow on the pit stop. But again, even if it's 0.001 of a second, it's still a penalty, so you have to get it applied. Safety car lights are out, which means that we will see race leader Julian Daniel get back to winning ways. This is very similar conditions to that he experienced back at Brands Hatch, because it was quite wet at Brands Hatch, and he was able to hold off the charging Morgan and Shane Kelly, who almost caught him in the end. If he'd had a couple more laps, he may well have caught him in the end, but Julian managed to match it for pace in the closing stages and took the victory, and he now has 7 minutes to try and hold on here to win this 3rd round of the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race. Thanks to everyone watching on the stream. One person who was a notable person in the stream who you and I don't know very well at all, so Mr. Dave Goddard. So good afternoon, Dave, to watching the stream. I was doing the same, watching him in action in the Bark stream at Anglesey this a couple of weekends ago. It's good to see him return the favour and watching the Brscc stream. Well, a rare weekend off for Mr. Goddard, so good to see him in the stream.
Yes, greetings, Dave. Glad
so,
to have you on board.
Battle here going on for 3rd position. This is Andrew Bond. This is for 2nd and 3rd in Class B. Honda Civic versus Audi TT. They're under green flags. They can go side by side. Clark has escaped up the road, and he's got past some of the lap traffic here. Paul Plant's now getting past the Ferns and Dermot BMW Compact on the road, but that's not going to change anything too much because he has got that 30-second penalty, which will basically puts him into the lead of the class on the road, but it will actually put him into the lead of the class in the end at the checkered flag if he stays where he is. As now the rain's starting to fall a little bit more now, back particularly towards the old hairpin. And now that Paul Plant's trying to pull away here, it looks as though the Ferns and Dermot cars also then being caught in the same sequence by, I don't think by Rod Langham, that looked like it was the 219 of Rowson that's just behind him as well. But the Ferns and Dermot car just slipping backwards a little bit. And as they come back towards Coppice, Alfa 156 sliding around a lot. GWZ 4 twitching around as well on the exit of Coppice corner and just puts the power down and manages to keep it in a straight line. But it's in that kind of in-between point where you either want it, drivers either want it fully wet or fully dry. It's in that intermediate part which drivers absolutely hate, and so do teams and mechanics, because you really can't just set up properly. You have to find a balance or go with one or the other. Otherwise, you're going to be spending so much time trying to figure out the setup. It's going to be quite confusing.
Well, I mean, that rain has started intensifying again, Scott, as we've only got 5 minutes to go here for the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy, and Daniel is being closed in on by Richard Clark and the number 66 Renault Clio. We have got someone off at Melbourne.
That was the Tim Harton Stuart Mead VW Golf that was pulling up. I'm not sure if there was any contact with anyone, but it looked as though it was, the car was sitting down on one of its front corners. I'm not quite sure if it's a puncture or an issue with that car, but Stuart Mead and Tim Harton's Golf has pulled up at the hairpin as Rory Pickles goes up the inside of Andrew Bond, and that's going to take position both in class and overall. That's Pickles up to 4th overall and onto the Class B podium. There's a scramble for positions here and trap position down the
Oh.
front straight towards Redgate Corner.
Hazard lights on the 249 Clio of Rogers, which is going very slowly.
And that's the Class C leader. So problems with the Class C leader then. The Meaton Heartland VW Golf is in. So there's dramas abound for practically all the Class leaders at the moment. The Class E car, the Class E leader has a penalty, which means it won't win the race. It stays where it is, as the rain starts to come down even more now. Adam Marshall is another one that has a penalty. He's in 12th position, but has been given a pit stop infringement of, as I say, some 9 seconds for being too short on his pit stop, plus the baseline 30. And what I also found interesting is that Julian Daniel is not being allowed to get away that quickly from Richard Clark in his Renault Clio, because the gap is still 1.1 seconds with about 3.5 minutes to go. And there's not really that much between them. And also trying to close in as well on a similar pace is Alistair Lindsay in his Audi TT. So the top three are being covered by about 3.7 seconds. So those two safety cars and that pit window has really closed things up a lot, but it's the Class B cars that are making the most of these conditions, not the Class A machines. And that proves that in these conditions, power isn't everything.
No, weight is a bit more of a significant factor that you have to look into. I mean, when you look at, say, Julian Daniels' Golf, it's a hell of a lot heavier than Richard Clark's Clio, as it is getting a bit feisty. Nearly 3 abreast going into the Fogarty S's here on lap number 19, as one of the Z4s has had a drama going into Melbourne. It is just about now survival in the race. It's about getting the car across the line.
I think that was a 96 of Goodall that was making it 3 wide down the back straight towards the S's onto the GP loop. So we now go towards 2.5 minutes to go. It's now 0.3 of a second between the leads. Now the gap between the two has closed down by under a second. Now it's 0.3 between them. So I think we need to see the race leaders at some point. The Julian Daniel VW Golf and the Richard Clark Renault Clio. This is the scrap on track. 4th position, I think. This is one of the BMW Z4s. Yeah, this is between, I think, Kieran Power and number 24 and Paul Plant and the, well, on the road Class E leading car. There's yellow flags on the run through Hollywood into the Craner Curve. So either someone has gone off the grass or possibly it's somewhere down the bottom of the hill at the old hairpin. But something has happened that's meaning that overtaking is forbidden. So someone has either gone off or had an issue which they're trying to recover from. I think we're going to be. I think I just saw a car in the background that was just on right off to the inside on the grass down the Craner Curve. So there's a car that's pulled up somewhere. Couldn't quite catch who it was or for what reason. There's the leaders going towards the chicane. You can see Julian Daniels' windscreen wiper going at 10 of plenty. And this is now for the Class B lead, because Alistair Lindsay in the red and white Audi TT is right on the tail of the white and blue Richard Clark Renault Clio on the run down towards the hairpin. So they'll be nose to tail pretty close. Here they come, and here comes Alistair Lindsay sending it, and up into 2nd place he goes. Now, as they come on to start the final lap of the race, with the pace that Alistair Lindsay has underneath him, can he catch and pass Julian Daniel, who's in a class higher than him, remember, in Class A? Can he take the Audi TT into the lead, as now Daniel takes a little wider line through the Goddard hairpin and onto the pit straight to start the final lap of the race with a minute barely on the clock, Alex. This could go any one of 3 ways depending on how Daniel drives this last lap.
Yes, it does, and it all depends on confidence in these very, very mixed conditions here at Donington Park. And, you know, there's still an opportunity for some drivers to make the best of it. I think at the moment it could be the fact that Alistair Lindsay could get the run, but as they go down into the Craner Curves and then into the old hairpin for what is going to be our final lap here. So it is just about measuring, and Lindsay's really got the run going down into the old hairpin as they go up the hill. And this is going to be very, very crucial. Julian Daniel put it on pole position by just under a 1/10 of a second in qualifying this morning. As he runs off the circuit. Daniel runs off the circuit. Lindsay through, Clark through. Drama on the final lap of the race, and it's not going to be an A-class car that's going to win this round of the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. Julian Daniel is going to start firing back in that Golf. He's going to dive to the inside of the approach into the Fogarty S's. He goes late. Deep inside on Richard Clark and the Renault Clio. But it was a case of being there at the right place at the right time. For Alistair Lindsay in the Audi TT 2-litre TFSI, we hit 0 on the timer. And more to the point, well, that just goes to show that Julian Daniel He made a mistake, and it is going to be a case of, well, one car's going to crawl across the line, but we are going to wait now for what is going to happen. Now, where is Alistair Lindsay? Because that car, checkered flag waves. Oh, I don't believe it. Alistair Lindsay. Alistair Lindsay did not finish in front of Julian Daniel. Richard Clark picks up P2. Third place is going to go to the 527 of Rory Pickles. And Lindsay, I think he might have had a drama in the last few corners. So it would have been either down at Melbourne or Goddard's. So there's yellow flags going into the Fogarty S's. But drama, from what I could see at that particular moment in time, that is disaster for what could have been an overall victory for Alistair Lindsay at that point in time. The 127 of Evans and Hart and the Honda Civic Type R are going to cross the line. And Lindsay will not finish this race. Alistair Lindsay started 7th, was 4th in qualifying, and what could have been an overall race victory here at the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy as part of the Nankang Tyre Summer Weekend here at Donington Park has hit drama. Well, what can you say about that? There are still some more drivers to cross the finish line. So Gillian Daniel will pick up the overall victory in Class A. Richard Clark will take second overall, win Class B, ahead of Rory Pickles in the 527. And then James Alford in the 116 Honda Civic EP3 finishes 4th, second in A. And it is going to be a podium. Finally, Donington Park has gone well for a certain Mr. Andrew Bond in the Honda Civic EG. Rounds out 5th, ahead of the number 721 BMW Z4 of Chris Murphy, who rounds out the top 4 in the class. Steve Wood, Rizard, Elliot Noboliski, then we've got Stephen Harrison, the pairing of Evans and Hart rounding out the top 10 in the 127 Honda Civic Type R in the B class. Nick Watling finishes 11th. Adam Marshall in the number 94 with that big penalty heading him, rounds out the top 12 on the road. And then afterwards, Christian Goodall, David Cox, Craig Emerson, Paul Mercer, Kieran Power, Richard Sutherland, Dan Rosen. Then we've got Jonathan Hobbs, the pairing of Ferns and Dermott with Crichton and Garrett rounding out the top 23. Daniel Kennard and Paul Plant rounding out the second third of the 36 strong that took to the grid here just over 3/4 of an hour ago. And it's Kevin Taylor, Rod Langham, Rosen Chapman in the Citroen DS3 number 58 ran out 27th, head of Jason Rogers. Mead and Hartland, Mike Parsons and Chris Stone are the last of the classified finishers. But Alistair Lindsay just corners away from overall victory, suffers drama, ends up a lap down ahead of the likes of Stone, Walker, Radford, Parsons and Billy Moria with the VW Scirocco, unfortunately coming to strife very early on within the opening lap of this race. And there is the number 61 of Gillian Daniel in the VW Golf, goes in to shake hands with Richard Clark, and that just really does mean how competitive this series is, as the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy, that is their solo outing with us. So without further ado, let's head down to Scott Woodwis in the pit lane.
Well, I think it's safe to say that ClubSport Trophy race had just about everything, come rain and indeed now or shine, because the weather has improved since we started this race. 2 safety cars, lots of battles, a lead change towards the end, really dramatic. And through it all, the man that started effectively on pole position was off at turn 1, then lost it with 2 laps to go, and then kept back through again. So, interesting. Bit of conversation going on between Julian Daniel and Richard Clark. Obviously, did wonder what happened to the James Alford car as well on top of that. Not James Alford, sorry. Oh, that's the Lindsay. But let's see if we can bring in Julian Daniel just to have a quick chat to see if we can have a quick look. Still in further conversation. Julian, let's bring you over for a second. What do you say about that race? You pole position, off at turn 1.
Yeah.
The last couple of laps were bizarre. How do you sum up a race like that and still come home in first?
Dear, yeah. The conditions were very changeable, weren't they? Yeah, I mean, obviously, starting with qualifying, we had some issues. Just got one lap in at the end and squeezed pole on the checkered flag, so that was good. Couldn't get to the bottom of whatever was the issue was, so it's been a problem right the way through the race, which has caused me some issues, people being able just to get up behind me and put me under pressure. Hence, under pressure, turn 1, the first turn, that was just a racing incident, just crowded out a bit. Managed to keep it out of the deep stuff, so that was advantageous. Great pit stop work from Chris and TSR Performance. I think we jumped a lap on P2 at the time, so that was good because he was quick and was making the most of those changeable conditions. So I was struggling a bit. So to get a lap on him in the pit stops was great work. So after that, really, it was just such changeable conditions, very challenging, and yeah, off at I think it was McLean's last lap on the radio. This is it, mate. Yeah, we're P3 now. Before he had a chance to answer me, it was, mate, we're P1 again. So, yeah, I don't know exactly what happened, but, yeah, all good, all good.
That's 2 wins now from 3 races, so you're making a habit of this, particularly in these kinds of conditions.
Yeah, I mean, give me a dry track. I love the dry, but yeah, this is what you've got, isn't it? So make the most of it, and I wouldn't say I made the most of the car in this. It was very challenging, and I need to do a bit more wet weather testing, obviously. Yeah. But the result is what counts. So.
Congratulations, well done. We'll see you for the next one. Good stuff. Let's see if we grab another one of our class winners. I think we've got Chris Murphy, I think so, Class C winner. But Chris, that was quite an adventure out there in very mixed conditions. How did you see that from your point of view?
Really good fun, to be honest with you. Dry, wet, safety cars, people going off. It's good fun. Just what I come to Brscc ClubSport for. Lots of cars, lots of fun and lots of enjoyment.
Yeah, and it's great to see the Z4s out of the course, because we've seen quite a few of you migrate to this series, of course, the last couple of seasons. You guys almost like hunting packs. You come together, you race together, and you have fun together on this series.
We're really only racing against each other because it's all a bit of brinkmanship, I suppose. As long as I come out on top, I'm happy. Yeah. But the rest of it is racing with all the other guys. It's all good fun. It's such a multi-class race. So it's great fun.
Great to have you. Well done. We're going to quickly go to the rest of the classes, but well done, etc. We're going to quickly see if we can have a word with Richard Clark, who was a little bit aggrieved what happened the last couple of laps, so we can quickly jump for a second. Richard, frantic couple of laps, so we have a conversation with Julian, of course. Obviously something happened there towards the end, but a Class B win nonetheless, so and great pace to keep up with some of the faster cars ahead of you in Class A too.
It is, but I mean that's where power is not always best, and the lighter car with less power, and it was pretty good. And it's all about like driving off the racing line, really. There were a few. It's weird up the top end. It was quite dry, and so it's sort of picking your spots and drive off line and just stay in there, really, because you never know.
You never know.
No. Yeah. No. So no, enjoyed it. It was good.
Excellent. We're going to rattle through because we've got an extra coming up, but well done. Good stuff for a Class B. We've got a couple of BMW compacts here as well. It's almost BMW Central here towards it. Richard Sutherland, Class E. A bit of double duty, well, triple duty for you this weekend, because you're doing also BMWs tomorrow and also on top, I think, Production Cup on top of it too. So
just doing a Production Cup.
Just Production Cup.
Just Production Cup. Yeah.
But even so, great to get a Class win even in those very mad conditions.
Yeah, it's good fun. Coming from Scotland, we got the rain all the time, so yeah, it's good fun. Good crack.
I wasn't going to say anything, but you said it first.
Yeah, so no, just normal. Just a bit of different set, different tyres, different. So it's a bit different, but yeah, it was all right. Yeah, the team weren't very happy with my setup when I was in the pit. I was in the pit. I says, right, change the setup, and they're like, no, change it, let's go, and it worked. So it rained again, so it was fine.
Wouldn't be if you weren't sliding around anyway.
No, I love us. Yeah, I do like to slide a bit. Yeah.
Great stuff. Well done. Great class win. Congratulations. I was going to say we had Dan Rowson. There he is. He's bringing down, of course, that one for a Class D victory. Dan, congratulations. Again, talk to everyone, of course. A mad race with so many changeable conditions and elements, safety cars and the pits window and pit penalties. I mean, how do you come through all of that and still get a class win, if you can even figure it out?
Just keep your head down, really. Do you know what I mean? Just hope for the best. Start braking in the straight line, not on the corners. Just keep your eyes peeled. It's about it, really. No.
And the car looks solid. I think on social media, have you inherited this car from somebody else and you've built it up for the Club Sport?
Perfect. Raced it not last year, the year before with a 750. We done last year with a 750, and obviously we've decided to come with a Club Sport this year and then just give it the best, see how we go.
Yeah. Enjoying it?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's literally first meeting out today for us this year, so yeah. No.
So no pressure. It's a 100% win record now in class.
Oh, no pressure. We'll see what happens.
Enjoy it. Congratulations. Go get your trophy. Congratulations. Well done. Right, that's Club Sport trophy done for another event. Now move on to the first of our many Mazda MX5 contests. The Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship is coming up next. So whilst we get the last bit of clear up from the Club Sport trophy race done, let's head back up to Alex in the comm box, who can intro us for our next race and hopefully take us through the grid in what should be a very fascinating first Clubman contest of the day.
Thank you very much, Scott, as we are primed and ready for race 2 of the meeting, which will be the first adventure for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Another 36 strong grid, so we are going to be very, very busy over what will be a 15-minute race here at Donington Park. So Jack Worry, who currently leads the championship, is going to start on pole position. But the man who's been chasing, one of the people that's been chasing him down this season, the number 500 of Jordan Pimley, was just less than a tenth off of him in qualifying this morning. Jake Pace in the number 28 and Martin Tolley in the 23 rounds out the second row. Jonathan Greensmith, who is the second highest qualifying Masters driver in this. Of course, we also have the Ricky Trophy to consider. So it is going to be Jack Warry and Jordan Pimley, row 1. Jake Pace and Martin Tolley, the leading Masters car, row 2. Jonathan Greensmith, Matt Flowers, row 3. William Bream and Bo Parry, followed by 2 rookies rounding out the top 10 of the 59 of Kevin Bird and the 86 of Austin Pegg. Adam Lawrence and Matthew Crozier round out row 6, ahead of Russell Haley and Simon Privet. Nick Ledoyan and Jamie Turner on row 8, with Keith Dalton, Thomas Greenwood, Matthew McCluckey and Callum Thorpe rounding out your top 20. Andy Istrati and Luke Zouch round out row 11, ahead of Peter Williams and Ryan Barley, with Ben Hoy and Dennis Plimonkin rounding out row number 13. Ben Smith, Chris Winstanley, Simon Waterfall and Dale Whiteman round out the top 30, ahead of Kurt Anscombe, Leah Jacobs, Andrew Gilligan, Mustafa Syed and Joshua Pato. Paul Simard, unfortunately excluded from qualifying, having failed to comply with yellow flag signals. So this is going to be the first of three, I think it's 2 races this weekend for the Clubman Championship. We've got their second race of the weekend coming up at about 5:30 local time, as opposed to the SW Motorsports Trophy, Club Sport Trophy that we had just a moment ago. We are going to be doing a standing start, and look at the amount of colour. Mazda MX5, one of my favourite one-make series in the whole of United Kingdom Club Motorsport. And of course, we have the 3 tiers. We have the Clubman, the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. We'll have the Super Cup Championship, and also we'll have the Kent Models Mazda MX5s. The Super Cups will have the Gen 3 Mazdas, whereas we do have the formidable ones that have been tried and tested. The last few drivers getting lined up. Several drivers found to have lap times disallowed due to exceeding track limits at the just shy of 2.5 mile circuit here at Donington Park. And once we are all ready, the green flag will wave at the back of the grid here at Donington Park, and then we will be getting things underway for race 2 out of 21 here this weekend for Brscc action in Leicestershire. Scott, that is an absolutely wonderful sight we see before us.
Certainly is, and it's some familiar faces at the front of the grid. It is Jack Warry, who starts in pole position, but alongside him, someone who is incredibly formidable in the wet, and that is Jordan Pimley. I point you back to a couple of years ago when Jordan Pimley put in genuinely one of the best drives I think we've ever seen in this championship, which was from, I think, back of the grid. That was about 27th or 28th on the grid to taking the lead on the last lap of the race and taking victory. And even Jordan couldn't believe he'd done it. And he was hoping for fully wet conditions, so they go off onto their formation lap. They might well possibly have 2 formation laps because it's a slightly changed weather condition. We have just had rain out there, so they may put them out for a second formation lap to get used to the conditions. But Jordan Pimley was hoping for it to be fully dry, fully wet here. He might well have got his wish, particularly because it's not fully wet, but it's certainly wetter and more slippery than it was earlier in qualifying this morning. As for the battle at the top of the championship, it's Jack Warry who leads the way from defending champion Johnny Greensmith, who took his first win of the season last time out at Snetterton. And Jack Warry has a couple of wins to his name too as well. But there are lots of quite formidable drivers who will be up towards the front and trying to make an impact in the first few corners in this race. As we see, the conditions now are set to be staying around roughly 12 to 14 degrees and keeping up quite a consistent temperature. We'll see whether or not we get any more rain, although the weather conditions suggest it's going to be cloudy but brightening up, which means that the weather we're supposed to have particularly all day in these light showers might well ease off for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I think it's always with the weather. We can only trust technology so far to a point whereby it's a case of I now get to that point where I've decided, okay, well, if I see the rain falling outside of the commentary box window, we know that it's inbound, rather than sort of like hoping and praying. But there are wipers on at the far part of the circuit. I mean, especially heading through onto Coppice. The wipers are on, so it looks like it could be a bit of a Spa-Francorchamps kind of scenario where, yes, there's no rain at one part of the circuit, but there's rain at the other part of the circuit. So I think you might be right there, Scott, that we could see the drivers be put through for 2 formation laps just to get those final bit of understandings and the nuances of the circuit here at Donington Park, just to make sure that they don't make any unforced errors early in the race. And of course, standing start, it is going to be an absolute gaggle of MX5s heading their way down into Red Gate for 15 minutes. And we know that anything in Mazda MX5s can happen at the slightest split second. You blink, you miss it.
These drivers, I think, are going to get a second formation up by the looks of it. I think they're not slowing up. Yes, they are. Second lap around to get used to these the conditions. So 15 minutes of racing will be underway once they get back around for the second time by. This championship, which typically races all across one day, it's a championship that came into effect back in 2021. They're cars that are exactly the same specification as those you find in the Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship. And this is a contest that is kind of born out of that MX5 Championship. And it was there to kind of give drivers a different race weekend format, a different price point, a different format of racing in order to be able to go racing in a different way. And what's been great about the Clubman Championship is that it hasn't just been a migration to what we used to have ages ago, which was the Class A and Group A and Group B cars. But we are actually getting drivers who are competitive in their own right in the MX5 Clubman Championship. And one good example of that, showing how competitive they were, was the opening rounds at the Silverstone GP circuit, where they combined both grids together, and Jordan Pimley was top of the Clubman cars, and he was battling in the overall race lead, if there was such a thing, with the front-running MX5 Championship cars, the likes of Steve Foden, Ali Bray, Adam Sparrow, those drivers in that championship. That just shows how quick some of these drivers really are if they put their foot down. That means that this championship is not just another MX5 contest, it's a competitive championship in its own right, regardless of being cars that are exactly the same as those the championship it came from.
Yeah, I spoke with Jordan actually, and he said it's just like really, really good because, yeah, you do get door handle to door handle, but it's one of those championships that it is ultra competitive. And I love One Make Series basically because of the fact it's about skill of the, setting up the car correctly for the conditions, but also it's about the driver behind the wheel, that person that makes the difference between that car being 0.2 of a second slower than somebody else, or maybe a tenth faster through a sector of a circuit, and that can make all the difference between, what was a very, very close qualifying session especially at the sharper end of the field, where the top 4 were under the 1 minute 56 barrier. But of course, we are going to see lap times a lot slower than that here at this stage. But it's about who's going to chance things that little bit more. As I said again, it's the risk versus reward. But sometimes it's, you know, there'll be that sense of urgency when someone makes an overtake, but then there's always that one that goes a little bit desperate, a little bit late on the brakes, doesn't turn in enough, and makes contact with somebody else, and it causes the cat to be spread amongst the proverbial pigeons, so to speak.
Let's hope there's too much spreading of proverbial cats amongst pigeons, fingers crossed. But it's going to be quite an interesting one, particularly as we talked about the fact this is not a fully dry or wet circuit. It is effectively intermediate, and that's that's a nightmare for drivers, particularly for setting up cars. You always want it, a lot of drivers always say, they either want it fully wet or fully dry because they know what the conditions are exactly like. If it's fully dry or fully wet, you know what you're getting. In mixed conditions, it's such a lottery to get the setup just right and to find the sweet spot. It's always very difficult. And with some nearly 30 MX5s on this grid, trying to could possibly start drying out this circuit if the rain holds off, it could make it pretty intense very quickly.
Yeah, as we are waiting for the last few drivers out of the 36 strong here for this race for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Race 1 out of 2 over the course of today's proceedings. As we are just patiently waiting. It is going to be a standing start. And once the red lights go on, we'll be getting underway under Sutter's orders here, Scott.
We will indeed. So Jack Warry then, Championship League, looking to extend his advantage. But Jordan Pimbley is good in the adverse conditions. Can he get a better start? The 5-second board is up, and we're moments away from the first race of the day for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Is it going to be Warry or Pimbley who gets the whole shot with a very long hold? But down towards Redgate they go for the first time. We're underway and racing. It's an even start from the front row. In the second phase, Warry does put himself alongside, and also Martin Tolley from the outside of the second row also trying to put himself level with Jake Pace. John Greensmith is down to 5th position and 3 wide behind, 4 wide behind in fact. That was between, I think Matt Flowers, Will Bream, Bo Parry and Kevin Berber involved in that. And off the road's gone, I think that's Matt Crozier in the background, he's also gone off the road. And Matt Crozier started 12th. As they're now 2 by 2 down the Craner curves. It's Pimbley going to the lead side by side with Warry. Tolley's going will to work with Jake Pace down towards the old hairpin for the first time. Johnny Greensmith watches on in 5th as they still go side by side. And they splash their way through as they kick up the spray all the way through the right-hander at the bottom of the circuit, the lowest part of the course. And then back up the hill once more through Starkeys and Schwantz and back towards McLean's for the first time. So Pimbley hits the front. It's then Warry in second place for the moment, but now at the inside goes Tolley for second place. So Martin, who's quite a veteran of MX5 racing, not hanging around here, and neither is Johnny Greensmith. He goes to the inside for third place. So after having the lead from pole position early on, Alex, quite literally, Jack's been hung out to dry here.
He has indeed, Scott, and you know, this is Jordan Pimbley looking for his 3rd race win this season. Oh, and a big moment there for the 99, and it's caused 901. That was Privet, Simon Privet, the 3rd highest placed Masters car, and that was 4 into 1. Did not go well. Someone's turned the other way, well, has been spun the other way backwards on the circuit, and that could be... I didn't really catch who that was, to be honest with you. It all just happened in a flash.
It looked like it was a Misty Racer car. It might have been Callum Thorpe, because I thought it was car 4. So looks like Callum Thorpe was the one that was facing the wrong way at the hairpin. Yes, it is. There he is, Callum Thorpe. It looks like it's also damaged possible front suspension on the right-hand side, but he's bringing that car the inside. There was another car in the background that was also pulling off the circuit involved in that. There was 4 cars involved in that incident. Looks as though on the surface everyone's okay, but I think apart from a bit of dented pride. Now, out of the hairpin for the first time they come. It's side by side between 99, which is Russell Halley, battling over Kevin Burr. But at the end of lap number 1, it is going to be Pimbley that leads the way by 0.8 per second. Tolley up to second place. Warry in 3rd. Johnny Greensmith is in 4th position. Jake Pace is 5th. Matt Flowers, the ex-BMW Compact Cup driver, is in 6th. But just quick as you like, it's Bird, Pegg, Halley and Breen rounding out the top 10. Biggest loser from that one was, looks like, Matt Crozier, Simon Privet. No, in fact, it was Lawrence, in fact, who lost 19 positions. He started quite high up, did Adam Lawrence.
Yeah, 11th.
Now down to 30th. Biggest gainer on that opening lap, no question, Paul Simard. He was at the back of the field after being disqualified. He's climbed up 19 places already into 16th place. He's passed practically half the field in 1 lap.
Wow, and we're only 3 minutes in. I mean, it just goes to show that we know that with this particular type of style of championship here, Scott, that everyone's in the same car, but it is a case of that, you know, a mistake can be made at the slightest moment, and no one likes this. They either want it to be wet or dry, no piggy in the middle, and that's quite crucial as we see the number 2 car. That's Matthew McLucky, who started in 19th. He's now made up 6 places, so he could be. He's going to have to. I think he might have just got past the 63 of Thomas Greenwood, who actually started just in front of him. Funny enough, in the row in front of him. So that is the battle for possibly 12th position on the road, as battle for P3 between Warry, Greensmith and Pace really starting to get a little bit too close for comfort, possibly for all 3 drivers. And that's the 34 in the gravel.
It's Joshua Pato for GRW Motorsport. That car is off at the old hairpin, and in the approach to the old hairpin, just on the outside of the gravel. So he's thrown it off the road. Now I fear that might well be a safety car, because I don't think they have. Well, they might have a snatch vehicle down there. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like one of the other cars that was involved in that first lap incident at Coppice was Jamie Turner. That's a shame, because he's usually quite a regular front runner, is Jamie, up towards the front. So Jamie having an early nosedive for his fortunes in this race at this point. 2 laps completed, and it is still Pimley that leads the way. His gap is now 0.7 of a second, or only because it's smaller, because Jack Warry's found some space, and he now sets the fastest proper flying lap of the race, 2 minutes 4.049. They're in the yellow flag zone, where Joshua Pato's car is stranded, so no overtaking or really challenging for Jack Warry. Wait until he gets to the green flag before he can start to attack again. Warry's, of course, in 2nd place. Now, Tolley in the red MX5 is 3rd, and it's Greensmith 4th, Pace in 5th, Bird, Pegg, Flowers, Halley and Greenwood. Greenwood into the top 10 now, having passed both Bo Parry and Will Breen. And it's Matthew McClucky's given the next driver coming up behind Bo Parry, as Warry now goes on the attack to potentially try and steal the lead from Pimley. And it's basically been these kind of 3 or 4 cars, particularly Pimley, Warry and Greensmith, have been the 3 main contenders here winning races so far this season. And I figure that in this race so far, that trend isn't going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, it's starting to brighten up a little bit, going down the straightaway down towards the Fogarty S's, so things are clearing up. Don't see any windscreen wipers activated on the top 5 at the moment, rounded out by Jake Pace in the number 28. Of course, we've got Tolley and Greensmith, but there are wipers going on the 848, and that is of Matthew Crozier, who started in 12th position, now currently sits 21st, but a quintet of Mazda MX-5s heading towards the Fogarty S's. Yeah, careful, guys.
Yeah, Crozier was the one that went off wide into the gravel at Redgate on the opening laps. He's now trying to climb back through the order. He was the one that lost so many places in the end. Warry's trying to sneak his nose up the inside of corner exit as the sun starts to shine here at Donington Park, and he might get slightly better traction. You can start to get the side draft. You might sort of try and put himself alongside. Tolley and Greensmith are catching, because they're both set respectively with the fastest lap of the race, and they're battling over 3rd place, but it's side by side for the lead as Warry goes down the outside in towards Redgate corner. You can pass around the outside. It's the preferred line in the wet conditions, and Jack Warry showing why he's the championship leader round the outside of Jordan Pimley to take the lead in the first race of the day in the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. A brave pass to make that happen, but in these conditions anyway, Alex, that's the preferred line. If you're on the racing line, you're a bit tricky, because Warry was a little bit sideways through the first part of he created a curve. He's twitchy again, running too deep into the corner, over the curb on the exit, keeps it off the gravel, which he's got to be careful, because if you just hit the gravel, that just pulls the car straight off the road. And now look, you can see that Tolley and Greensmith and also Jake Pace are closing in. We've got a 5-way scrap for the lead here, and there's still half of the race left to go.
And well, you can see that with Mr. Pimley, his wipers are on, Warry's aren't, then Tolley's on. I think Greensmith has decided to engage his, and then. But then you also have to look a little bit further back from this battle. About 3.6 seconds behind is the battle for the Ricky Trophy. And that is currently being contested by the pair of Kevin Bird and Austin Pegg in the 59 and the 86. If this quintet start battling away with just under half the race to go, expect the unexpected. Expect those 2 rookies to catch them up, because once you start squabbling, you throw that time out the window. It's about position and pride.
I think it might be a slight error here, though, because I'm certain that Kevin Bird is not a rookie, so I think so. Possibly Austin Pegg is, but we'll have to wait and see how that gets figured out. Still side by side for the lead, and for 3rd as Tolley now defends from Greensmith, and Jake Pace sneaks up the inside. Looks like that Greensmith tried to go down the outside of Martin Tolley, didn't make it work, and as a result of that, has left the door open for Pace to try and get through. Top 5 are practically all over each other on the run down towards Goddard's hairpin. 5 of them in a line. Out of the Goddard's hairpin they go. Greensmith putting the pressure on in car number 1, the defending champion, after he took the title last year. Larry then has survived that rather nervy lap where he almost threw it off the road and continues to lead. Greensmith now having a look. He's posturing around the rear end of Martin Tolley's car to try and take that final podium spot. Fastest lap of the race goes to the charging Paul Simard. He's up to 11th place after, remember, he started at the back of the grid in 36th position. And car 52, working his way through the order. That is car 52. Yes, it is. That's in past William Bream. Next target to get into the top 10 is going to be Thomas Greenwood in car 63, as our 5 alive at the front are making their way through. And Kevin Bird there in 6th position, also trying to catch up, as he's pulling away from 7th place Austin Pegg.
Yeah, it is really good to see. I mean, obviously, yeah, Paul Simard excluded from qualifying earlier on, but that is a lot of ground to make in just shy of about 9.5 minutes. So it just goes to show, folks, it can be done, you know, from the back of the field to what could possibly be a top 10 finish if he gets the opportunity.
So certainly got time to try and make it happen. So he'll try to push through if he can. A little further back in the order, this is another one of the Go For It racing cars twitching its way through the old hairpin. In that fight is 73, 75 and 65. This is a battle between, looks like, Nick Ledoyen, 65 of Peter Williams, Pilamonkin in 194, and Adam Lawrence, who lost quite a bit of time before and was 11th in qualifying, but now finds himself in 25th. So lots of scrapping and dicing going on, and twitch there from Williams as he tried to get the car power down, but he stays ahead of Lawrence in car 73. I think Lawrence is in the X-Championship winning car for... Oh, I should have known that. It was Matt. I think he's in the X-Championship winning car from a couple of years ago that was run by Tucker Motorsport. It looks very familiar, and I think it possibly is that car. A little further ahead, that looks like that is Simon Waterfall, I think. Yes, it is, battling with Simon Privet. And new fastest lap of the race goes to Jack Warry. There's been some, I think, dirt kicked up I've seen on the exit of the final corner, but everyone the top 5 have survived in the same order as Toy defends 3rd from Greensmith. He gets good traction on the exit and pulls himself a little closer again as they come through the Craner curve. He's trying to put himself alongside on the outside through Hollywood, and he's going for it round the outside inside by side in very damp conditions. They almost touch wing mirrors. They are wheel to wheel on the approach towards the old hairpin, but Tolley holds the inside line. Greensmith will look for that undercut, and he might just have it because Tolley slides out wide, puts a wheel onto the curb, but holds onto the position. And they're also hemorrhaging time to the 2 cars in front. The harder these 2 fight each other, the easier it is for both Warwick and Pimley to make a break, unless they start scrapping, which, given how Pimley's closing, might just happen imminently. Yeah,
I mean, talk about giving each other a headache at the moment, to be honest with you. But that is how competitive this series is. It just goes to show. And, you know, you cannot factor out Jake Pace in that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Okay, yes, you've got Tolley and Greensmith going at it, hammer and tongs. Oh, who was that?
That's Pimley, I think.
That was going at a coppice, heading down towards the Fogarty S's. But still, Jordan Pimley is keeping Jack Warry very, very honest indeed, with 3 minutes still to go until the checkered flag. It's anyone's guess. I mean, last time around they were just under 7/10 of a second apart. Pimley has started to close that gap, but by how much?
Whilst that back continues, got this 5-car gaggle further back in sort of the just outside the top 20. You've got Ben Hoy in the white car number 42, now ahead of the 194 of Dennis Pilamonkin, and then it's Nick Ledoyen, Adam Lawrence and Peter Williams battling from 21st down to 25th position. As now Pimley looks to go down the outside and make a move, to take 2 bites at the apex, and Greensmith has also made it into 3rd position. So up to 3rd has gone the defending champion. Now he's been released from behind Martin Tolley. I wonder what pace he has in these last couple of laps to try and close it as much as he can, because he knows if these 2 get into a real fight in front, that will only see him closing quite quickly. I wonder also behind, Martin Tolley is now coming under very strong pressure from Jake Pace in 5th position. He's the 2-tone blue and green car just behind him. Kevin Bird still holds 6th position. Russell Halley still 7th. And then Austin Pegg, Matt Flowers and Paul Simard, who has now broken into the top 10, having passed Thomas Greenwood. Through the old hairpin they go. 3 of them together for 3rd position. It looks as though that it's going to be either Worry or Pimley who win this race, as Tolly gets a better run off the corner and tries to put himself level through Starkeys and Schwantz. They go past one of the back markers further in the field as Worry continues to hold the advantage. He's only going to hold on now for another lap and a half or so until this gets it done. It's going to be pretty tricky as we head towards the final lap of this race.
Yeah, and it's just really interesting how Jordan Pimley has set the fastest lap of the race as well. And that gap was halved on that previous tour. So I think it's now Jordan Pimley's opportunity to go, right, okay, where can I overtake Jack Worry to get my 3rd win of the season? You know, he's had 2 wins, 3 fastest laps so far this year, I think, from memory, Jordan Pimley. As, Tolly on Greensmith, that was aggressive round the outside into the Fogarty S's by the number 23, and he caught Johnny Greensmith napping, but look at this, it's going to be nearly wheel to wheel. Pimley's trying the over-under here on Worry through the Melbourne hairpin.
It's side by side for the lead, nearly 3 wide for 3rd place as Greensmith gets back in front and gives Tolly a taste of his medicine. I'm sure that even Martin Tolly just threw his hand out the window as he went past Johnny Greensmith round the outside, which is pretty extraordinary, but that's what Martin Tolly thinks to do. Off the road has gone, I think that's 991 Simon Privet, I think. Yes, off the road at the exit of McLean's. That might hamper any passing opportunities on the final lap of the race. We start the last lap of the race. As we see there, Privet's car now at Strandon. He gives a thumbs up, though. I'm okay. As we start the last lap of the race, Worry takes the fastest lap of the race back again. So one more time around the Donington Park circuit to decide who wins the first race of the weekend for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Down through Hollywood. Nose to tail between Jack Worry and Jordan Pimley. They've really pulled away from the 3-car fight behind. And I think Jake Pace might have either got past Martin Tolly, or he is side by side with him for 4th position. Through go the leaders, back to the fight for 3rd, and it's Greensmith into 3rd position. Jake Pace has taken 4th in the green and blue car number 28. And now the red car, Martin Tolly, back to 5th position, the Go For It Racing boss, as the Marshals very quickly try to push Simon Privet out in the worst possible place because he rejoins just in front of the leaders. Careful, Simon, keep to the outside of the road. That's good driving, well done. He very quickly lets them out of the way, thinking, oh, absolutely no pass this lead battle. Go past me, have all the track that you want. Into Coppice for the final time. There goes Simon Privet's recovering car, and he might be caught soon by this battle for 3rd place as Tolly has a look up the inside into Coppice, but slots back into line now. So Greensmith number 1, Pace number 28, Pitt's 23 Martin Tolly, all over 3rd place. This might well be quite a skirmish with a few corners to go. Pace is posturing, having a look down the outside. We know how good also that the 23 of Tolly is under brakes. So they go out onto the GP loop for the final time. We're looking further back at some of the top 20 battles, but I think we really need to see the leaders coming up towards the final couple of the corners, and then nose to tail again. Pibby might have one more shot on the exit of the final corner as Greensmith defends from Pace, and Pace looks up the inside to take 3rd place, and he's snuck through on the inside of Melbourne. That might be a chase for 3rd place in the end as the leaders come up towards the Godlard's hairpin for the final time. And here comes Pimley up the inside. He might close, but he's going to be too late. And on the sprint to the flag, it's going to be Jack Worry, who will take his 3rd win of the season. It's going to be a side-by-side finish. Cross the line they go. It's a dead heat. Who got it at the line? It was the fastest lap of the race for Jordan Pimley. Who got it on the line? The timing screen says Worry by 85 1,000ths of a second, despite the fastest lap from Jordan Pimley. And 3rd place does go to Jake Pace. So Jake picks up a podium finish side-by-side here between, I think that's Paul Simard and Matt Flowers. And it was about a quarter of a second between them at the line as well. And Paul Simard does finish 9th after starting from the back of the grid, being disqualified from qualifying. 36th to 9th, 27 places gained. Incredible. And I should mention also, we haven't talked about him at all race, not on purpose. There's so much going on at the front. A shout out also to Brscc's very own sporting manager, Luke Souch. He qualified 22nd, finishes 17th. So a top 20 finish for Luke. Good effort. And he was saying last night that no matter what they did to the car, setup-wise, it just wasn't making it any better. But it seems as though that the adverse conditions are a bit of a performance leveler because he managed to get himself quite high up the order and pick up a few more places and finish in the top 20. So even though there is some joking and ribbing going on between Brscc personnel, including myself, credit where it's due. Good effort from Luke, get himself into the top 20 and stay there. He should be very happy with that. And why not? Because it's a good performance from him too. So, the timing screen confirms that Jack Warry does win the race by 85 1/1000ths of a second. I think that's one of the closest MX5 Clubman finishes in history since it started in 2021. And Jordan Pimley couldn't have done any more. He set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. He did a 2 minutes, .748. That would have been aided by a toe, I'm sure, in the slipstream of Jack Warry. But Pimley had to settle for second place, and Jake Pace, with the opportunistic move on the final lap at the Melbourne hairpin, picks up the final podium place. Impressive stuff. So unless we don't get it on the screen, let's run through the results. Jack Warry then does win the first race of the day for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship, and he wins, incredibly, by 85 1/1000ths of a second from Jordan Pimley in second place, and Jake Pace steals the final podium spot on the final couple of corners to take third. Johnny Greensmith, the defending champion, takes fourth. Martin Tolley rounds up the top 5 in fifth position. Kevin Bird takes sixth from Russell Halley. Austin Pegg, Paul Simard's incredible drive, taking him from 9th all the way through to 27th to 9th. And then it's Matt Flowers in 10th position. Thomas Greenwood in 11th. Matthew McCluckey 12th. William Breen 13th. Bo Parry 14th. Then Keith Dalton, Andy Istray, Luke Souch in 17th place. Good drive from him as we see the results on screen. And we're going to keep going through from 18th downwards. Matt Crozier 18th after he went off on the first corner at the start. Dennis Pillamonkin 19th. Simon Waterfall 20th. Adam Lawrence 21st. Then it's Ben Hoy, Peter Williams, Nick Ledoyen. The 45 of Ben Smith, who finished in the top 25. Then it's Gilligan, Barley, Winstanley, Whiteman and Privet, the top 30. And then the last finisher classified was 31st. That was Lyle Jacobs in the 555. The cars we lost in that race, Kurt Anscombe towards the end in car number 18. Joshua Pato, who was off the road on the approach to the old hairpin in the gravel. And we also lost from the first lap incident at Coppice, both Jamie Turner and Callum Thorpe. 35 starters, 31 finished. And again, fastest lap of the race taken by second place man Jordan Pimley, 2 minutes, .748 on the very last lap of the race. Now, I thought I saw something which might possibly, I'm afraid to say, might get Jack Murray in trouble, because I thought I saw him take the checkered flag twice, and you're technically not allowed to do that, so he hasn't appeared in Parc Fermé, but hopefully he will do, and if he does, he'll be down to have a chat to, I'm sure, a very bemused Alex Goldschmidt, who has 2 drivers down there, but not 3.
Yeah, that was hard work. Half of it's wet, half of it's dry, so down trainers is so slippery.
Right, okay, we're down here in pit lane. Jordan Pimley. A cracking race there between you and Jack Warry. You were so close to your 3rd win of the season. You guys were literally at each other's doors here today for race 1.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The track was literally 50-50 wet to dry. So I went out on a completely dry setup, kind of rolling the dice a little bit. I was looking at the Melbourne hairpin and it was totally dry, so rolled the dice and it felt good. Yeah. Had an absolutely cracking battle, but Jack put up a brilliant defensive drive.
I think it was a case of, like, both myself and Scott in the commentary box, we were just like thinking, when is this going to end? We could still put you out there for another 15 minutes, and nevertheless you still would have been level pegging. I mean, it was nearly a dead heat across the line. 85 thousandths, I think, was the provisional result after that amount of racing, but well done.
Yeah, no, absolutely, thank you. He actually missed a gear coming out the final hairpin, so that's why it was so close.
Brilliant. Well, hopefully you get your own back a little bit later on today, my friend.
Well, this is it. I'll even up the odds and make it 3-all this year.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Jordan Pimley. Right, let's just have a chat with the man that finished in 3rd position, Jack Pace from Tucker Motorsport. Well, you had to sit behind a couple of other drivers to wait for your opportunity when Mr. Greensmith was ahead of you.
Yeah. I had a couple of little looks, but nothing proper until the last lap, really. And then can't remember I got Martin, but John was down in the first hairpin down there. So yeah, pretty happy with that. It's a bit questionable with the weather conditions, so he wasn't really sure what to do. So yeah, pretty happy overall with that. We've heard.
It was a bit like that in qualifying this morning as well, wasn't it?
No, it was dry. It was dry for us for quality. It nearly was. Yeah, but we was alright with it. So yeah.
Thoughts ahead of race 2 later on today?
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'd hope it dry out, really. We'll have another go. But yeah, thanks to the boys at Tucker Motorsport, my old man as well for being here, my family, and Leeward's Car Body Repairs as well for looking after the car as well. So yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant, Jack. Thank you very much, and well done on your podium.
Lovely. Cheers.
And well, we'll try and interview we'll have a chat with this man here, Jack Rowry. Well, top of the pile again, but this man here did not make it easy.
No, it was not an easy win. We had a great race, me and Jordan. We were very respectful of each other. We got on, so we weren't going to do anything stupid, but we could tell that we had slightly different setups. Like, he was faster in the dry bits, I was faster in the wet bits. So to get the race done and this result is fantastic.
I think it's, you know, it's always that half wet, half dry, that sort of, as we like to call it, the Jensen Button situation. You've got to manage it as best you can, but you've always got to make that compromise between outright flat-out speed, which on a track like this, in this current condition, doesn't really help. But then when you've got that handling and you've got that, you can tell what the back end of the car is doing. If it's starting to get a bit twitchy through Redgate, through Hollywood, down into the Craners, then into the old hairpin, that's where you've really got to have your guts of steel ready to be engaged, isn't it?
Yeah, it was down through Craners and into old hairpin was so slippery. The car was just dancing all the way through there, so it was just about clinging onto it through that bit and then trying to ride out the rest of the lap. Fortunately, we went to the midway house with the setup, and fortunately it worked out. So everything we did everything right. Luckily, but we did it all right.
Thoughts out of race 2 a little bit later on today?
Well, very much depending on the weather again. Like, you'd rather it was really wet or really dry, but this halfway house is really quite difficult, so we will have to wait probably 10 minutes before the race starts and see what happens.
Brilliant. Well, well done on the win, and congratulations. Well, there we go. God, I was waiting for Pirates of the Caribbean there. It kindly happened, courtesy of Jordan Pimley. But that wraps up race 1 of the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. And next up, we go to our first race for MG Cockshoot Cup Championship, coming up very shortly. So it's back up to Scott in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Alex. Good to hear from our top 3 in that Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Now for something a little bit different that I don't think we've ever seen on our live stream before in Brscc. And that's for the first time this season, since they joined over the winter, the charming classic and modern machines of the MG Cockshoot Cup, who are taking their second race of the season after joining over the winter period. So more welcome to all of them. And this is a championship which has been quite well established. The Cockshoot Cup is a championship which is a trophy which has been awarded for quite a while, in fact. It's a solid silver trophy which was donated to the MG Car Club all the way back in 1934 by the then MG dealers back in Manchester. And since 1984, so just over 40 years now, the trophy has been awarded to the winner of the race series, which was originally run by the MG Car Club Northwest Centre. They still have some involvement, but over the winter, the championship decided to move on to the Brscc's Formula roster, and it's now over the Brscc's careful watch. So you can see here, we've got a mix of classic and modern MGs. We've got some MG ZRs and ZSs and some midgets, and there is a MG midget on pole position. It's Alton Park race winner Keith Egger, who starts on pole alongside Christopher Greenbank in his MGF. Then we have David Morrison in third place on the grid in his Class C MG from Eliza Seville, former MX5 Super Cup racer, in her MGF in fourth. Carl Green in his MG ZS then comes next in fifth position, as we bring up the rest of the grid on screen. Sixth position is going to be Paul Wignall in his MG ZS, so all MG ZS's on the third row, and all MG ZR fourth row, with Mark Bellamy and defending champion Leon Wignall in car number 1. His car starts back in 8th. Peter Bramble makes his first appearance of the season in Class C, starting 9th. And James Johnson rounds up the top 10 in his ZR. Then it's Thomas Stanfield and Martin Richardson on the 6th row of the grid. Phil Rigby in the sole Class F MGF in 13th place alongside Andrew Walsh. Then Tony Riles and Harry Wilkin round out the 16-car grid in a pair of MGB GTs. So what you have got here, as we can see, is quite a slight mixture of the history of MG in terms of their older sports cars, like the MGBs and the midgets that run in their own class in Class B. You have the more modified cars in Class C, which is where you find the bulk of the entry. And Class A is more dedicated for MG ZR and ZS models, and then Class F is more for the dedicated MGF and TF models as well. I've got a bit of a soft spot for the MGFs. Of course, there used to be a quite a significant MGF factory championship taking place, and that race lasted around about mid to late 90s until the early 2000s. I think a certain Paul O'Neill was a driver who used to compete in that championship before, so one of many that are an alumni in that championship. You just saw Callum Thorpe's Mazda MX5 being recovered on the back of the low loader, so that's going to take a couple of minutes to get that off the circuit before we get the formation lap for our first MG Cockshoot Cup race of the day underway. In terms of the championship standings, we've had one event so far, at Alton Park in pretty much completely dry conditions. And in terms of the standings coming into this weekend, it is in Class A, Leon Wignall, the defending overall champion in car number 1, who leads with 22 points from Mark Bellamy in 18, James Johnson in 15. He ties with Andrew Walsh in 3rd place, Helen Waddington in 12th, and Thomas Stansfield with 10 points. Helen Waddington was due to be here this weekend, but she blew an engine in testing earlier on this week, so she had to withdraw, sadly. So if she had been here, we would have had 17 MGs rather than the 16. Still a pretty healthy field for the championship to enjoy. In Class B, Martin Richardson was leading the way from Brent Wilkin, but Brent's not here, so it's Martin Richardson who has a 2-point lead over Brent, but there should be some other Class B cars that will take points to him. It's been quite an interesting and competitive Class C. We have quite a few cars joining in for their first race event after they missed Alton. Keith Eggar, who won one of the races at a canter, takes the current class points lead with 22 points from David Morrison in 18. Carl Green with 15, tied with Paul Wignall. And then Eliza Seville in her first season of the championship, currently sat in 5th. And then Paul Phil Rigby, who is on his own in Class F in the MGF. He's not the only MGF on the grid, but he's the only one within his class who will start towards the back of the grid in the blue MGF with the white bonnet. He is the only man scoring in that class so far. He is on 10 points. So you look there, it's quite a contrast of the most of the modern cars are on the right-hand side of the grid. You've got the older cars up the 2 MG midgets towards the front, and you've got the more MGBs and the open-top car number 69 also in there too as well. That being in the grid car number 69, which is Peter Bramble's MGB. Good to see that car out. I think it's how the paint scheme is on that bonnet, because it looks as though that the bonnet's kind of bowed upwards towards the front, but it's not. I think it's just how the motif on the on the yellow part of the bonnet actually looks. It makes it look a bit confusing. But even so, Alex Goldschmidt back in the commentary box. It's a fine-looking grid of cars, where classic and modern MGs. And if you're a British automotive and racing fan, who doesn't love an MG? They're pretty mega.
Funny enough, I spoke with Carl Green actually in the MG for the ZR 180, ZS 180, and I could not stop but reminisce about my mum's 1980s MGB GT, bright banana yellow, plastic bumpers front and rear, and if anyone might remember their MGB history, always reverse, left and up, 4-speed, H-pattern gearbox with the good old overdrive switch. And I used to drive it around the driveway just to have a bit of a laugh during a Saturday afternoon with my mum.
So 4 gears, it was almost like a racing gearbox, up and down like a racing gearbox, you think?
Yeah, I knew we could do reversal first, and that was a bit of a shame. But I was only 5 years old and I had to sit on my mum's lap.
Well, hopefully these guys shouldn't need, guys and girls, because we have Eliza Seville on the grid, shouldn't need reverse at all. So the field makes its way then off onto the formation lap for the first race of the day. And as you say, the MG Cockshoot Cup, a long-standing championship, which has been around for over 40 years, and it was part of the MG Car Club for quite a while, but then it's been a bit of a separation of MG Car Clubs ever since the MG Car Club's racing operation sadly stopped. And we're not the only migration from that club, because we also had, of course, in the recent couple of years, the MG Metro Cup have also joined us as well in the last couple of seasons, so good to have them on board as well too. And great to have this lot here. And I was talking to one of the members of the paddock just before qualifying this morning, and they did say that this is a championship where they really want to get more cars on the grid, and there's every possibility that they'll have a couple more going out for next time, and getting towards what I think is like a magical number of 20. Well, I think once the championship gets towards like a regular grid of 20 plus cars, that's when I think you can start to call it healthy in terms of really good mix as well. And I think as well, also too, on top of that, he did say that this championship it's quite friendly on track. They do race each other, go wheel to wheel, but they're not ones that will make any desperate moves or kind of do anything too silly. They're very much they're competitive and they're firm, but they're sensible. So they can race cleanly, put on a good experience, and come back to the paddock and have a smile on their face at the same time.
That's exactly the same sentiment that Carl Green said to me when I spoke to him earlier on today. He just said, I love the atmosphere. Like everyone just enjoys racing alongside each other. He said, I love the the V6 that he's got, the MG ZS for those British Touring Car Championship fans. You might remember Team Atomic Kitten, who was one of their drivers, Colin Turkington at that point, back in the day. Now a man that, after a couple of decades in the series, 4 titles to his name, long association with WSR, now supporting his sons going to racing. So, which was, I think, quite a shock to a lot of people. Everyone thought that he would continue with WSR and with Team BMW. But, of course, there are times when, you know, drivers get to that point in that career. And Colin's doing a lot more historic racing now, which he's really, really enjoying. But I love the fact that, again, it's another multi-class style championship. But it's one that's, you know, I would love, if someone had said to me, do you want to join this? I'd be like, yeah, where can I find the nearest MGF or MGB? You know, like literally, I would love to do this kind of championship.
I did mention on the stream before you came back up here, I'd love to see more MGFs because I've got a bit of soft spot for the MGF. It's quite a nice car. You mentioned Colin Turkington, his son Lewis Turkington, who is competing this season in the Fiesta Junior Championship. Not this weekend, he's got some exams, I think. He'll come back for the next one. I think they're also getting a second formation, that given that the circuit is still a bit damp and slippery from dry qualifying this morning. We should mention that that Lewis Turkington was one of a number of drivers who have not only joined the championship for the first time this season, but also joined, having competed in the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, which happened last year. Now, for 2026 season, that's happening once again. It's happening towards the end of October, beginning of November. So if you want to find out more about the 2026 Fiesta Junior Scholarship, you can head to the website, brscc.co.uk. There is a tab up there that clearly says 2026 Fiesta Junior Scholarship, and that is happening, between the 31st of October to the 2nd of November. The prize is a funded Fiesta Junior Championship season, in a package worth in excess of £60,000, and that includes use of a fully prepared Mark 7 Fiesta Junior race car, all your race entry fees, membership and registration paid for. You get Goodyear race tyres, fuel, consumable throughout the season. You get a professional race team, driver mentored by BTCC star Josh Cook. Also, you get your ARS test taken care of. You get a simulated training program with Sim Motorsport, a pre-event test program with professional coaching, and a branded P1 racer and Stilo helmet supplied by Nicky Grist Motorsport as well on top of that. Plus, every entrant into the scholarship will have a support package from the club worth £1,500, covering their first race entry, championship registration, and race memberships. If you take part and don't make it through to the next day or even the final six, wherever you get to, you can still come and race in the BRCC and do a round of a championship for free. That is pretty fantastic. So if you want to find out more about that, you can head to the website brscc.co.uk. There is a tab at the top that clearly states 2026 Fiesta Junior Scholarship. Go to there, find out more. Entries effectively are now open now, today, so if you want to enter now, you can do. Hopefully we'll see possibly the next future rising star up on the grid and competing in that scholarship to compete next year. The two scholarship winners who've been racing this year so far, last year's winner Daniela Sutton and the winner for this year, Lewis Islin, performing this weekend in the series and doing quite a good job, so you can see them performing. Who knows, 2026's edition of the scholarship for next season could find the next racing stars. Check that out. Right, enough of Fiesta Juniors. This is MG Cockshoot Cup, of course, so we'll come back to that throughout the day as well. But the NGs then, whilst they make their way around on their second formation, that back towards the grid, are preparing for their first of two 15-minute races and what is now brightening, but you can still see brightening conditions, but you can still see some looming black dark clouds overhead. It's still quite cloudy and still quite overcast. But the sun is starting to peek through, and looks like the circuit is starting to get a little bit drier out there. Possibly still some damp patches around, which could make it pretty tricky at some parts of the course, because as with many racetracks, some certain areas dry quicker than others. But I reckon that possibly favourite for this one, given that he dominated both races pretty clearly at Alton Park, is probably going to be Keith Egger in the MG Midget on pole position to the left of the screen. Considering he won race 1 at Alton Park by some 30 seconds and won race 2 by 12 seconds, and on top of that was then on top in qualifying by over a second, I think he might well just be the favourite.
Yeah, I mean, also we have to keep an eye on Leon Wignall, the number 1, the reigning defending Class A champion, who's going to be starting 8th. So, and he's got Mark Bellamy ahead of him on the grid.
Yes, indeed. So for the first time this season on stream, here comes the MG Cockshoot Cup at Donington Park. Red lights are on top of the screen when they go out. It's a very long hold, but they're underway in racing. And a clean start as expected from Keith Eager from pole position, and he charges down towards turn 1. And look at the poke he's got in a straight line. That MG Midget certainly is a pretty rapid little machine. Down towards Redgate Corner he goes for the first time. It's second place for Greenbank, third for David Morrison in the second of those two midgets. And that's now around the outside of Peter Bramble, looking the number 5. That's one of the Wignalls. That's Paul Wignall in his MGZS. But now as they come down through the Craner curves for the first time, after a lightning getaway in that lightweight MG Midget, Keith Egger is pretty much picking up where he left off from Alton Park, getting into the lead and quickly trying to pull away.
I wondered whether he'd stuck an afterburner jet on the back of that thing. He was away and gone. There was so much. You could actually hear a lot of wheel spin, I think predominantly from the front-wheel drive cars. So, like, say, the MG ZRs, I mean the MGF mid-engine rear-wheel drive. Remember one particular time down in Guildford in Surrey, my cousin Lewis had one of these, and it was a wonderful feeling. 23 degrees on a Saturday afternoon in the summer, hair through the hair running through your hair, but air running through your hair. But it is, again, it's just you're seeing the racing room and respect given between the number 30 of Carl Green and I think that was Eliza Seville around the outside in the 42 car. Giving each other enough racing room, and Eliza now knows that the two MG ZS 180s that are trying to go past her, the pair of Green and Wignall, are going through into the Fogarty S's, but she nips in between the pair of them.
I think you're looking for wind through your hair. Was that the phrase you're looking for earlier on?
Wind in your hair, yes.
Wind in your hair.
Yeah.
Got there eventually. Now, Keith Egger, I thought, was going to dominate this race. Christopher Greenbank has other ideas because he's managed to keep pace with him fairly keenly on this opening lap. David Morrison still holds third. Then you've got this almighty scrap between the two ZS's of Carl Green and Paul Wignall, interspersed with the Eliza Seville MGF. She's certainly getting her elbows out and using some lessons she learned from her couple of seasons in MX5 Super Cup to get used to that. A very similar sports car as the MGF as they come out of the Goddard's hairpin for the first time. There's the defending champion in the car you really can't miss, the bright pink ZR of Leon Wignall. Across the line they go. And Egger's lead is 1.6 seconds from Greenback in second place. Then a further 3 seconds back to Morrison in third. Green in fourth, and around the outside to take fifth goes Paul Wignall on Eliza Seville's white MGF. And there is Leon Wignall, who is now, I think, at the head of his class now. Given that he is... Yeah, I think he's ahead of his class now. So good to see he is moving up quickly. Change of position between the two MG ZRs. That's Wignall going up the inside of the green, but he runs deep, and Seville also had to take a second bite at the apex on the old hairpin. Off the road she goes. Tracks through the gravel onto the very slippery wet grass, which is going to be pretty much like glass or like ice, but she managed to bound her way back onto the circuit. But she's lost several positions and now has to try and make up all that time all over again. Yeah, just again, it's that sort of like in between, that intermediate part of the circuit, but it just goes to show how quickly things can change on a sixpence here at Donington Park. We don't know how the track is going to evolve. The drivers on the circuit will, and Keith Edgar, at the meantime, is trying to do the best of what he can with the situation that presents itself, just to keep in front. So it may not be domination for the number 4 in the MG midget. Well, he's about 6 to 8 car lengths ahead going into the Melbourne hairpin, and then you've got David Morrison, I think, in the 45 running P4 at the moment, behind looks to be Carl Green in the number 30 car. So changes afoot at the sharp end of the field as we're only 4 minutes in. So Egger's starting to find his stride now, because he's pulled away on this lap, I think, by a lot more than 1.6 seconds. New fastest lap of the race on the first proper flying lap. He does a 2 minutes .286, but Paul Wignall's turned the wick up. He's got a 158.057. So whether it was the nature of Alton Park, but Paul Wignall now has found something in that number 5 MG ZS 180 and trying to put charge after Christopher Greenbank in second position. Just seeing now that Peter Bramble in sixth position ahead of Leon Wignall, who heads the Class A battle. He's only just ahead 1 second by Mark Bellamy, as shooting past at second place on an absolute tear at the moment is Paul Wignall, straight past Greenbank down the Craner curves, and already he's wasting no time pulling a gap and chasing after Egger out in front.
And that gap could be very, very quickly truncated, depending on the amount of speed that these drivers have. I mean, Wignall, that is a pretty mighty lap in comparison with what we had with qualifying this morning. I mean, Paul Wignall's best lap was 1:53.4. He's less than 5 seconds off that pace, and for now, I think it looks like the track is starting to evolve. But as you said, those dark clouds, we just do not know what the weather is going to throw at us in the next half an hour, let alone the next 3 minutes.
It's Britain in the summertime. When's the weather ever been predictable? You can never count the weather at all. A weather forecast. Michael Fish taught us that. We thought there was going to be a hurricane, and then what happened? People's trees fell down.
I actually slept through it all the way through that in 1986. Would you believe it?
Blimey. And I was born in 1990.
Oh,
anyway, moving forwards, going past a third distance in this race. And look at how the difference is. Paul Wignall has really caught up to the back of Keith Egger. I wonder possibly if the reason why Keith was so quick is because Alton Park mainly suited his car, whereas the longer straights and the faster flowing nature of Donington Park is more suitable to Paul Wignall's MG-ZS. It's got a lot more straight line speed, and I expect this ZS, it's now literally looming large in the mirrors of the small little MG midget.
Yeah.
It's quite a difference in size between the two cars. As Wignall pumps at 154.880, that's a full 4 seconds quicker than Keith Egger. I think it's a case of when he takes the lead on this lap rather than if he takes the lead.
This is the MG Cockshoot Championship variation of Catch the Midget rather than Catch the Pigeon, like Wacky Races, if you will. And
I wonder where you was going there for a second.
Yeah,
I really did.
But the thing is, now it's going to happen. It's going to happen down into Old Hall, and Paul Wignall fires it up the inside. Keith Edgar decides, well, you know what? Yes, I know your car's bigger than me. I'm just going to let you go and just have at it. I mean, because as you said, with that particular car, the ZS 180, it's a 6-cylinder engine, and that is going to have a hell of a lot more acceleration and mid-range torque in comparison with something that can get off the line very, very quickly. You never can, in a straight acceleration fight, outrace an MG midget.
Unless your name's Paul Wignall in an MG-ZS with plenty of power. Massive moment for Peter Bramble. Survives it. Well held from the 69 car. I was just about to mention that Tony Riles comes to the pit lane, sadly. So he's had issues in the number 77 Darkside Developments car. I think that's the same car that also ran the Audi TT that won Race Remembrance Darkside Developments. That's Scott Parkin's app that usually goes with. There is the Darkside Developments MGB. Sadly in the pit lane with an issue. Now there was a group of cars gathering together, battling over that third place. It was Christopher Greenbank. Now into fourth place has gone Carl Green. Fifth now down in position is David Morrison. And you also have then Peter Bramwell and Leon Wignall, who were quite close together. Leon Wignall still holding on to the lead in Class A in 7th place. It's still Keith Egger who leads Class C. And in fact, it's Class C cars that hold the first 6 positions. Class F is still Phil Rigby in that sole MGF in category, down in 11th place. He was having a battle earlier on, I saw at the old hairpin with Andrew Walsh in the Class A MGZR. And then Class B, Martin Richardson in his FIA spec MGB currently leads the way, as the time screen confirms Wignall as the new leader. But here's the battle, and again, 3 very different cars here: an MG-ZS, an MG-ZF, and an MG Midget, all together battling on track. And by the look of the pace, pretty evenly matched at this point.
That's always a good thing as well, because there'll be drivers that will prefer the lighter, more nimble variants of, you know, MG's illustrious history. And you know, as soon as I understood, you know, like you know, having said about that little bit of history from childhood, but then to see these cars up close and personal, it really, really tugged on my heartstrings a little bit. It's like saying, so that thing's going up against that? And then we see them on track, and they're completely respectful, but it's just seeing them that evenly matched. 3 completely different variants. So you've got a 4-door saloon, you've got a front-engined convertible, and you've got a mid-engined rear-wheel drive convertible in the mix. And then you've got this beauty here, the MGB of Peter Bramble, with a two-tone paint job. And then you've got the 44 just behind. That is Mark Bellamy, who actually did have a lap, the only one to be found to have a lap time disallowed in time qualifying due to exceeding track limits. But again, it's just seeing these wonderful different shapes and sizes of the MG's family tree.
I had to admit, I had to quickly look up whether the MGF was definitely mid-engine. The same way that I, for some reason, believed it was always front-wheel drive, but it's not. It's rear-wheel drive. But I believed that up until a couple of weeks ago. But I thought I was an ARAC, but there's still things I can still learn all this time. Now, interesting enough, there's been a change, I think, yes, for the Class A lead, because Mark Bellamy's in the lead now, the yellow number 44. Leon Wignall, however, is either really far back and made a mistake, or is missing somewhere, because he is come through last time by in 8th position, second in class behind Bellamy. There's Bellamy in the yellow number 44. He leads Class A at the moment. But the pink number 1, the defending champion, not quite in the shot. And I think the next car that came through in the background was Eliza Seville's recovering MGF. So I think the defending champion somewhere, Alex, has disappeared on track. He hasn't come through, as Seville is the next car across the line in 8th place. So I'll look at the timing screen quickly to see if he does come through in the next couple of runs. And he's also out the commentary box window. No sign of a pink MGF just yet, and he's tumbling down the order.
There he is, and he's coming into pit lane. So there is something drastically wrong, unfortunately, for that MG ZR 170. So, again, it's, you know, there's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of passion and dedication to preparing these vehicles to compete in this MG Cockshoot Cup Championship. And I see the bonnet, the bonnet was slightly adrift, so they probably just popped the latch. And I think that is going to be going up in, I think that might be a bonnet being raised and being inspected, possibly.
The Wigsby team having a very unnecessary impromptu inspection of the engine bay, by the looks of it, with an issue that is plaguing his car. Fair play, of course, to the leader now in Class A, as Liam Wignall's car does now head back to the paddock to be fixed for race 2 later on, of Mark Bellamy, who's keeping the 3 cars in front in touch on genuine pace. He's up in 7th position, holding on to the back of Peter Bramble, David Morrison, and the Christopher Greenbank MGF, because Carl Green is now cleared off in 3rd position with a few seconds gap. Keith Egger is holding his own in 2nd place. And in the lead for Paul Wignall, out to 7.4 seconds. And I suspect will get bigger when he comes past the pits, as he has just done just now. And we'll see what the gap is between the MG ZS and the MG Midget. Through comes Egger, and the gap is 10.2, so another 0.3 per second gain. Even though Egger did even put in a new personal best of 1:58, he is still further back, and that in fact is his teammate there, Morrison, who's under the clutches of both Greenbank and Bramble, who are right on his tail.
Yeah, this is going to be rather interesting, as we've got this, and I think probably another lap to go as well. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting how one keeps everyone else very honest, so to speak. So, 2.5 minutes to go, and still Paul Wignall at the minute running in the 1:55.8 at the moment. Now has a over 10 and a quarter second lead over Keith Egger in the number 4, as we've got the 45 and 69. That is Morrison and Bramble, David Morrison and Peter Bramble. Peter Bramble, let's not forget, started this race down in 9th, and this puts him P5. As a little bit further back, we've got the number 9 of Phil Rigby versus the MG ZR number 6 of Andrew Walsh in the lowest place of the A-class cars at the moment. But, yeah, looks like that MGF 1.8 VVC is showing that MG ZR a clean pair of rear tyres.
Certainly is, side by side between 2 of the classic cars. And here comes Bramble up the inside of Morrison to pick up what will be 4th position in the MGB, but he almost runs out of road, does Morrison. He does run out of road, skips over the chicane. I think that might be a free repass for Morrison to get back through. Here comes Wignall onto the last lap of the race, which will be my cue in a second to head down to meet them at the end of the race. Across the line goes Wignall. There's a 54.6, still setting new fastest laps of the race, charging along. So looks like he's almost certain to go on and take a first victory of the season outright and in Class C. And a pretty hefty win it's going to be at that for the MGZS, as Keith Egger, as quick as he is, has no answer to that pace. He's going to be in 2nd place overall. Class leaders also, we should say, Mark Bellamy in Class A. He's currently in 7th position. Class F now is Rigby in 10th position in car number 9. That's the MGF. And then it's Richardson in Class B, who leads in 12th overall in car 64. He's got a bit of a gap of about 3.7 seconds over Harry Wilkin behind him in 2nd place, as we're on the final lap of the race here in this first MG Cockshoot Cup encounter here at Donington Park this afternoon.
So just over 2 miles to go for the number 5. Paul Wignall started in 6th position on the grid itself and was lined up alongside Carl Green, who is running P3 behind Keith Egger in the number 4 MG Midget that holds on to 2nd. Mind you, it's nearly a 15-second advantage that Paul Wignall has at the moment as the timer counts down to 0. Egger making his way through Coppice and down the Starkey Straight for the final time into the Fogarty S's. But it is going to be one person that is going to take the spoils. Meantime, Eliza Seville has been closing in on the number 44 of Paul Bellamy in the MG ZR in the A class, who is on course for an A class victory. Very shortly we will see the checkered flag being waved at this point for race 3 out of 21 for the meeting, the first of 2 races, as out of the final corner Paul Wignall is going to take the checkered flag and win this particular race of the MG Cockshoot Cup Championship after 8 laps through the 15 minutes or so of racing here at Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Second, well, put it on pole position, is going to take P2. It is going to be Keith Egger in the MG Midget, taking second in the C class, and then third over the line, started 5th, and it's going to be Carl Green in the number 30. But it's going to be a little bit of a run to the line between Greenbank and Seville, and Greenbank takes it. That's 6th place overall, 6th in the class. So Greenbank fending off a charging Eliza Seville, who qualified the car P4 for race 1 of the weekend. They finished behind Christopher Greenbank in the number 19 MGF. And then the 44 of Mark Bellamy in the MG ZR will pick up the class win. It's going to be a run to the line between Messrs Rigby and Walsh. And Rigby takes it by just over 0.2 of a second across the line. And obviously dramas for the defending champion, Leon Wignall. And then also Tony Riles, just waiting for a couple of other drivers, I think, due to cross the line. We've got the cars of number 64, Martin Richardson, in the MGB, prepared to FIA standards. And then also the MG BGT of the number 66 of Harry Wilkin. They are just making their way up to Goddard's for the final time. And it is going to be the case of one driver taking a victory here, and that man is Paul Wignall, who is going to very shortly be, I'm sure, heading down into pit lane after his cool-down lap. But the last couple of drivers come across the line here at Donington Park GP for the first of 2 races for the 2025 MG Cockshoot Cup Championship here at Donington Park. They'll be in action as our penultimate race of today's action, race 9 of the meeting, at about 6 p.m. local time. So we've got Paul Wignall taking the win here overall ahead of Keith Egger, Carl Green, David Morrison, Peter Bramble, rounding out the top 5. Christopher Greenbag, then we got Eliza Seville, Mark Bellamy, James Johnson, Phil Rigby, and then we got Andrew Walsh rounding up the top 12. Martin Richardson and Henry Wilkin were the last 2 drivers across the line. And unfortunately, on lap 5, we lost Leon Wignall. And lap 3, we lost Tony Riles. And with that being said, we're going to head down very shortly to Scott Woodwiss in the pit lane for some driver interviews post-race.
What's up with yours, overheated?
Yeah, it's got that optic blue expansion cap off the bullseye window.
Can I talk at all or not? No, carry on. Yeah, I just want class winners. So I need the yellow ZR.
Hey, we're in a pass, Keith.
Yeah.
Hey, we're in a pass.
Can you also help me pull in Phil, and also I need Richardson's 9 and 64 as well.
9 and
64. Yeah, so it's this blue it's blue MGF coming in. I need Richardson as well, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. 66 was it?
64, Richardson.
Yeah, past him.
I don't know what colour he is, but
On the outside before the old Erpin. And I mean, past him quick.
And then he just went, he must have gone, "Our stuff this."
Can I talk?
Yeah, but it's nasty, isn't it?
Well, thank you, Alex. I've just been doing a bit of impromptu directing here, trying to get our class winners in. You're looking at the winner of Paul Wignall, who I think is just taking a bit of a break for a moment after his win, but just getting one of our other competitors to bring in the other class winner as well, so we can have a chat to all four of them, so we can get a bit of an idea of what they're like. But let's have a chat first of all with Paul Wignall. First of all, gets a handshake from Mark Bellamy as well. Paul, well, I thought that the wins for Keith at Alton were dominant, but you had quite a pace on him today.
Oh yeah, picked a set of slicks. We're good, get on. So big speed strikes again, yeah. So yeah, it was a good day. Yeah. So I picked long tyres at Alton Park, didn't I? That was the initial point. So done well today. Showed it's quick enough. Yeah.
I'd love to know what he was thinking, seeing your MGZS looming large in the middle of his little midget. That must have been quite a sight for him.
Well, it probably was. We'd have a coming together in qualifying, didn't we? But that was probably didn't see me coming, but I'm a lot bigger than him. But yeah, so yeah, it's racing's racing. And
this is a great and varied class. You've got obviously classic and modern cars in class here, but it's basically, if they modify them a little bit, they can find a home. And it's quite a competitive class, particularly here today.
Yes, very competitive. Yeah, we enjoy it well, and it's just good fun. Everybody helps each other.
Great stuff. Well, it's a great performance. Hope you can match it in race 2. See if you get some more of this as well, possibly. It might help you out. Let's bring Class A winner in, Mark Bellamy, who put in a good performance. Mark, good to see you on top of the class. Well done. Battling early on with Leon, and looks like he had a bit of an issue, but class win's a class win.
Yeah, I'll take it. Leon's had 1 or 2 from me, so we just can't seem to get... We have a race and we have a fun at the start, but we can never quite keep it together. I have a problem, he does, or something gets in the way, but yeah, I was ready for a win. I've had too many seconds recently.
And in terms of Class A, it's looking like it's a good class, so just get some more MGRs and ZSs out to come and join you guys.
We want more ZRs. There's plenty of them sitting around. They're racing elsewhere. Let's get them joining us. Great championship. Let's get 25 cars on the grid.
Go for it. Excellent. Well done. I'm going to quickly route through the class winners. We've got the next race coming up very quickly. Let's have a quick chat with Phil Rigby, who's the sole man in Class F, but even so,
indeed, yes.
I've been saying on the Brock as well, we need more MGS because they're great little cars, these things.
Fantastic vehicle. It's one of the... I wanted to buy a B and I couldn't afford it. I can't fit in a midget. I could just squeeze into one of these nicely. So, yeah, it's teaching me well.
Yeah, good to get amongst some of the Class A cars as well in that battle.
Yes, try to. Yes, yeah, hanging on their heels, you know. Yeah, worry them a bit.
Yeah, good stuff. We'll have to rattle through because the next car's race is coming through. Let's quickly have a chat with Martin Richardson before we go to a very quick video. Martin, congratulations on the Class B victory as well.
Thank you very much.
Again, just very quickly for you as well, good win, but nice to see classic and modern cars out together on the same track.
Yeah, I think it's excellent. I mean, the Cockshoot has been going around for years, and it ran out of MGAs, MGBs, MGCs, so to introduce the modern cars in with the older cars, I know there's only a few of us here today, it's keeping the Cockshoot Cup going, which is excellent, I think.
Excellent. Well done, the class win. We're going to head to the next race. Well done, congratulations. So that's the MG Cockshoot Cup. Well done, Martin. We'll let you go in a second. So that's the MG Cockshoot Cup done for race number 1. Now, before we get to the next race, we mentioned the Fiesta Junior Scholarship for 2026, because we talked about the prize on offer and what it could be. So if you're watching that and thinking a bit more of an idea of what it's like and what to take part of, then before we go to the MX5 Super Cup, here's a quick video to remind you of what it's all about and why drivers like Daniela Sutton and Lewis Islin have got themselves on the grid for Fiesta Juniors this year and last year, because they won it too as well. Enjoy the video. We'll see you in a couple of minutes for MX5 Super Cup here at Donington Park.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
So, no time like the present. We're straight into racing once again. The wipers are ablaze here in the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Getting set for a race start very soon. 19 cars on the grid. Jack Harding on pole position. After his second appearance of the season, with Will Blackwell Chambers having taken 6 victories so far this season, back on the front row. Lights are out and away we go for MX5 Super Cup. Good start from Ollie Hall, the championship leader on the outside in car 27. But Jack Harding, the championship leader, well, the race winner from Brands Hatch, I should say, down towards Redgate for the first time. And he leads the way into the first corner, with Blackwell Chambers in second place. Wiggling around there was Thomas Langford on the inside in the blue car. He holds on to 4th place as he got Ollie Hall to his outside in 3rd place. As I catch my breath, Alex, it's now tumbling down the Crane of Curves for the first time. And Jack Harding back out in front, as many who know him from having taken success in MX5 Super Cup previously. Not a foreign sight at all for this man.
Not at all. I did see that Will Blackwell Chambers did get a little bit squirrely. A lot of wheel spin from the back end of the 43, trying to engage the traction from the standing start. This is a 20-minute race, so they go up towards through Starkey's and Schwantz, and then into McLaren, I think it is, and then into Coppice, which is a very deceptive double right-hander, but you've got to be very, very careful. There's George Grant, who's currently running 5th in the Pro and the Masters division, as he's looking for a possible move up the inside, but quickly gets the door shut in his general direction. But yeah, the way that Jack Harding just got away and got that initial hole shot on the launch, because these are manual gearboxes on these cars, so you've got to make sure that throttle position and clutch biting point are at the same point. But there was a side-by-side going into the Fogarty S's. A little bit further back, I think it might have been between Dendy and Kelsey for 5th position. It was actually between, I think it was Alistair Dendy and also Ollie Hall in the number 27. There's 2x2 Noah's Ark style at the back end of the field coming into the Melbourne hairpin. But even in these Generation 3, I think they are Mazda MX-5s, they are still very much like the Gen 1s that we see in the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship, and also we've got the Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship here this weekend. So 3 helpings of Mazda for you lovers of these 2-seater Japanese soft-top cars.
Yeah, and this is their 3rd outing of the season, and good to see the MX5s in the mix as well. It's one of the most competitive championships out there in terms of real cut and thrust wheel-to-wheel action. Seeing there number 10, that's Scott Wright battling away with Max Brown, one of the newcomers to the championship this weekend in the Hills Motorsport squad. Hills Motorsport run by a double pro-class champion Aidan Hills, who made a cameo appearance back at Brands Hatch and picked up a victory or 2 for his troubles. Through the old hairpin for the 2nd time, and looking back at the qualifying, there's a pole position for Jack Harding. Will Blackwell Chambers was 2nd quickest, then Thomas Langford, Ollie Hall and Alistair Dendy. The grid for this one is set by the fastest times from qualifying. The 2nd fastest times set the grid for race 2, so you'll see a slightly different grid, or a similar grid to that of race 1 here right now, but you'll see that later on in race 2 tomorrow. Through the right-hander, as the leaders now go side by side, run towards, or almost side by side, it's now nose to tail, down towards the chicane for the first time. as they make their way through. It's going to be Harding still from Blackwood Chambers on his tail. But now for third place, you see Sam Middleton, who is in the club class, I should remind you. He's been the runaway club class leader in his first season in MX5 Super Cup, I should mention. Was winning the class basically from the first event and hasn't looked back since. He has a commanding lead in the point standings in club class. And actually, not only is he going for position, he's trying to get himself an overall top 3. There's no overall trophies in it, if you like, but effectively he's going for a dominant class, winning class in the club class and competing like he's a pro driver straight out the bat.
I know, it's incredible. You get these drivers that really do come in and you think they're going to be wet behind the ears, and then instantly they make that impression. And that's exactly what Sam Middleton has done. There's the number 9 of the white and pink liveried Mazda MX5. He's trying to chase down the 75 of the pro entry of Thomas Langford on the run down the Wheatcroft Straight into Red Gates, as we are now on to lap number 3. Will Blackwell Chambers, new fastest lap of the race, and is only half a second off. Maybe not even make that half a second off of Jack Harding as they go through Craners, now into the old hairpin. And Harding really is starting to... well, he's really starting to having to defend at this quarter of a way through this 20-minute adventure. Of course, the wipers are engaging the rain between this race and also the MG Cockshoot Cup Championship Race 1 of the weekend. The rain started coming down in between the races, so the drivers and the teams might have had to have made a possible couple of setup changes if they were given time, maybe adjust tyre pressures. As a little bit sideways by the number 21, that's Charlie Todd, who is currently sitting 9th at the moment overall, but more to the point, he's 3rd in the club class, as we've got this great battle at the sharper end of the field. Sam Middleton still trying to battle away with the likes of Thomas Langford, who's currently running 4th, and then 3rd it's the number 27 of Ollie Hall, as the number 22 entry, I think, or might have been, 22 of Graham Winston closing in on the 41 of Paul Hennin. That is a battle for position. That's 18th and 19th respectively. But Will Blackwell Chambers is absolutely closing hand over fist. And we're into 6 minutes completed, 14 to go. And a new fastest lap by Jack Harding, 1:56.279. Gap between him and Will Blackwell Chambers now half a second. They were about literally 4/1000ths of a second between themselves in terms of the lap time they just set. A 56.279 for Harding, 56.283 for Blackwell Chambers. And in the meantime, well, Ollie Hall is about 6.1 seconds behind. There's George Grant, currently running 10th at the moment. He is ahead of the number 10 of Scott Wright. So battling for pro class honours. That is for round about, I think that's going to be 7th in the class. George Grant also running in the Masters division as well. So a few other drivers that are dovetailing with 2 campaigns within one particular season, as once again Middleton looking really, really racy in that number 9 entry. He's closing hand over fist to Thomas Langford, who just cannot seem to shake Sam Middleton away from his rear bumper. Meantime, Wright and Grant still embroiled in a battle, and they have got just in front of them the number 5. That's Jim Barrett in the club division. As once again, closing in is Alistair Dendy on the back of Sam Middleton. So we've got this smorgasbord of pro, club and masters drivers within the top 6 that are getting very, very close to one another. But it's especially the battle between 3rd to 6th that is really captivating things, because Harding and Blackwell Chambers, they're in a league of their own at the moment.
Certainly are, and it's this battle going on. Their nose to tail for Belize. Blackwell Chambers gets quite tight on the inside of Goddard to try and keep up the pursuit. He wants to try and get as many points as possible to carry on, climb back up the table. He has had more wins than anyone else, Blackwell Chambers, this season, with 6 out of the first 9. But it was a DNF at Brands Hatch that certainly put him down the order, and that's why he goes into the weekend 3rd in points behind Ollie Hall, who leads, and Alistair Dendy in 2nd place, both of which are in this 4-car fight now for 3rd position, led by Thomas Langford. And Langford actually has adapted to the Mark III Super Cup car incredibly quickly, much quicker than some other drivers, because we typically tend to see that it takes about a season to really click with the MX5 Super Cup car, whether you come through from a Mark I championship or from an external championship. And even drivers like Paul O'Neill or Colin Turkison, who have driven these cars before, will say that it's when you go up against these drivers who race these cars weekend in, weekend out, regardless of what you've raced before, you have to try. You almost have to bow to their supremacy in terms of them being so used to these cars and how they drive. And so it's not easy to kind of get into these cars straight off and be winning and up towards the front. But that's what Thomas Langford's done so far. He was on the pace of Blackwell Chambers, who is a former pro class champion, we should add. 2022 he won the title in that class. So he's straight on the pace with him and battling him for the lead at Silverstone. So that's definitely something which is an anomaly, but a good one at that, seeing how quick he's been. And of course, he was last year's MX5 Championship Mark I champion. So that certainly put him in good stead, and he's certainly put him to doing himself quite a good service at the front of the field here. 3 cars in the mix. Dendy's dropped back a little bit, so he's obviously had a misdemeanor or a slip up somewhere on this lap. But still believe this together, nose to tail through the Melbourne hairpin. And Blackwell Chambers, I think now, as we come towards the half distance point, Alex is getting a little more feisty in his pursuit to try and get that lead.
Yes, I think it's when you get that halfway point, you know, when you sort of go, okay, right, we got 10 minutes to go, fine. Okay, now I've got an opportunity. They come across the line to complete lap 5. As we literally just on that moment, Harding puts in the fastest lap of the race, 52.075, 0.53 ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers. And then, well, Langford at the moment is 7 seconds away. And that just goes to show how quickly, when 2 drivers decide, okay, you know what, we want to have the top prize. We want to make sure that we're top dog going into you know, racing, and of course they'll have their second race. Well, they'll actually have another 2 races tomorrow, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. But it is the case. Oh, sideways!
That's the championship leader.
Oh, dearie me, the 27 just went. Ollie Hall just completely lost it. That he was on the roller coaster ride through the kitty litter off of the old hairpin. My goodness me, well held.
And Ollie Hall, then, the championship leader coming into the weekend, just get a little too much loss of traction on the exit of the corners. He now finds himself all the way down behind Alistair Dendy. That's put him back into 6th position, quite by the looks of it. And that's now put him ahead in 7th place Charlie Todd, who's in the Hills Motorsport car, with Wright, Grant and Kelsey in the top 10 as they go through the right-hander at Coppice at the top of the hill. So there is Ollie Hall, who has not won a race so far this season, but he has taken multiple podiums. And has only finished off the podium twice, and that was in 3 times. Once at Silverstone GP, and it was twice at Brands Hatch Indy. The rest of that he's either taken 3rd places and even took a couple of seconds at Snetterton in races 1 and 3, and the fastest lap to boot on top of that in race 1 and 2. So he was 1 point off practically what you would get from a maximum from a race win, which is 100 points in this championship. She mentioned the club class as well. We talked about that Sam Middleton's been dominant. He has only lost 1 race. Even then, he still finished in 3rd position in class. And in all but 1 race, he's taken the fastest lap of the race. No, sorry, he won all but 2. I'll correct myself, because he did take a 3rd and a 2nd at Brands Hatch. He was on all 3 steps to the club podium at Brands Hatch in April. But he has taken so far no less than 7 class wins, and that in all but 1 of the fastest laps to boot on top of that. So Sam, at the moment, showing the fact he's in 4th overall, a magnificent run so far, and certainly trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Scott. I think it's just, if you get your time to shine, grab it by the scruff of the neck with both hands and just go along for the ride. And that's exactly what he's doing. And it's as you said earlier, that he can just come into this car and just absolutely feel at home and be as competitive as he is at the minute. And, oh, the number 10! Oh, that's right, it's just gone off. He's done exactly the same as Ollie Hall did just the last lap around. And he was so lucky he did not lose that. That's 2 drivers that have had to take a sharp intake of breath. Go, right, don't press the brake whatever you do. Hold on. Just keep that throttle pinned. Keep the steering wheel straight. And whatever bruises you might have afterwards, be thankful you didn't end up in the barriers.
Yeah, that was, I think, unlike Ollie Hall had to take his foot off the gas. He certainly kept his foot in, bounded his way over the grass and got back on the road pretty quickly. So he's lost a bit minimal time, but he's now under threat a little bit. He's lost out to not looks like George just yet, but that was George Grant under threat from both Kamal Kelsey and also the 11th place car, number 66, which is Max Brown. So he's trying to pick his way back up through the order. There's Dendy going out of the hairpin, just been pursued by Ollie Hall as they come through, and they've just managed to pull away a little more as that sort of multi-car fight that was going on for third place is kind of really ended in quite a bit of a whimper rather than a bang, because it's kind of pulled out quite a lot. And the fact that Ollie Hall lost time, I think what happened was that Ollie Hall went off and maybe Alistair Dendy backed off because he didn't want to be involved in potentially someone else's accident. Jack Harding, with 6 minutes to go, sets a new fastest lap of the race. So he is now in front of Will Blackwell Chambers by still only 3/4 of a second. Blackwell Chambers still keeping him honest out in front. They're both doing 1 minute 50s now. The last lap for Blackwell Chambers was a 150.9 compared to the 150.8. And there's his teammate, the Clapham North man himself, George Grant, who is still holding off a rather feisty Kamal Kelsey. Good to see Kamal back in the championship. He's moved up to pro class for this round, but we have seen him before competing in the club class. Really good to see Kamal back in the Super Cup and putting on a good show here and giving George a good bit of a race here as they compete over what should be at the moment 6th position in class.
Yeah, it's always nice. I mean, a lot of people who know George, and obviously with the Clapham North MOT brand, you know, it's been associated with Mazdas for quite a few years now, and George is part of the furniture, as we would like to say here, at the Brscc. But he comes back year after year. There is still that passion, there's still that spark you see in his eyes when he talks about it. Like he enjoys racing, and that's one of the things. This is what brings us all together. We all enjoy it. Yes, we have different functions, whether we're on track as a marshal, you know, stewards, race control, timing, pit crew, whatever. But now George is getting his elbows out and sternly defending into the Fogarty S's. So coming down to just under the final quarter of this race to go, and still Harding and Blackwell Chambers, you cannot separate them at the moment, and they are not far off. Pole time for Jack Harding this morning, 1:49.729. Will Blackwell Chambers, new fastest lap of the race, 1:50.396, and he's 0.3 off of his best effort in qualifying earlier on, as we've got the black and white warning flag out at the moment for somebody.
Race control on TSL hasn't told us exactly who that might be for, so it doesn't look like you can see anything just there yet, but nonetheless. There was a bit of sort of weaving there going on from Alistair Dendy, so he's now, I think, possibly trying to find some of the damper parts of the circuit to just cool off his tyres a little bit, and he's still coming under threat from recovering Ollie Hall. In fact, speaking of threat, there he is, right on his tail down towards the crown of curves. Dendy wiggling around in front, trying to find the optimal bit of grip. You can see the dry line forming, so even though there is the wipers going on Ollie Hall's car, there's a dry line that's formed for the few races that we've had since the start of the day's racing at the ClubSport Trophy, when we had that rain mid-race through, and also the rain we had this morning throughout the last few qualifying sessions. Thankfully, it seems to have abated for the most part. There are a few tiny spots on our commentary box window and possibly a few on the windscreens of these cars. They're just trying to keep them as clear as possible as they come out through Coppice Corner. There goes Sam Middleton in a race of his own. We should mention he still leads by far the club class. Second place is the number 21 of Charlie Todd, and then third place in class is Max Brown. So we're going to get, I think, 2 newcomers to the championship in their first weekend in the championship, picking up points in club class and a podium nonetheless in class to make that happen. Just seen gone over the hill that Will Blackwell Chambers and Jack Harding are still together. They come out of the hairpin now. Blackwell Chambers favouring that slightly tighter line, just touching the curb on the inside, whilst Harding prefers to keep his car on the grey stuff. Across the line they go. Gap is still 0.7 of a second. Very static. Both of them setting 1:50.4s, and it was a personal best for Jack Harding on that last lap. But of course, the fastest lap still held by Blackwell Chambers, who set it a lap ago in a 1:50.3. So these two, in terms of pace, very evenly matched. It does make you wonder, if Jack was around for the full season, how much more competition he'd be giving Blackwell Chambers right now.
He'd be consistently up there at the front running with him, to be honest with you, Scott. And yeah, I mean, we did have a couple of drivers that weren't able to be with us at Snetterton for the previous round at Snetterton 300, which can sometimes happen, that life does go on lifing, and you do find that things get in the way of making a commitment. If you said, oh, I'm going to do the full season, then family emergency or something that you can't bring your attention away from to go racing, that does sometimes happen. But, you know, I think, yeah, Jack Harding could be a tour de force against Will Blackwell Chambers in terms of if he was consistently running with him, yeah, we'd have some great battles for not just wins, but also for pole positions, also for a potential championship as well.
Yeah, Jack's only doing a handful of rounds. He was at Brands Hatch. He's here this weekend. He's also doing at least Alton Park and one more round, his dad was telling me this morning, in the assembly area. So always there's a twitch there for Max Brown, the man in third in club class, as he runs wide on the exit McLean's, keeps his foot in, but he's lost a class podium as through goes Jim Barrett in the white and orange number 5. So a small twitch there for Max on his first start in the championship, and that sees him lose a potential piece of silverware as a result. There's a tussle going on here. This is between 3 cars, all white, which doesn't help. I think this is possibly Scott Wright. No, this is Charlie Todd, George Grant, and Scott Wright. So if Charlie Todd loses both places, it will lose him places overall, but not in class, because he still remain in second, ahead now of what will be Jim Barrett. They make their way down towards the hairpin. 3 white cars altogether. Try and figure that one out. They've all got slightly different front ends. As we now go on to the last lap of the race, as Simon Middleton, completely unchallenged, heads across the line to start the last lap. But Ollie Hall has now made the move, so he's now in front of the Mazda Dendy number 18 car. And Ollie Hall will miss out on a pro podium, but certainly try and bank some good points. We're not into the realm of drop scores yet in this championship. That will come later in the season, but you can see visibly a drier line all the way on the racing line through the Craner curves. That's the one you want to stick to. Of course, getting a little bit off there, just touching the slightly wetter part of the circuit, but the more the cars run over that, the more it will start to dry up quicker and mean you've got more opportunities. This 3-car tussle here could be going all the way to checker flag. Charlie Todd in the white number 21 machine under threat from 4 cars right behind him, because he now has George Grant, Scott Wright, Kamal Kelsey, and a charging Jim Barrett as well. And if Barrett can play his cards right here, you're not sure he'll be able to pick off all 3 cars in front. But if these 3 pro cars do actually manage to pick off Charlie Todd somehow, Charlie could be under threat for his second place in Class 2. Here comes George then, running currently in 6th position in class, but he's under threat from both Scott Wright and Kamal Kelsey, who were rivals previously at one point in the club class at one point. But out of the hairpins for the final cut for the final time, and Jack Harding, who managed to put on a fantastic masterclass in passing in the wet to beat Aidan Hills at Brands Hatch, is going to win in mixed conditions once again for the 2nd time this season. Hand out of the cockpit, and no wonder, a brilliant victory for Jack Harding. He wins race 1 of the weekend for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Will Blackwell Chambers will have to settle for 2nd, but he does hold on for just a 2nd behind in P2. And 3rd will go to Thomas Langford, another pro podium for him in his first Super Cup season. For 4th place overall and another dominant club class victory, it's the white and pink of Sam Middleton. He crosses the line in excellent P4 overall. Ollie Hall will have to settle for 4th in class, and then it'll be in 5th position in class and 6th overall as to Dendy. And right towards the end, Charlie Todd is sideways trying to hold off the 3 cars behind him, but he gets enough power and traction off the final hairpin to power it to a line that's a sprint towards the flag, and it'll be Charlie Todd 7th, George Grant 8th, Wright 9th, Barrett 10th, but Charlie Todd gets a penalty. So a penalty right at the end of the race there. It is a 5-second penalty. It must be for track limits. And Scott Wright gets a penalty for track limits, I think, too. Yes, 5 seconds. So in actual fact, it's Jim Barrett that gets 2nd place on the club class podium. And Charlie Todd is off the podium entirely in club because he's also lost out to Max Brown. So the 5 seconds drops him from what would have been 2nd on the club podium down to 4th. So a real change around there between the club podium. And I did say anything could happen, and if anything happens to Charlie, it could certainly change his fortunes in the end. And it certainly has. So Jack Harding then, his 2nd win of the season. Of course, so you're doing a part season, so you won't be troubling the championship leaders. What that does mean, though, is that Will Blackwell Chambers has taken a good few points again out of Ollie Hall to try and keep on clawing his way back up the table. Currently 3rd at the moment before any drop scores come into consideration. And also, he beats Alistair Dendy as well, too, so that will certainly help him in scoring. And the fact that Thomas Langford was between Blackwell Chambers and those 2 drivers currently in 1st and 2nd in points in Pro will certainly mean he gains even more. And if he can do that again 2 more times tomorrow for the 2nd and 3rd races, it will help him no end. So results then for race 1 of the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup, and a win for Jack Harding, only a second ahead of the man with the fastest lap of the race, Paul Blackwell Chambers. Tom Langford third, Sam Middleton takes a dominant club class victory in fourth, but it's Ollie Hall as the Dendy. George Grant in the end gets 7th after the penalties, but it's Jim Barrett 8th and 2nd in class. In club, then Kamal Kelsey, and Max Brownlee gets promoted to 10th after Charlie Todd got a late penalty for track limits and demoted him by 5 seconds. Then it's Scott Wright, who was also penalised in 12th. Steve Kite takes 13th. Then Clive Powles. Graham Rumsey on his Super Cup debut takes 14th. Then Paul Hennin, Christopher Ginn, Alex Jones and Graham Winston round out the 19 runners who all started and all came home again, which is good to see. No retirements. Every single starter finished here today. So into pit lane come our winners, and they'll be greeted by Alex Goldschmidt at the end of the pit lane by the 1, 2, 3 boards. But there's only one board that Jack Harding's going for, and it is board number 1. Up he pulls. There's Blackwell Chambers to the left of him, and Thomas Langford again. Crucial points for both Blackwell Chambers and for Langford on that side. And of course now we wait to find our club class top 3, which I think will have certainly changed a little bit, because Charlie Todd will be expecting to be pulled up in second. He's going to get a rude awakening, I think, because unfortunately he's about to be told, unfortunately, you got a 5-second point, 5-second penalty, my friend, and that's not going to please him at all, I'm afraid. But unfortunately, that is the way things go. So for the conversation between Harding and Blackwell Chambers. And as they park up in pit lane, they'll be greeted in a moment's time by our roving reporter Alex Goldschmidt, who's down at the top of the pit lane to have a chat to our top 3s in pro and club class, and he'll be having a chat with them any moment now.
Right, Jack Harding.
Hello.
How are you? It's been a long while, isn't it?
It has. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Very good. Not better, and I've got a win.
Brilliant. Right. Well, you had to fight Will Blackwell Chambers for that one, didn't you?
Yeah, he was really quick out the back through the fast stuff, and I noticed on the early laps he'd get on me, and I knew if I could try and break the toe, it's about a secondish, you can get about a second lead, I might be alright, but when the slipstream's quite strong around here, even when it was damp at the start, but yeah, you're the guinea pig, aren't you? So he just follows where I brake, follows where I turn and stuff like that, so I'm the one who's judging how dry it is, but all went to plan. Fantastic, honestly, I couldn't have asked for anything better, so honestly, the lads at AK Motorsport have been helping me on the filming setup, as well as Hall Sport have been helping me massively with the mechanical side of the car. But honestly, I've got my sponsor Robert here today, Autovox, Gazebo Foods, Vehicle Wraps Yorkshire, Wakefield Bodyworks and Stitch and Print, and JMH Wheels. So honestly, thank you to all them, otherwise I wouldn't even be here, because I'm funded purely by sponsors.
Yeah. Now, I want to ask you one quick question here, Jack. You've got Pauline and Robert Redford 2025 on the centre of the bonnet, on the hood scoop there. What does that signify? Is that one of the set of people that have backed you?
Yeah, so Robert is a really lovely man who he's come to watch me today, and I met him in hospital of all places, and he's been a really big support of my racing and putting money behind me to get me on track, and I had an engine issue last year and helped me with that as well, so honestly I couldn't thank him anymore, and it's really glad that he's here today and I've got a win for him. So
brilliant, well done for race 1, good luck for race 2.
Thank you very much, mate.
Right, let's see if we can grab Will Blackwell Chambers. There he is. Will, can we have a quick chat? Yes, over here, good sir. Right. Well, run by Rob Boston Racing, no doubt as well. That was a bit of a chess game between you and Jack on that race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we had a bit of early pace when it was wet. I was able to keep up with him, but obviously with the dry line and the wet line, there wasn't really many places I could put it. I had one go. Jack covered very well. As it started to dry out, we generally lost pace, to be honest. We seemed to be quick through the tight stuff and, well, quick into tight stuff, very slow out of it. So either I'm driving it poorly, highly probable, or there's a little bit of work we need to do on the car. Not really getting the release I want.
But obviously with the mixed conditions that everyone's been having to deal with here at Donington Park, it's not been easy.
Well, we're all sat there jumping around praying for rain. We've got wet tyres on these cars, and it never turned up, so we all went out on slicks, and of course you're sat there on the grid and it starts hammering it down. So lap 1 was an adventure, to say the least, but no, it got better and better as the race went on. Again, as always, fantastic car by Rob Boston Racing, and I couldn't be here without the support of Clapham North, so another good race.
Thoughts ahead of race 2?
Well, I think it's drying tomorrow, so we'll do some setup changes and hopefully come back stronger.
Brilliant. Thanks for your time, Will. Well done today.
Cheers.
Right, let's see if we can grab, there we go, photo opportunity. Let's see if we can have a chat with Tom Langford. Right, Tom, over this way. Right, third place finish, so congratulations on a podium in the pro class. Just having a chat with Will that it was an adventure into the unknown going into lap one when, you know, it's nice and dry. Then those grey clouds menaced over the start-finish race, and everyone was like thinking, oh dear. Well, words to that vernacular, of course.
Oh dear is very right. It was a bit of an adventure on those first few laps when it started raining. These semi-slicks are not built for that. So it was an adventure. I got boxed in, rammed into the first corner, and I struggled to get past Ollie. He was very defensive through the first half of that. I think I could have hung with Jack and Will if I'd got past them quick enough, but we'll never know. We'll have to wait till the next one. I do want to thank my sponsors, Next Wave Safety, my follow from Germany, and Caesars Auto Electrical, and AV Motorsport, who prepare the car.
Brilliant, Tom. Good luck for race 2 tomorrow. Well, time for more racing here at Donington Park. Let's head back to Scott in the commentary box.
Alex, to hear from our top 3 overall in Pro Class of the MX5 Super Cup. We now move swiftly on to our next race of the day. It's our first rolling start of the day, which is the the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint, which is a new series for 2025, and that is for bigger and faster machines out there in motorsport. So good to see a mixture of cars. And Luke Woodhouse, who's got a very rapid VW Golf GTI Club Sport, starts this race from pole position with Jazz Sapra, who's ever a present racer in club racing. He's in his BMW F80 that raced at Silverstone. Klaas Koijke and John Cockton, the 2 more BMWs come next, and David Lawrence's Seat Leon Cupra and Lee Collins' Caterham. And then following the 4th row of the grid is where we find the Tommy Grout's BMW E46 and Peter Mulsdale in his BMW M2. Matthias Radstock and Jake Spencer come next in their Lotus Elise and Ariel Atom Cup. Dave Tyson in his Renault Clio Cup cars next to Paul Herndon and the Mazda RX-8. And 2 more BMW M3s make up the back of the grid, Anthony Unit and Oliver Faller. And that mix as well. We've also got as well a couple of the cars that also compete some laps in qualifying too. They compete at least 3 laps as well. But 14 car sets to hit the starts. This is a brand new series, which is more for high performance, faster machinery that are out there that need a place to race. 6 classes with a top class has a no cap on it, basically. It's over 350 brake horsepower per tonne. Basically, anything that's a proper GT race car, a high-performance saloon or sports car or hot hatch or anything of that ilk can come and race in this championship. Shorter sports prototypes, as long as it fits in the class structure, just about anything can come and race in this championship. No, obviously, no single seaters either, but it has to be obviously a closed-wheel car, effectively. But some great machines in this mix. You've got lots of good BMWs in here, but I'd watch out for Luke Woodhouse. That Golf GTI Club Sport is absolutely rapid. It was fast at Silverstone. It was fast again also at the last round at Alton Park back in April. And I suspect we're going to possibly see him battling against some very fast BMWs trying to compete for overall victory. So the Hyundai safety car lights off. Cars in 2x2 formation. And we're getting set for 20 minutes of the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint Series. Volkswagen Golf and BMW M3 on the front row of the grid. Watch for an explosion of power and noise as the lights go out. And the first Pro Sport Sprint Series race is underway. It's a level drag race down towards Redgate Corner. And Woodhouse pulls in front under brakes in that Area Motorsport built VW Golf GTI Club Sport. Turns his way through Redgate for the first time and has a clear lead of a couple of car lengths over this pack of BMWs as they charge their way down through Hollywood and now to the Crane of Curves. And on the drier line you can see Woodhouse trying to get away here. And remember, this is a front-wheel drive GTI Club Sport car. I think it's an X-Time Attack car, so no wonder it's pretty quick on over a single lap and in the corners. And lots of cars with plenty of aero in this series, as you can see. Lots of very fast BMWs. Jazz Sapra in 2nd place. Klaas Koijke holding on to 3rd. Cockerton 4th. Then you've got David Lawrence in that kind of TCR-esque looking Seat Leon Cupra. It's definitely a production car that's been turned into a race car, I can assure you that. Well, the TCR cars are welcome. There is a sub-license that is held by Brscc to allow Gen 1 touring cars. We did have one with Simon Major in the car back at Silverstone. Way down the back straight towards the S's. And a good bunch of cars battling away. See a little diminutive Caterham 3-turn R of Lee Collins, who's also competing this weekend in Supersport Endurance. And, oh, one car we've lost already. That's Matthias Radstock in the Lotus Elise, who has pulled up before Redgate Corner on the grass. So something obviously has gone wrong or broken just at the start of the race. So sadly, the red and white's kind of gold leaf-esque livery-inspired Lotus in trouble. And he's going to have to try and find some more pace to find some time to get that car fixed, at least for race 2 later on. And of course, that car's going to be competing in Supersport Endurance tomorrow too, as are a couple of cars who are kind of dovetailing their Supersport commitments tomorrow with some Pro Sport action today. Radstock's Lotus gets pushed away, so his car is out of the race already, sadly. End of lap 1, and Luke Woodhouse leads the way by 1.1 seconds out in front for Jazz Sapra's BMW in second place. And it's two more, well, it was two more E46 BMWs together, Coxon and Koika, but it's now splitting them. David Lawrence's Seat Leon Cupra. So it's now BMW, Cupra, BMW through the old hairpin. Sixth in the background there is Peter Mulsdale, his BMW M2. That's another car that will be out tomorrow in the 2-hour Supersport Endurance race. And then the rest of the order, Tommy Grout in his number 129 E46 BMW. The Lee Collins Caterham 8th, Oliver Fowler up to 9th, and Anthony Unit in P10. As they make their way up towards McLean's and Coppice for the second time. And it looks as though that's quite a close contest between these sort of 6 cars in between each other. The majority of them, of course, BMWs, but you can see a nice mix of machines in there too. We were also used to have the Ariel Atom out on the... but we do have it there. It's Jake Spencer. He's back in 12th. I wonder where it was, but it's further back in the order. As Luke Woodhouse turns his way through with Jazz Sapra on his tail, the fight here really is for third place between Koika, Cockerton and Lawrence. And there goes the Seat going back up the inside of, I think that's Cockerton in car number 10. Now you've got a drag race up the hill towards the Goddard's hairpin. It's going to be Cockerton on the inside in the silver BMW E46. I think it's an M3. And then set in the 56 car of David Lawrence. Trying to get past him there too. Woodhouse sets the first proper flying lap of the race. That's 140.462. But this freeway scrap here, Alex, going back and forth between these two BMWs and the Seat, and the two rear-wheel drive cars are having to really work hard to get rid of this front-wheel drive Seat. It's pretty rapid underneath its wheels.
Yeah, it's one of the good things about the Seat Leon. Always a very, very competent, very compliant front-engine, front-wheel drive car. But when you've got the might of Munich surrounding you, front and rear, then you're between a bit of a rock and a hard place. But you know, there's still plenty of this race to go. I mean, I had a chat with Jazz Sapra a little bit earlier on, that wonderful F80 M3, around about the time when BMW decided to call the M3 Coupe the M4. It's just wonderful to hear. Like, I could hear the backfiring of Woodhouse's VW Golf GTI Club Sport as it came across the stripe, like lifting off unburnt fuel in the exhaust, like pop and bang, and it's like thunderous. Like, it's like someone's letting off a 12-ball shotgun in a confined space. But you're seeing the two BMW E46s. Oh, lock up there. That was by Cockerton in the number 10 car, as Lawrence, I think, managed to get through going into the Fogarty S's. And he is ahead. Where's the Cupra? Swarming all over the back end. But just behind, lock up again from Cockerton in the number 10 BMW E46. That's Fowler in the 81 E46 M3 that is unfortunately in the pit lane at the moment. Haven't seen the bonnet being raised on that particular car, but that could be a race ender for that one. But we have this battle here, Koika versus Cockerton. Well, not Cockerton, is Cockerton there. Battling for P3, P2 if you want to throw the BMW classification into there, but two very different classes. Koika running in the A class, Cockerton running in B. Mulsdale in the BMW M2 a little bit further back, started down in 8th and now is running a genuine P5 on pace. So it just goes to show that not just the M3s can be just as racy in the brand with the propeller.
So, class leaders at this point in time, just checking with them. It's Woodhouse who leads the way overall, but also in Class C. There's, even though Koika is having a grand battle with the two Class B BMWs, he leads Class A. But quite, he's actually, I think he's the only car in Class A, I think, in this particular race at the moment. So he's possibly on, if he keeps it clean, he'll be on course for himself for a win. There he is in the bright blue BMW, and leaving Cockington to deal with a rapid M2 with Millsdale at the wheel. The M2 has got some legs on it down the back straight and some brakes too, up the inside into the left to right. S is going onto the GP loop, and a position gained. I have to say, Woodhouse's car is formidable itself, but at the same time, Sapra's not allowing it to get away. It's certainly got plenty of straight line speed, but I think the Woodhouse's car possibly has a little bit more edge in the corners. Having said that, and me believing it's an ex-time attack car, I'm sure it is. It's no wonder in that case why it's so quick in a straight line. In fact, actually, you can see here, maybe it's the other way around. The Lawrence car, the Luke Woodhouse car, has got lots of speed in a straight line, but I just think maybe the slightly more sophisticated chassis of the M4 or the M3 is F80 M3 is what's helping him get round the corners much better and keep close with him. The gap is 1.7 seconds still, and they've both practically set the same lap time, 1 minute 40.7, difference of about 0.03 of a second between them, so very evenly matched. Klaus Koike leads Class A, Cockerson now leads Class B, but he's now lost out a place to, no, it's Millsdale in fact now, because Millsdale's taken the Class B lead in the number 4 BMW M2. Lee Collins leads Class D in the Caterham, and it is Class F lead for Dave Tyson in the Renault Clio Cup car, as David Lawrence, who was in that battle going on early in the race between Millsdale and Koike and himself, and sadly heads at the pits, another car hitting problems early on in this race.
Yeah, I mean, the M2 that we're seeing on screen at the moment with regards to, well, seeing with Peter Millsdale, that looks to be the F87 generation, which was when the M2 was actually first released back in 2016, just judging by the air vents you see actually underneath the front headlights. But it's really starting to pull away now from John Cockerton. I mean, obviously it's a 3-litre turbocharged inline 6-cylinder engine underneath the bonnet of that M2, so it's pushing a lot of horsepower, and you can really refine and through mapping, through strengthened components. But a big moment there. That is Anthony Unit's car, I believe, that has got off the circuit. Heavy front end damage. Bonnet has flown off, bumpers over to the right-hand side of the vehicle. The front end is an absolute write-off.
And I hope the first concern, of course, is that Anthony's okay in that number 29 BMW. Pretty heavy impact, it seems, by the look of it. Yeah, he's putting his thumbs up there. You can see out of the little side panel in the window to show that he's okay. That's the key sign that he's all right.
Yeah.
And obviously that car's taken a very hefty whack into the barrier. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if we go safety car, because, of course, that car's going to have to be recovered some way, somehow. It's midway between McLean's and Coppice, but it looks like, having not seen how the accident started, of course, difficult to tell whether he's lost it himself or whether he had help. Or the phrase I like to use, did he jump or was he pushed? Did he do it by himself or was he helped around? Obviously, we're not clerks of the course, we can't speculate, but there's an imminent feeling, I feel, that we're going to go safety car very soon, because the camera's focusing on it, expecting the safety car lights to go on. So we wait with anticipation. Nothing yet. There will be yellows waved at that part of the circuit, which means there's no overtaking, and can't be going quickly either through that section too much when there's waved yellows.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I mean, it looked like, I think he did not have any assistance, might have gone off by himself, and that can sometimes happen. I mean, going through McLean's into Coppice, if you run wide at McLean's, then you are going to be on that very, very slick and wet grass, and that is going to literally throw the car into the barrier, and you are a passenger. And the main thing is, it was great to see. I mean, that is going to need a big front end rebuild. I think probably the way that the crash bar's been pushed in, the air intake, that could possibly be new engine for that car as well, with the significant impacts. It's pushed the, it's deteriorated the crash bar to a point where you cannot reuse it. So I think that's going to be a big rebuild on the front end for the number 29 there. That's a real shame, but as you rightly said, I'm so glad that Anthony Unit gave the thumbs up to the marshal, said, I'm okay, all's good from my side. So it is just a bit unfortunate. I would imagine there'll probably be double waved yellows there, just to be on the safer side of things.
That at least, for sure. And that's not great. And that, unfortunately, as well, I hate to be the bearer of any further bad news for Anthony, and might well possibly put the kibosh on his appearance in tomorrow's Supersport Endurance race as well, because I believe that's the same car they're running in the championships, and there are a couple of drivers who are dovetailing doing Supersport tomorrow with Pro Sport Sprint today, and I think that might potentially be the case that's going to be the case. Seeing that Andrew Payne on the right-hand side is having a chat to the safety car drivers. No word yet, as far as I can see, still not on our timing screens there's been any call about a safety car at all. Race continuing on under greens, so we'll just see how the rest of this race progresses. There's Dave Tyson in the race car experiences Renault Clio. And that is Matthias Radstock in the ES Motorsport entered Lotus Elite, another car that will compete tomorrow, all being well in Supersport Endurance. Good to see a couple of teams and drivers doubling up this weekend, getting more for their racing. There's David Lawrence in his car with the bonnet up, so that car sadly I think is going at least no further anytime soon as they get out there for a couple of laps towards the end of the race with 8 minutes left to go. But Woodhouse has a commanding 2.7 second lead and looks at the moment so he's keeping Sapra pretty comfortably at bay as he's pulled a bit more of a gap and looking pretty spot on at the moment.
Yeah, coming back to what you were saying about Anthony Unit, due to start alongside John Stack in tomorrow's PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup 2-hour race under the number 9 in the Pro A class. So yeah, I think you might be very well right there that car will be boxed up and trailered away. That's a real shame, but it's just part and parcel of it. But I cannot get over how at the moment now that Luke Woodhouse in the VW Golf GTI Club Sport is now starting to pull away ahead of Jas Sapra in the BMW F80 M3. There is the Caterham 310R. Lovely to see one of those. I haven't seen one of those on a racetrack in a while. The 82 of Lee Collins, currently running P7 overall, and the only driver in the D class, the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint Series. But we've got all, I mean, like literally when I saw the entry list, Caterham, Renault, Ariel, and there's the 56 car of David Lawrence, the Leon Cupra. Well, that is it. He's taken the hands device off, he's taken off the race helmet, the bonnet's up, and that is game over for the number 56.
I wonder maybe if that car is because it's. I don't want to speculate too much, but I wonder if it's because it's far enough off the road on the grass. They're not, and it's in a place where they're not going too high speed, but they're still like accelerating rather than going at fast speed. Whether or not they're comfortable, the race directors are comfortable leaving that car where it is, and maybe just covering it with yellows to make sure that no one's going too quickly through that section. Still, there's plenty of room in that sense.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. It's, you know, if it was really, really close to the racing line or to the outside, just on the outskirts of the track limits there, Scott, I would really agree with you there. I think it was halfway between the two, you know, so it could have been 50-50, but the race director has to make that ultimate call of, okay, is there not going to be anything else where we might see someone go off and then end up in that same vicinity? But at the moment, the way things are going, the drivers have that presence of mind. They will see that car going around every single lap they go round through McLaren and Coppice. They'll go, okay, right, got to be very, very careful. I don't want to put this car anywhere near where that BMW is at the moment, because if that happens, straight away, you could say, okay, now we need a safety car. But heaven forbid, of course, Anthony Unit will have gotten out of the car under his own power and gotten behind the safety and the sanctuary of the tyre barriers at a marshal's post.
There's a reason why we're not race directors, so it's kind of we've left it to you know more about
exactly
decisions and what to do. So it's ultimately the race director feels the car is in a safe enough position to at least cover it with yellows by the looks of it, and to continue on for the rest of the race, which is still being led by this man, Luke Woodhouse, in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. This is becoming one of the star cars of the series. This car, I remember seeing it for the first time at Silverstone back in March when the series debuted, and just being bewildered by how fast this car really was. It was up against other cars in the field that were that quick, and there was BMWs and TCR touring cars and everything else in the field, and just seeing how quick it was just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, so with just coming up to 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, as you were saying, Luke Woodhouse leading. I mean, he's now got a 4.1 second lead over Jas Sapra. Then we've got Koika and Moulsdale and Cockerton rounding out the top 5, with Grout and Collins and Tyson and Spencer, with Herndon rounding out the 10 that are still running on the circuit. Of course, we've lost the 122 of Raidstock, the 81 of Fowler, Lawrence in the 56, and of course Anthony Unit in the number 29 BMW that is still, you know, I think they may just decide, yeah, okay, we're going to leave it there. We'll get the pickup done after the race. So hopefully it will be cleared by the time we have the next race going ahead, which will be the Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship for their first race of the weekend. So, yeah, I think it's just about getting the cars home, and they've still got another race to go. That will be the last race to close out today's action here, Scott.
Next time I speak, I should turn my microphone on, because I remember if you heard me very faintly, it's because I was an idiot. We don't normally have it with our Digitex broadcast, where there is a switch to mute the microphone. I forgot to switch mine back on. So if you had a couple of times where you heard me talk, it's basically coming through Alex's mic rather than mine. I apologise because I'm an idiot. What I was saying was that, first of all, we're not clerks of the course, so
exactly.
us the case, it's speculating what the clerk of the course will do is pretty foolish on that side. The second thing I was saying is that Luke Woodhouse's car's become an absolute star of the series. I remember seeing it for the first time at Silverstone. It was just bewildered by how fast it really was, going up against what perceptive was much bigger and faster and more powerful machinery. But that Volkswagen Golf GTI ClubSport car, which has been, I think, also an ex-time attack car, I'm sure it has been, is no wonder it's showing how quick it really is. There's Klaus Kuiper, who is the Class A leader, currently third overall at the moment, and is currently almost 5 seconds off the second place car of Jasper Sapra. Still class leads for Peter Mulsdale in 4th place in the M2. Still Lee Collins leading in 7th place overall in the Caterham 310R. And still Dave Tyson, who is leading Class F in the Renault Clio Cup car. This is a battle for position, because Tommy Grant has been caught by Liam Collins, these two together. And the big beefy BMW against the small little diminutive Caterham, two very different cars you couldn't hope to meet or see on track together. But they are certainly giving quite a good show here as they disappear off out of our sight towards Coppers. As for our race leader, heading his way out of the hairpin for the second to last time, he'll get the signal for the last lap. And so it'll be another roughly, about 1 minute 40, 1:42 or so to go around the circuit before he takes what's set to be a certain race victory in the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint. Another example of some bigger, faster cars that get the chance to come and race on these 20-minute sprint races. Good to see the field in the mix. And I'm going to disappear down to go and catch the drivers, catch our class winners at the end of this one before we get MX5 action underway again with the Kent Models Mazda MX5s. But Luke Woodhouse looks as though he is on his way to taking another victory in Pro Sport Sprint Series as he rounds the final lap of this first race of the day at Donington Park.
So, Jas Sapra in the F80 BMW M3 makes his way up the hill through Schwantz Curve and then into McLaren. And then we've got the Aerial Atom piloted by Jake Spencer. That's the Maverick rocked liveried, backed car. And we are seeing the blue flags being shown to the number 14. That is Dave Tyson in the leading F-Class Renault Clio as the Varnsteiner liveried BMW that is being pressurised by the Caterham 310R. That is Tommy Grant versus Lee Collins. There is the number 10 of John Cockerton, who is rounding out the top 5 as we hit 0 on the timing screens here at Donington Park GP for the first race out of the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint Series. And here today, it's Luke Woodhouse that takes the overall victory in the VW Golf GTI ClubSport ahead of Jav Sapra in the F80 BMW M3. Klaus Kuiper in the E46 BMW 3 Series Coupe rounds out the top 3. So Woodhouse and Sapra finishing 1-2 in the C-Class. Kuiper taking the A-Class victory. And it's going to be a win in Class B for the BMW M2, the number 4 of Peter Mulsdale, who crosses the line in 4th overall. And then it's going to be John Cockerton in the number 10 coming across the line to round out the top 5. And it's going to be a drag race to the line. BMW pips Caterham. Tommy Grant finishes ahead of Lee Collins, and they were separated by just under half a second. And then it's going to be Dave Tyson and Jake Spencer coming across the line to finish 8th and 9th respectively, as rain is starting to fall again on the start-finish straight here at Donington Park. We're just waiting for Paul Herndon in the number 78 Mazda RX-8 to come through, just about to head through the Fogarty S's as we speak. But it is going to be a race win for Luke Woodhouse in the number 47 VW Golf GTI ClubSport. I think that might be a Gen 8 or 8.5 based on the light bar that interjects over the VW logo between the respective headlights on that wonderfully sounding machine. The formidable 2-litre inline 4-cylinder turbocharged EA 888. It's been a part of the Golf GTI's lineage for many a year. And, well, last but by certainly no means least, Paul Herndon crosses the line as our top two make their way down into pit lane. It's going to be Luke Woodhouse that is going to be at the top of the top of the finishing order after 12 laps of this just shy of 2.5 mile circuit here at Donington Park. Luke Woodhouse. So Luke Woodhouse takes the win, and also with it takes the fastest lap, finishing nearly 6 seconds ahead of Jazz Sapra. Klaas Koiker takes the win in the A-Class third overall, with Peter Mulsdale winning Class B just ahead of John Cockerton. Tommy Grout, Lee Collins, Dave Tyson, Jake Spencer and Paul Herndon round out the only finishers. Unfortunately, big incident there for Anthony Unit in the number 29 BMW E46 M3. Then dramas also hit David Lawrence in the Seat Leon Cupra. And then Oliver Fowler out on lap 2. And then Matthias Redestock in the 122 Lotus Elise, not making it past the opening lap of this 12-lap adventure. So you can see the hoods up are off on jackets.
Silver goes through.
So without further ado, let's head down to Scott Woodwiss in a very, very wet pit lane at the moment. Over to you, Scott.
So, Pro Sport Sprint Series race number 1 complete. We're just pulling in all of our class winners at the end, and we'll be able to have a chat to one or two of them quickly. We'll do it briefly. I think there might be a tiny bit of recovery after Anthony Unit's BMW went off, so we'll have a chance to have a chat to all of our different class winners. Let's see if we can possibly get a word first of all with Luke Woodhouse. We can bring him over. Luke, if we can have a chat with him. Luke, we can get you over for a quick second. Well, another strong race in the Golf. I've said it since I first saw it. This thing's almost a bit deceptive. It looks a bit quicker than it actually. It's quicker than almost like it looks.
Yeah, it is an understated car. Like you see, BMW's with massive power, and you think, oh, it's just a Golf, But really happy with it. It performs really well. Performs exactly how I want it to. It's perfect. Yeah.
Managed to get the race done just in time before the rain fell.
Yeah, well, exactly that. I mean, I was on semi-slicks, obviously Beamer there on slicks. A few other people mixing up the tyre choice, but it seemed like the right call. I mean, like this could have happened 5 minutes earlier, and you would have lost so much time on slicks. Yeah. It's just one of those. It's a good judgment call at the end of the day. So.
Yeah. He has kept you honest as well.
Yeah, it was. I think for the first 10 minutes, we was like 2 seconds, and it definitely kept me pushing on. Yeah. Definitely.
Good effort. For what good effort. We'll see if we race to you later on.
Thanks.
I'm going to take a very quick picture of the socials because I'm kind of doing double duty today, so give me just a second whilst I'm trying to get some focus and take pictures. But good to see some variety in this paddock. Of course, we've got 2 BMWs, a Caterham, a Golf and a Clio. See if we can have a chat with Klaas Koiker. Where's Klaas Koiker got to? I think he's just about over here, so follow me for a second and Klaas will be over here for a second. Klaas, congratulations. Class win for you. Fine looking BMW and a good fight in the early stages for a track position.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult at the start, just trying to find the grip, but once we got it, we managed to sort of separate a bit and try to catch leaders, but didn't quite work out.
Yeah. It's still a trouble-free run and a good class winning. Looks like you seem to enjoy yourself out there in this race.
Yeah, it's always good just getting out on track, especially driving this. Just puts a smile on your face as you go around.
Yeah. Thankful the rain's coming now and not 5 minutes ago.
Very thankful. Otherwise, we may may not have been as quick, but yeah, it's not a bad end.
Well done. Congratulations. Good effort. A very quick set of a picture of our other classmen on top of that too. Let's have a chat with Lee Collins. Busy boy, as many are for this one. We've got a few drivers doing Super Sport, but nice run out again for catering. Bit of practice for tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was a good race. It's just down the straights. Power deficit, can catch you up in the corners, but if this had started raining maybe a lap or two earlier, maybe I could have got past one or two, but yeah, no, it was good fun, and yeah, good practice for the long one tomorrow.
There's a real David versus Goliath out there, the Caterham versus the smaller cars in the mix as well, but it must be quite fun to be able to put on some literal giant killing performances. You're one of the smallest cars out there, and you can run rings around some of the bigger, clumsier cars out there.
Yeah, exactly, no, it's good fun. It's a good challenge, and yeah, more tomorrow.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done.
Cheers.
Fingers crossed for racing that one side of things. Have a quick chat with Peter Mulsdale, who's in the BMW M2 again. Like we said with Lee, nice bit of run out for tomorrow, I suppose.
Yeah, it was good. It's actually the first ever race for this car. So we built it over the winter spring, and we were testing it here Friday, and we thought we'd have a run out today. See how we got on, so it's good. Very happy with it.
Yeah, and again, like many, I'm sure you're welcome that the rain's coming now and not 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I was going down the straight with my fingers crossed, hoping it was going to stay dry, and literally halfway around the last lap, I think I saw some spits on the windscreen, so I just want it to be either wet or dry, you know, it's this horrible greasy thing that doesn't work, but yeah, really happy with that, really happy.
Well, there you go and get dry. Well done. Thanks. Congratulations. Very quickly, Dave Tyson with a class victory as well. Dave, nice effort with the Clio, class win. You'll take that, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was all right. Better than this morning, the weather, obviously, but yeah, it was good. Yeah, the car was mint, so can't complain.
And nice to get amongst there. Lots of different variety in this series. Lots of different cars in the mix. Big, fast, small, sort of slightly slower ones, but good mix of some proper racing and fast machinery to come and have a play in a race that's a bit more affordable and more accessible.
Yeah, so yeah. I mean, I was meant to be in my Peugeot 3-hour Racing Cup. Had a bit of an issue with it yesterday, so Jared's racing this in race 2. So yeah, so we were going to do both with both cars, which had been a bit more interesting. But yeah, it's been a good day. Weather's held up for that race by 1 lap, so that was all right. But yeah, no, it's nice, simple racing amongst people who want to do it properly. Yeah. So I can't complain with that.
Great job. Well done. Cheers, buddy. Go on the next two and see how Jared gets on tomorrow. Well done. So, as the rain's now starting to fall, we're going on to our next race, the first of the weekend for the Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship. Now, those who know the championship know that in the AB Motorsport camp, there's such a thing as an AB Motorsport wet setup. Now, I wonder if the assembly area, if it's been raining out there, I wonder if Ali Bray and go before he get onto that car, because if they have, he might just fly and he might go for 10 in a row. Can he do it, or can someone finally break the win streak? Let's throw back up to Alex Goldschmidt, who can take you through the grid and find out if he can keep up his act and make it 10 from 10.
Thank you very much, Scott, as we are primed and ready for our first race of the Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship. We do have a grid 27 drivers taking part in this first race, which will be over a duration of 20 minutes. Steve Foden put it on pole position ahead of Adam Craig, Ali Bray and Connor Clifford, row 2. Michael Green, Steve Bartlett, row 3. Neil Chisnell and Harry Storer ran out row 4. Adam Sparrow had a drive shaft issue during qualifying, so the number 19, who's currently 3rd in standings at the moment, 5th in the standings at the moment, rounds out 9th ahead of Tim Dorr. Richard Woodson and Thomas Walker round out the top 12 ahead of Paul Tucker, Andrei Abulev, Donovan Dyer, Tim Storer, James Seal, Clive Chisnell, Martin Tolley, Simon Privet. Then we've got Matthew McLucky, Pete Smith, Chris Thelwell, Ossie McLean, Matthew Tiller, Richard Bartlett, and Dennis Pilmonkin rounding out the 27-strong grid. Number 23 got 4 lap times. Martin Tolley got 4 lap times disallowed by exceeding track limits. As Scott said, the rain has started to come back here at Donington Park Grand Prix circuit for continuing live coverage of this Brscc Nankang Tyre summer race meeting here at Donington Park. 13.3 degrees Celsius, and you can see very, very cloudy. Dark clouds again of a grey nature covering the start-finish straight, and this is where the drivers might find themselves in 7th heaven if they've got their setups right. But with 27 cars on the grid, it's going to be the run down to Redgate at turn number 1 that is going to make all the difference. And of course, these drivers have got to have their eyeballs on stalks views in the mirrors all the time whilst they're battling with respective competitors in this particular championship. And more to the point, it is going to be an exciting one. These mixed conditions, once again, playing their hand into it. We are just waiting for a recovery to be completed. I would imagine that's probably for Anthony Unit's car that took that very hefty front end impact in the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint Series that just took place. But Steve Foden and Adam Craig will be on the front row. Leading Masters driver Tim Dorr will start 10th. Thomas Walker, the leading rookie, starts on 12th position. It will be a standing start here. So wipers are on the entirety of the 27-strong grid here at Donington Park. So the countdown continues here. Ahead of 20 minutes of racing, they will have their second race towards the end of tomorrow. And, well, they'll actually have 3 races in total. We're going to go on to the official formation lap. They'll have 1 race today, 1 race just before the lunch break tomorrow, and then their third 20-minute race will conclude their racing at around about 5:45 tomorrow afternoon local time here. So the drivers may get 2 formation laps in order to read the conditions, because the downpours, as we have seen, have gone from slight to significant within a matter of seconds. And as Scott rightly said earlier on, well, we don't know what the British weather will do at the best of times. Well, that's just standard here for this time of year, as we are now in the month of June. And this is going to be quite crucial now, how the drivers, they'll get an understanding real time now of how the car feels, whether it feels a little bit sketchy at the back end. They'll start maybe weaving a little bit from side to side, but not try and overcorrect any steering or go a bit too hard-nosed into turning in. They'll just want to make sure that they get enough of an understanding, and that will also help them with regards to the standing start here at Donington Park. It's never easy, especially when that rain, if it's consistent, the wipers are going all the time. You've got to be very, very careful. And of course, these cars being open roll cage as well, there is nothing to protect these drivers from the elements that are winging their way down from the skies above onto their general position within the cockpit. But the drivers now making their way through Coppice and into the Fogarty S's before we head down to Melbourne and then to Goddard's, the final 2 hairpins on the circuit that then completes nearly 2.5 miles. And again, another championship where we see quite a... I mean, I had a really good chat with James Seal earlier on. This is his first ever year of car racing, and he said, I've had an absolute blast so far. He's with Misty Racing, so quite a few names known within the MX5 sphere, if you will. These are all Mazda MX5 Mark 1s, like we do have in the Clubman Championship, but of course with the Gen 3s, the Mark 3s being the top tier in terms of the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup Championship. You will have 2 races tomorrow, but everyone's starting to line up onto position on the grid here at Donington Park, and it will be Steve Foden and Adam Craig that will line up in their grid positions. Scott, another 20 minutes of Mazda magic here at Donington awaits.
I think so, and it could be quite a magic race. The championship leader, Ali Bray, unbeaten so far this year, 9 wins out of 9, never been done before. And he was talking to me in the assembly area whilst waiting for the Super Cup race to go, because of course he's also the team boss of AV Motorsport. And he was saying to me that even though it's good to have the 9 out of 9, amazing enough, he's not really that fussed. He's just been doing it for the fun of it, and he's so grateful for the opportunity to be racing and to be so dominant. I've taken to nicknaming him Houdini, because every single time in the season, when he's almost been looked at a position where he might not be able to win the race and lose it, he always finds a way to get back to the front. He even took the lead, corners from the flag, at Brundle and Nelson in one of the races at Snetterton on the last lap of the race. He's absolutely opportunist, and of course as well in wet conditions there is such a thing apparently as an AB Motorsport wet setup. If he's got it fitted, he might well be in the prime seats here. So, front row of the grid, Steve Foden on pole, Adam Craig in an excellent second place. Let's see what awaits in the first Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship race here in the wet at Donington Park as the lights go out. They slither away from the grid. Not a great start for Adam Craig. He's bogged down and been swamped by the entire field. As Foden makes the charge down towards turn 1, Bray's already in second place and posturing around the rear end of Steve Foden's car, looking down the outside. As Adam Craig, he's dropped down to about 8th or 9th position. He's been absolutely hemorrhaging positions already. And into third place has come Connor Clifford in the white car, number 14. He's ahead of Stephen Bartlett in 4th position. One car off into the gravel in the background already as well. As they come cascading down through the Craner curves for the first time. It's Bray who leads then instantly in front. And we now have formidable that Bray and the AB Motorsport cars can be in the wet. So up to the front of the field he goes. Now, if he can stay here for the next 19 and in a bit minutes, he certainly can put himself into position to win race number 10 of the season in a row, unbeaten. But of course, with such a feisty pack behind, including Steve Foden, who was a former champion, and that's Adam Sparrow. Adam Sparrow out of it. So the double vice champion, problems to Adam. Now, you saw something go on, I think, at the start of fifth straight. Was that possible contact or a skirt?
Oh, around goes the 14.
It's Connor Clifford off the road as well. So 2 of the front runners off already in half a lap.
Well, the thing was, Adam Sparrow did not get off the line at all. He qualified P9. I did say about the fact he mentioned to me he had a drive shaft issue, was at the top of the timesheets, and now Connor Clifford becomes the latest casualty. So 2 out of 27. It's not gotten off to the best of starts for some drivers. I mean, Adam Sparrow coming into this round of the season, 5th, has had that win be elusive so far as there's a big old gaggle. 3 wide, nearly going to the Fogarty S's. The 71 of Pete Smith to the outside. But, yeah, dramas for Connor Clifford and Adam Sparrow. And that is a real shame for the pair of them.
I'll tell you what, one car that's further back than I expected to be, maybe because of the mixed conditions in qualifying, was Richard Wootton, who's been on the form of his life so far this year. Even for the first round, he was up in the lead group, and I even had to ask, how the hell did he do that? Because his pace previous prior to that was kind of around about, at best, kind of bottom end of the top 10 towards kind of mid-pack or so, but he's found something. And even speaking to Ali Bray, he said, look, he's all the same car, same driver, same mechanics. He just found something in the setup that's worked and clicked with him, and he's certainly working hard to make it happen. There's number 3 going through there, Richard Wootton. End of the first lap then. And Waddy Bray leads by a second from Foden in second place. Bartlett third. Chisnell now 4th. Harry Storer in 5th position. Dorr in 6th. And Adam Craig down to 7th after his front row start, but he's recovered a couple of places quite quickly. Thomas Walker is 8th. Michael Green is 9th. And Andrea Baluev, who's the head of the Masters category in 10th position. In last year's championship winning car, I'm certain, Thomas Langford's car, doing it justice in P10 at the moment. As for some of the other key players in the mix, we've got Richard Wootton down 11th place, Martin Tolley's 13th. James Sealy, you spoke about, is down in 15th position. And 16th, in fact, behind, I think, Pete Smith. And that's for Connor Clifford, who had that spin. He came across the line all the way back down in 25th position.
Also, some good moves up the order. I think the 23 Martin Tolley now up into 13th, closing in on the 68 of Paul Tucker. So that is a battle for position. They're about 0.3 of a second apart as the number 3 of Richard Wootton makes his way through McLaren, and now as they go up the hill once again, it's just nearly a little bit of a bumper rub between Matthew McLucky and James Seal, the 2 and the 55, both battling in the rookie trophy. So again, it's just a case of, I love how these cars are just so evenly matched. It's, you know, you get these people behind the wheel and they go, right, we're going to have some fun. We might scrape some paint, we might rub some door panels, but it is what it is. You can't deny about how great one make series championships can be, and this is proof in the pudding. When we got 3 Mazda MX5 championships on the same bill, I was like this. I was like, I'm happy.
I was mostly distracted by Tim Dawn and Adam Craig squeezing each other in towards the Melbourne hairpin. They got out of it away, and someone also went a little bit straight on and ran wide at the Melbourne hairpin too, further back. Stephen Bartlett's taking a much wider line, trying to find more grip out there. It's a slightly unusual top 10 because there's a few cars that are a bit out of position. Tim Dorr, though, I think he's proven the fact that the AB Motorsport cars do work in the wet. It's his first appearance of the season, if I'm correct. I think it is, anyway. And Tim Dorr already flying out there in 6th position, so he's by far and away, I think, the best of the Masters drivers out there. Little gaggle coming towards us here. This is Michael Green ahead of Richard Wood and Thomas Walker. Thomas has a podium to his name so far from Brands Hatch this season. He's going wheel to wheel with Richard Wootton, who he came into the weekend looking at the standings, coming into the weekend after Snetterton. Comes to the weekend 3rd in the points. His best result of the season has been a podium finish that he scored last time out at Snetterton. I think that might have been his first top 3 finish. So Richard Wootton, again, certainly coming alive and finding some great pace in the lead pack. Martin Tolley just sends it down the inside. Big drift on the exit over the curb. He skips over the gravel. Andrew Balliott looks at him and says, well, that was daft, wasn't it? Trying to go down the inside and make it past me. Thank you very much. Back past he goes.
Well, not at all surprised with the fact that he's got go for it on the side of his race car as well. So he probably decided to go for it in the meantime.
Yes.
And you know, yeah, you got to go for a gap. You've got to try and give it a shot. And you know, sometimes it doesn't pan out, as he found out just then. But at least the good thing was he wasn't too far into the kitty litter that it could have ended up being slightly stuck, let's say.
You were talking about the racing in that sense, in terms of how close it was, close quarters kind of battling. I think of an analogy I heard on a football advert once, which is simply, you kick me, I'll kick you, we're going to have a pint about it afterwards. That sort of thing. So you can go and scrap on the race and just have it out on the circuit and then talk about it later on. Richard Wootton goes diving down the inside of Thomas Walker into the S's to go onto the loop. As Ali Bray continues to lead, it's been some, 6 minutes in the race. Side by side in the background between that is Harry Storer and Neil Chisholm. I think Neil's had a new blue car this weekend. It's good to see him in the mix. And as they continue out of the hairpin now to complete another lap, Foden's giving chase, but he set the fast lap of the race last time by. But I have to ask the question, how does anyone beat Ali Bray at this point in time? Because he's still leading the race. He sets a new fastest lap of the race. He's quicker by 4/10. He's in conditions that quite favour him. So that's looking quite strong. But you just exclaimed at something quite unusual. What have you spotted?
He's just yeah, like you said, fastest lap of the race is 1.3 seconds up the road. All drama's there for the 71.
Pete Smith.
Oh, and that is coming out of Goddard's as well.
Yeah, Pete came into the weekend 9th in points, so he's obviously losing a little bit of time to get back up the order.
But it's just like you just go, really? It is the Ali Bray show at the moment. Like literally, to be that dominant.
It's almost like Steve Allen from Home Improvement.
Yeah.
So how's he doing that?
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway.
But it's at the moment. It's what can anybody else behind him do to try and get one up on him? Because the way things are going with Ali Bray, he's just running away with it at the moment, and everyone else is squabbling between themselves. But you know, Steve Foden's got the opportunity. I mean, he out-qualified Ali Bray, put it on pole for race 1. Ali Bray put it P3 behind Adam Craig, and now we see that Adam Craig is starting to have a little bit of a recovery drive. He's now up to 6 places. He's just got past Tim Dorr in the number 7 for 6th on the road. So it's always going to be that quandary that people will go like, what do we need to do to beat him? I don't know. You're going to need to ask the man himself, because he's probably not going to tell you anyway.
He won't give away many secrets.
Yes.
I think that's fair to say with Ali Bray as he continues on. Those secrets about the battle here, this is between Michael Green, Wootton, Walker, and also closing in now are Tolley and Andrea Baliev, who's not too far away either, and also Paul Tucker's not far away. Good to see Paul Tucker back in MX5 grid. Was there someone running wide there on the exit of the corner? I think it might be Steve Bartlett. Yes, it was. I saw a car exit stage left, and I wondered what was happening there. But Steve Bartlett, he's run wide a few times. Whether or not that's his that's his grip or something running out. What is running out possibly is grip and possible opportunities for Ali Bray to hold on to the lead, because Steve Foden has now got right onto the tail here. That gap is not a second anymore. Steve Foden in the tow, twitches out to the inside line, has a look in towards the right-hander, down towards the apex at Redgate corner, has the inside line for the corner, but Ali knows the outside line is quicker in the wet. They almost lean on each other out of the corner, and Ali Bray with better traction on that number 76 machine tries to put himself down Hollywood in front. Steve Foden is not when he quits, he's not when he gives up, and he's showing it here. They are almost kissing wing mirrors through the cascading crane occurs, but he's got the inside line and track position, sweeps back in front, under brakes to the old hairpin, and Steve Foden into the lead.
Yeah, that was really, really well done there by Steve Foden. Just kept it there. Just didn't want to give an inch and give Ali Bray a mile and scupper away into the distance, because, yeah, that gap was 2/10 across the line when they completed lap 4, as they're going to head into the top part of the circuit once again. So, and now Ali Bray looking up the inside. Foden giving him enough room and then cuts him off. There was a little bit of a slight kiss of bumpers, left front to right rear. Bray again this time trying to go through the double right-hander here at Coppice as they go down Starkey straight into towards the Fogarty S's. So that battle is really going to ramp up as we are nearly at half-time at the moment in this first of 3 races for the Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship, as Walker and Wootton going very much hammer and tongs. And then I think you've got one of the cars that I think that was off circuit a little bit earlier on. They are squabbling for position. It's too wide going into the Fogarty S's, and that's going to be the 23 of Tolley going around the outside. Might give him the inside line going into the Melbourne hairpin if he's made it through at the Fogarty S's. And whether that is the case, well, no, he didn't quite make it, but he's going to give it a go. He's going to try and dive to the inside here at the Melbourne hairpin and makes up a place.
Thought for a second further back that Tolley wasn't going to stop at the Melbourne loop, but he managed to get it anchored up pretty quickly as they come out of the hairpin. This is the fight for 3rd place. Now, in terms of people who've taken podiums, I think Neil Chisnell hasn't had a podium yet this season. Neither has Steve Bartlett. No, yes, he has. In fact, he took a 2nd place at Brands Hatch, but he wasn't present last time out at Snetterton as the wipers start to go 10 to the dozen. Is 20. There's car 20. That's Paul Tucker, isn't it? No, it's Paul Tucker. Yes, Paul. No, it's Tom Walker. Here's Tom Walker. I'm confused by the 2. So into the right-hander they go. 6 them together. There's Paul Tucker in car 68, just behind Andrea Baliev, the Masters points leader. As I say, racing last year's champion Thomas Langford's title-winning car. You can tell that by the kind of little blue, with the blue roll cage, the blue kind of indicator covers, and the gold wheels. I recognise that for the gold wheels that he had on that car when he raced. Out of the old hairpin they go. Just under 8.5 minutes to go. And lead gap's 0.3 of a second between Foden and Bray across the line. Leaders sweep back through in the foreground. And we continue to watch Wootton under pressure from Martin Tolley, and he knows the outside line's going to be faster. Tries to pull himself alongside, but Wootton shuts the door. No chance to get through, so he looks one way, then the other. Can't see another avenue to get past. Up through Coppice. Baliev just holding on here in 12th position. This is all battling going on from 8th down to 13th, because you can see this 6-pack of cars all together battling amongst each other. As Walker has a little sniff up the inside, tries to put himself level with Green on the apex, and basically gives him no choice but to give him the space and to give him the position. Now, change from a lead, I've just noticed, because Ali Bray has got in front back ahead of Steve Foden. I recognise the white and gold cars there behind Ali Bray 76. There it is. So change once again. Bray out a little bit wide through the apex of Goddards. That puts him under pressure again from Foden. And he did this before. Good exit out of the final hairpin. Gave Foden the toe he needed to put himself level and get himself up the inside to make the pass. But then they went side by side through the corner curves and Foden pulled it off. This time he goes a little deeper under brakes on the inside. Has a peak. Just puts himself into Bray's mirrors. And while Bray sets a new fastest lap of the race in the process, 2-minute 5.622, he was 7/10 quicker than Foden that time. Foden's got a better exit, it looks like, through Credit Curves, looking around the outside, trying to put himself a little more level. Has to slot in this time for the first part of Credit Curves. Might look up the inside for the second. Can he put himself up the inside this time quick enough to get past in the old hairpin? The answer is no. And further back, this battle for 3rd place continues to rage between Bartlett, Chisnell and Storer. And then further back, you see Adam Craig with Tim Dorr. I'm going to remind myself instead, I did say that Tim Dorr hadn't raced so far this season. No, he hasn't, so I was correct. I was correct first time. But the Aussie, part of AB Motorsport, the green and gold of his car, former Masters champion in MX5 Championship multiple times. He's proving he's got plenty of pace underneath him. I think there are some weekends where he is that quick. And even Ali Bray and AB Motorsport can't explain it. We just ask, how is he going so quick? And they just look and go, I don't know where it's come from, but
it's the old shrug of the shoulders and the, I don't know, sort of vernacular, which could always make a good old meme for social media.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think it's Yeah, sometimes it's just like they make some changes and it just instantly works for no apparent reason. And even teams or team bosses or mechanics can't, won't always have that bona fide 24 karat gold answer that you want to hear, like saying, yeah, we did this, we did this, we did this, and it really, really works. And then the driver explains what it's done. But then there's just that point, as you said, where they just go, I don't know, and the driver just went, well, it worked, so let's keep on using it. Sometimes you'll throw so many different solutions to a potential problem that you need to solve, and it's not always the first one that you think of that's going to sort things out right first time. As we are now 3/4 of the way through the race, 5 minutes to go, and still the battle between Bray and Foden carries on like the proverbial chess game that it is.
Yeah, Foden now has 5 minutes to try and deny, plus change on the final lap, to deny Ali Bray for making it 10 out of 10. And that would be a headline in itself if he can manage that as they come through the crater curves again. The gap between them across the line last time by was just under 0.8 of a second. And this circuit is still a little bit slippery, a little bit greasy. There is a dry line-ish starting to form again, but there's still spots of rain coming up on the commentary box window and on the windscreens of these Mark 1 MX5s. So they're still using them a little bit. So you can see case in point, Tim Dorr right on cue. His windscreen wipers clear the vision. So Bray leads, Foden second. Further back we're seeing here, this is 2 of Thomas... No, this is number different car. Number 2, this is Matthew McCluckie going round the outside of Pete, the recovering Pete Smith. And we saw that before with Jack Worry taking the lead in the MX5 Clubman race. McCluckie taking some inspiration from the race winner. Side by side down the crane of curves. And again, Pete Smith has that track position. But see, McCluckie here might be tempted just to send it round the outside and possibly make a move here. And he's gone for it. But Smith leans on him on corner exit. And despite just dabbing a wheel onto the curb on the exit, it looks as though that on the going through Starkeys and Schwantz, it is the move complete for McCluckie. And up he goes into what will now be 19th place as a result of that. Looking further back, there we see Connor Clifford, who had that spin up at McLean's on the opening lap. He's now battling his way back through the order and currently sits in 14th. He just got past Chris Thelwell in the... He's past Paul Tucker, in fact, actually. Past Thelwell, he's further seconds back. This is Tucker. You can tell it's him because it's the kind of purpley blue number 60 car with the offset pink and white striping. There go the leaders out of Melbourne Loop, and back down the hill again we go. This is now Walker and Green battling amongst each other, as are the top two. And Foden's now taken the fastest lap of the race back again, 2:05.238. He looks to the outside, down towards Redgate. Remember, in these damp conditions, the wet line is possibly more preferred, but he might be putting Ali Bray completely offline here to get the undercut and the switch back on the exit. He might get better traction, trying to put himself alongside. And he did this a couple of laps ago, going wheel to wheel, to get the inside line for the old hare, but he nearly leans on him. There's a slight dry line going through. They go side by side again through the crater curves, and Bray tries to throw the block this time, but for the second time, Steve Foden will make that move work, or will he? No, he won't. Bray drives it clean around the outside once again and holds on to the place. 2.5 minutes to go. It looks as though that Ali Bray will not let Steve Foden pass.
Ali Bray saying, right, Steve, hold my soft beverage. Here we go. And, literally just made it work. That's the thing when you get that close.
Oh, James Steele.
Yep.
Fit in the 55. He's got a round at Redgate. Now, the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed? But he's got going again. He seems to be relatively unscathed.
He was about 3/10 behind Thelwell in the 577. So that would have been Chris Thelwell for the Go For It Racing with the 577 racing entry.
Yes, you're right.
So maybe, well, the thing is, he was 3/10 behind, unless he's accidentally braked a little bit too late and then gone into the back of the car in front, and then that's caused him to turn around. Who knows?
Well, I think if he had, he might have been struggling to get away if he had any front-end damage. So I could possibly assume that maybe there was no contact. In his pursuit of trying to repass Thelwell, he might have lost it and done it himself, but we'll wait and see. Now, out of the Melbourne hairpin, they'll come for the second to last time. And this is going to be pretty key in 1 second. Say to Barry to try back this in the scholarship video, and then just intro as well next race. So out of the final couple of corners, they'll go onto the final lap of the race. 1 minute to go. And And can Ali Bray hold on to make this 10 wins out of 10 and somehow can keep up this win streak in the 2025 Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship? If Steve Fode's going to have to make this work, it is literally now or never. Steve Bartlett, new fastest lap of the race. He dips in underneath the 2-minute 4s. That's surpassed by Adam Craig, who does a 2-minute 4.970. So he's gone slightly faster by a couple of hundredths. And now as they turn in through the right-hander at Redgate, Tim Dorr keeps up his pursuit, but down through the Craner curves, back to the old hairpin, right at the bottom of the circuit. Bray just tentatively tips his way over the curb through the old hairpin. Foden will keep up the pursuit all the way. He knows there's an opportunity here in half a lap's time. As you can see, it's now getting even warmer. There's even heat haze on the circuit now. You can see the sun's starting to shine through, and it's getting a little bit warmer out there. Out through McLean's and onto Coppets. Half a lap to go to make it win number 10 for Ali Bray. There's a huge, ominous black cloud overhead, so we might see the Audi TTs might well possibly have to experience a bit of a heavy rain shower if that cloud continues to come over anytime soon. Out of Coppets. Now down the back straight back towards the S's to take them onto the GP loop. Now, Foden will need a absolute banzai exit off of the S's to really get a chance to attack in the final 2 corners. Otherwise, this will be Bray's win. He closes back up under braking. Quickly look back, although we kind of want to see the leaders, because this is, yes, there's a battle going on here, but the leaders is where we want to see it. Green and Wootton together. This is over 9th and 10th position, and Green has taken P9. Here come the leaders into the hairpin for the final time. 2 corners left, and Ali Bray not only has to defend at Goddard's and the sprint to the checkered flag to keep up this win streak. He heads out of the final corner, up towards Goddard's for the final time. Bartlett running wide in 3rd place. He might hold on ahead of Chisnell, and also Storer running wide. But out of the final corner, can he get it stopped? Yes, he can. Can anyone stop this man? He still cannot be moved off the top step of the podium. For Ali Bray in 2025, it becomes the perfect 10. 10 out of 10 victories so far. Still 100% unbeaten in 2025. He wins race 1 of the Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship. There's a sprint to the line for position. This is between, looks like Adam Craig and Harry Storer. Across the line they go, and it will be Adam Craig who takes it, but only by the minuscule margin of, it was 14 thousandths of a second. That was Harry Storer and Tim Dorr, apparently. But no, that looked a bit closer than that. So I thought that was Craig and Storer, but maybe the timing screen lied to me there for a second. I think that was Martin Tolley also getting loose on the exit at the final corner. He's dropped a couple of places down to 12th. So he will be a little frustrated with that. Through comes Donovan Dyer in car 64. But again, the big talking point is there is still no beating Ali Bray. He has now won the first 10 races on the bounce and continues to lead the championship. Incredible stuff from Ali. And again, that wet setup, whether he had it on or not, he's certainly able to make the most of what he had underneath him. And again, speaking to him this morning, he's just so grateful for the opportunity to be able to race this season alongside his customers, to have this incredibly fast car. It was a fresh build at the beginning of the year, brand new build, picked up a good conditioned MX5, went through it completely, built it to the letter in the regulations, made it as refined and as clean as it could be, and this car really has been basically the standard bearer in the championship in terms of how good it is. There's 991 Simon Privet, who's had a bit of an eventful day so far. He's at his second race of the day. One more to go in the second MX5 Clubman race coming up later. But an incredible effort. And we also have to mention Steve Bartlett, who takes his second podium of the season, taking 3rd place in this first race. A good effort from him to get himself pretty high in the order. Neil Chisnell got 4th, and Adam Craig was in that drag race for 5th position. And Harry Storer and Tim Dorr separated by just apparently 14 thousandths of a second at the flag. So Storer just beating Dorr to 6th. Then it was Thomas Walker, Michael Green and Richard Wootton who completed the top 10. So there's the result then. Still on top, a very familiar sight in the MX5 Championship. Ali Bray yet again remains unbeaten, just by 6/10 of a second from Steve Foden in 2nd place. Steve Bartlett takes his 2nd podium of the season in 3rd, and Neil Chisnell and Adam Craig rounding up the top 5 from Harry Storer, Tim Dorr, Thomas Walker, Michael Green and Richard Wootton. Andrea Ballywiv and Martin Tolley come next in 11th and 12th. Connor Clifford recovered from a spin on the opening lap to take 13th from Paul Tucker and Chris Delwell in the top 15, followed by Donovan Dyer, Ozzie McLean, Pete Smith, Matthew McCluskey and James Seal after he spun at Redgate Corner. Then Clyde Chisnell, Matthew Tiller, Tim Storer and Richard Bartlett in the top 24. and that's then followed from 25th place downwards by Simon Privet and Dennis Pelamonkin. And the only driver that didn't finish, sadly, Mr. Adam Sparrow, didn't even make it to turn 1 after issues forced him out on the pit straight moments into the start. That's going to be a big points loss for him, something he'll have to recover. He'll have to rely on the drop scores when they start to come into play later in the season in order to make that happen. But how many times have we seen that before this season? Well, we know how many. It's 10. And Ali Braze once again pulls up to the number 1 board. He simply owns that number 1 board all the way through the season so far. Someone's going to have to take it off him at some point. And that's what you want to see, an embrace between Ali Bray and Steve Foden. Great racing and great respect between the pair. It has been another excellent job, and handshakes all round. So Ali Bray then,
right, well,
once
it's
again out
10
of the car.
from 10. Houdini
Foden
does it
got a
again,
solid
Ali
second
Bray.
place for him.
That was very, very close right at the end, but it was great racing between you and Steve Foden there.
Yeah, definitely. Just want to say what a class act Steve is. It's got to be one of the best races I've ever had. There wasn't a single bit of contact the whole race, and yeah, just to go door to door like that round here in the slippery conditions. Hats off to him. He made me work for it.
Right, take me through your actual live thoughts as they happened when he went wheel to wheel through Redgate, through Hollywood, through Craners, and then did you on the old hairpin?
I knew it was coming, and yeah, I thought fair play. Like he stuck in there, and what a move it was. But I'll always come back.
Yeah, well, there's still 2 more races to go this weekend. You know, your 100% success rate continues. Do you think that's going to carry over to the next 2 races? Be honest with me.
Honestly, I think I'd be an absolute idiot to say that it will continue because it's so close. And you know, with the boys driving the way they are, it's so hard. And not being funny, when it does happen, I'll be the first one out of the car to congratulate him. But no, I just want to say a massive thank you to Paul Austin, Atkinson Body Repair, Finish Line, Graphics Lab, Revivals Rolling Road, and all my team, AB Motorsport. So couldn't be doing it without all of them. So thank you very much.
Brilliant, Ali. Well done on the victory. 10 out of 10. But Steve Foden, get your backside over here. You gave Ali something to think about with that I have to say, a really, really gutsy move. You know, Redgate, you teed him up. You got side by side through the Craners, you got to old hairpin, you got him on the inside, then he came back at you the lap afterwards. It was one of those Mazda MX5 chess games that really played out, and it was a wonderful display of racecraft and racing sportsmanship between the pair of you, especially when you both got out of the car. The first thing you did, went over to each other in a big old embrace here down at the bottom of pit lane.
Yeah, I think, you know, I've got the utmost respect for Ali on and off track. He's a fantastic peddler, and he's a really, you know, really experienced racer, and I think the level of trust that we had for each other in that race really did show, because we were door to door for pretty much half the race, and you know, there wasn't a single bit of contact. So massive respect to Ali. I think he drove a really good race. I think in the first part of the race our setup was working a little bit better. His rear was sliding a bit more than we were, so I managed to get past him, built a small gap, and then I think it started to dry, and then, you know, his tyres probably came on a bit more than mine did. I made a couple of mistakes at the chicane, left the door open into the first hairpin. Thought I'd covered it enough, but obviously not. And then from there, it's just, you know, just couldn't quite get the pace. I did get side by side a couple of times, but just couldn't quite make it stick.
Well, there's still an opportunity, 2 more chances to try and break his 100% win streak. 2 races tomorrow. Are you looking forward to the challenge?
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely love this circuit. It's one of my favourite tracks. It's always been quite a happy hunting ground for us over the years. So it's yeah, I'm really looking forward to 2 more tomorrow. If it's wet or dry, I think we're in for a treat. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Brilliant, thank you very much, Steve. Last but by no means least, from NHA, Steve Bartlett, top 3. Not a bad result to end day 1 for this particular part of the championship. Obviously, 2 races tomorrow. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I hope it rains, to be honest, because I'm not quite as confident as with our dry pace. But no, I'm really happy with that. Yeah, shame we didn't quite have the pace to stay with the front 2, but. Yeah.
Or maybe if it's well, maybe tomorrow. You never know. If that Indian rain dance that you're planning on doing tonight does work any wonders, maybe we could see you a bit closer to the 2 guys that finished ahead of you on the road.
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Brilliant, Steve. Well done. Well, that's the top three for the Kent Models Mazda MX5s. And now we go to our first race of the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Championship. I've been looking forward to this one, so let's hand back over upstairs.
Thank you, Alex. And straight in from Mazda MX5, move into Audi TTs and the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Championship for their fourth outing of the season. Incredibly ready. I think I've got that right. I would be a fool if I didn't. But as they head off onto their formation at that point, so they're very damp and slick track. Here's the grid. It's Matt Luff, the champion leader, who starts on pole position with Sam Heading alongside him on the front row of the grid. Jordan Stilp and Ross Macker come up in row 2 from Charles Budd and Andrew Rogerson. Then Ben Taylor and Oliver Devine King come next, and Sam Meager and Jonathan Williams. Then Daniel Budd and Ross Stoner, former Compact Cup racer, starts in 12th. Luke Jennings and Patrick Booth then come next from Ian Dowler and Joe Weaver. Then Mike Harris, James Blake, Paul Savage and Ruby Smith rounds out the 20-car entry that we have for this weekend in the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. So the championship itself is essentially a couple of years old. It debuted as a series in 2023, gained some really good traction throughout the year, really boomed last year as its first season as a championship, which saw Bradley Burns take the title. And this season, we've seen some very competitive drivers go back and forth in the field as they continue to try and find plenty of great battles. It's been very competitive throughout the year too as well, towards the front of the field. Matt Luff has taken, yes, a handful of victories, but we have also had wins for the likes of Bradley Burns and Sam Heading, and I think also Jordan Stilp as well. So 4 different drivers have actually come away with victories throughout the season. Yes, it is their 4th outing of the season. This is effectively crossing the halfway point of the championship already. It's crazy to think that even just a couple of months ago we were starting the season at Silverstone GP. Coming into the weekend, Matt Luff has 388 points, which is almost getting towards 30 ahead of Jordan Stilp, the former Clio Cup and BMW Compact Cup and British GT racer. He's second in standings on 354. Sam Meager is in 3rd position, followed by 4th position ahead of 5th position. I'll get it right one day. 5th position for Sam Meager. Then it's Andrew Rogerson 6th in points, Oliver Devine King, Luke Handley, who's not here this weekend sadly, and then it's Charles Budd and Luke Jennings in the top 10. 50 points for a win, 47 for 2nd, 45 for 3rd, and then it's 43 for 4th, and then going down by 1 point all the way through until you get to drivers getting awarded basically 2 or 1 point. You also get a point if you start the race but don't finish. So like Sam Heading, who retired from race 1 at Snetterton, he didn't finish but still got a point for starting the race at least. So these Audis are 2-litre TFSI Mark II generation Audi TTs, because front-wheel drive. You have a choice of either manual gearbox or the paddle shift DSG. And you have Goodyear tyres, and this is basically a kit that you buy for the cars. You buy the donor car, very much like the City Car Cup or the Fiesta Junior cars that you see that have the same concept. You buy the donor car, you buy a kit of parts that essentially you bolt onto the car, put on a good set of Goodyear tyres as well, and other safety elements that you need. Effectively, you have a race-ready Audi TT Cup racing car. And these cars are also very diverse as well. You have seen a few Audi TTs that have been racing in Supersport Endurance, for example, and also Pro Sports Sprint and other similar series, ClubSport 2 as well. Those cars are effectively the same cars, just some drivers have decided to take those cars and race them in other championships series because they are so versatile and good fun to race. So, 15 minutes of Audi TT Cup racing action in store for us here at Donington Park. Race number 1 of the weekend. Matt Luff, the champion leader, on pole position on the front row of the grid on the left of screen. Sam Heading on the right for Rob Boston Racing. Red lights and race 1 of the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweeks, is underway. And in these damp and slippery conditions, it's a good start initially for Luff, who covers the middle ground to hold the lead. But immediately slotting in behind him are Sam Heading and Jordan Stilp. And Heading now darting out to the inside line, thinking about a move. Also behind there in 4th position, Ross Macker. You can tell it's him because he's got the neon blue strip light around his front grille. And Ross Stoner, I think, was getting a bit of a tussle through the opening couple of corners as they cascade through Hollywood, down through the Craner curves for the first time. And it is Matt Luff in command through the old hairpin. Then it's Heading in 2nd, Stilp 3rd. And it's Macker 4th, Rogerson. The rest of the field goes streaming through. Almost 3 abreast behind. That was a twitch there between a couple of cars. 156 was involved in that one. It's Luke Jennings. They scrap amongst themselves towards the bottom of the top 10. But it looks like Luff is trying to be on course to take what could be, if he wins here in his first race, it'll be his 5th win of the season. So far, he hasn't finished lower than 3rd. He's been on the podium in every single race, finished every race, and has not been off the rostrum once. He's taken a piece of silverware from every single race so far this season. Matt Luff, plenty of experience out in front. He's been a former Ginetta racer, then he went to Mazda MX5s in the MX5 Championship, then he went into Honda Civic Cup, then into Fiesta ST240s on top of that as well, and then debuted in at Audi TTs last year. So plenty of racing experience at this club level. And Matt Luff, who was vice champion last year, is looking to try and go one better this year and take the title. But he has got a very feisty competition, one of which is Sam Heading, who we saw first of all in Brscc circles in the MX5 Super Cup. He switched mid-season last year to Audi TTs, felt a lot more at home. And he has taken a couple of wins so far this year. He took a victory at Alton Park and a victory at Snetterton. And he won on the road at Silverstone, but had a time penalty, I think, for an out-of-position start. So because of that, he lost out in the end. And wasn't quite too pleased about losing the win, but rules are rules. Matt Luff then, end of lap number 1. And he leads the way from Heading in second place, Stilpin third, Rogerson fourth. Charlie Budd is in 5th position. Then it's Macca, Taylor, Meager, Williams and Oliver Divine King, who was started in 8th, is down to 10th. So biggest riser so far, that's been shared between Joe Weaver, who's up from 16th to 12th, and Ruby Smith, who's up from 20th to 16th. A couple of them. It's good to see Ruby. She's the daughter of Sean Smith, who has previously been the Masters winner from last year's championship, if I remember correctly. Ruby sticking on to learn her craft a little more. Just going through the shop there in the pink front-ended Audi TT there, just going through in 16th position. Just also there chasing after them is Mike Harris in car 58. So leaders are looking a lot more comfortable out in front, starting to spread out a little bit. And in the pit lane, it's going Ross. That's Ross Stoner, who is the convert from BMW Compact Cup. It looks like there's some front-end damage to that number 2 machine. So not quite the start he would have hoped. He did race as a guest last time out at Snetterton. He's now decided, I think, to become a full-time championship contender, which is good to see another Audi on the grid. And up the inside goes Sam Heading, squeezing his way through at the hairpin at Melbourne Loop, and this now might give Matt Luff the chance to try and put himself level. It's going to be a drag race up the hill towards Melbourne Loop. They're scuffling amongst each other, but down towards the final corner at the end of lap number 2. Feels like an age here. The Heading has got his way through. Luff elbows himself wide. There's contact. Around goes Heading in front of both Stilp and Luff. Facing the wrong way on the exit, the final corner. There's damage to the front of Jordan Stilp's car, and through it all, Andrew Rogerson is powering his way past. He takes the lead on the run down towards Ray Gate corner. So what started 4th is down to is up to 1st. 3 cars taken in one sequence. Andrew Rogerson leads race 1 at Donington Park.
And
incredible.
Debris literally disintegrating off the front end of Jordan Stilp's car as they go down into the into Craners. Luff's front right headlight is hanging on by the cabling that's keeping it actually illuminated as they go through the old hairpin. So that was a 3-into-1 moment that did not really go too well. Coming out of Goddard's, especially when Sam Heading thought, well, I'm going to go for it. And then Jordan Stilp, unfortunately, had nowhere to go in that. He was right behind them.
They're still staying in contention, and they're quite tough cars, these Audi TTs. Even though it looks like it's got bits streaming off it, they are quite tough cars and they're quite resilient, so they're quite well built from Ingolstadt. These Audi TTs also certainly put on quite a good show as well. Charlie Budd is just trying to line up a possible move here, but you can see either that's bodywork rubbing on the tyre or something is smoking or maybe leaking on at Matt Luff's car. I hope it's not. I hope it's just some bodywork rubbing. But there's a bit of smoke coming off the front right of his car where the damage is. And there's Sam Heading, who I suspect might be driving a little bit angry. I think he might be a little bit worked up after what happened there at the final corner. He's just charging on. He's now on the back of, I think it looks like Sam Meager, to try and pick up what will be 7th place if he gets his way through. He's just got past Jonathan Williams and also got past Oliver Divine King and Daniel Budd, the brother of Charlie. Out to the hairpin they go. Rogerson leads. It's then Luff in 2nd place. Stilp is in 2nd place. Luff is 3rd. Then it's Macca in 4th, Budd in 5th, but no, Charles Budd is 4th. I'll get my words out correctly in the right order in a second. Right, Rogerson leads, Stilp 2nd, Luff is 3rd, Budd 4th, Macca 5th, Ben Taylor is 6th, Sam Heading now back up to 7th after his spin, Then 8th for Meager, 9th for Jonathan Williams, and Oliver Divine King rounds up the top 10 as we head towards the half distance point.
I think probably what was rubbing on the front right tyre of Matt Luff's car would have been the inner wheel arch on the right front. So that would have, that's just basically a thin piece of plastic, and the front tyre would have had enough velocity and rotational speed to just literally, be smoking for a little bit. Also, we've got another bit of damage. That's on the number 5, Sam Meager, who's now up into 8th. As you said, Heading has definitely got the elbows out, sharpened, and is ready to do his knife work in the moment, trying to side his way up the field as we've still got 8 minutes and 20 to go. But that was a heavy contact between the three, but still Stilp and Luff, 2nd and 3rd respectively. And the thing that I'm a bit worried about is Jordan Stilp's right front wing, because that is flapping in the breeze. If anyone might remember, was it Gordon Shedden who managed to knock off the wheel arch of his wheel, the front wing of his BTCC car, using the tyre barriers? But you can't do it here.
Might be a bit trickier at this chicane here, that sort of things. And that was a Honda Civic BTCC car.
That was
Can't quite get away with it here.
No.
I don't think in this one. 3 abreast in the background. This is between Williams. I think Meager's in there as well somewhere. Or Patrick Booth, I think that is. That I think was between Jennings, Booth, Weaver, and Downing, I think, in the mix. There's quite a few cars in there too. Rogerson's away and gone. He's set at 149.213. This is genuine pace from Andrew Rogerson. He didn't just get lucky by the 3 cars coming together on the exit of Goddard. He is genuinely pulling away here. 2.5 seconds to the good, as we see Ross Macker defending from Ben Taylor in the number 86. Heading now is on fire, though. He sets a new fast lap of the race. You thought that Rogerson's pace was quick. It was a 149.2 for Rogerson. Heading is absolutely flying, 148.6. 6 tenths quicker than the race leader in 7th position, and he's absolutely fine. There he is at the bottom of the shot. There he is in the grey car. He is chasing hard after the top 6. He wants at least a podium back from this race after being tipped into a spin.
And he's got to find 7.3 seconds to do that, Scott, because Matt Luff is currently running P3 at the moment. But, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the previous lap times. Matt Luff's last lap time was a second slower than Sam Heading. So, yeah, as you said, Sam Heading in the number 57 is driving very, very angrily at the moment and aggressively, but he's doing it within the confines of a car. So he's got about 5.7 seconds to try and gather up to close in on to Ben Taylor in the 86, who rounds out 6th position. But I think with the way that we've seen how Sam Heading is literally hustling the number 57 along, even with the damage to that kind of lap time, he was 1.3 seconds quicker on the previous tour than Taylor. So what lap time does Sam Heading have in store for us this time? Will it be a one? I would imagine it's probably going to be a just over a mid 148. It could be lower than that. Rogerson across the line. Andrew Rogerson 148.178. I'm waiting for Heading to cross the line. 148.140. Heading has now got that gap down to Taylor to 4.5 seconds.
But the interesting thing is, everyone apart from Taylor in the first top 7 all did 148s.
Yes.
In fact, the next quickest of that was only a fraction slower, and that's the race leader. So the circuit, that's clear indication the circuit is drying out quickly, and these Audi TTs are certainly doing their work on these Goodyears to try and get it much clearer. And there is a definitive dry line again on this circuit right now. That means it's really helping. So Sam Heading did have the pace advantage. He's only fractionally faster than just about all but one of the cars in front of him, but it's not going to stop him trying.
No, and he's still got 5 minutes to drive as hard as he can. He's going to drive the wheels off that Audi TT, given the opportunity, all with the 2-litre TFSI engine that normally related to the EA 888 in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. And this is, like Sam Heading. I've just seen him go through shot, going through McLaren as they head up towards, some of them will head up towards Coppice now. And at the back end of a battle a little bit further back, there is Williams in the number 9. Jonathan Williams, who is battling away with the number 5 of Sam Meager. They're going to go wheel to wheel, possibly, into the approach, into the Fogarty S's. No, it's the 47, my apologies there, of Daniel Budd. But now we're about to complete lap number 6 with 4 minutes to go. plus any additional distance that needs to be covered. Rogerson is away by nearly 3 seconds. Mackel's got an opportunity to close in on Stilt, Luff and Bard as they cross the line now. 1:48.003. Waiting for Sam Heading. 1:48.258. So maybe those couple of laps where Sam Heading has been driving aggressively, whether it's taken something out of the tyres a little bit too early, possibly, but you never know.
Still one of the fastest cars in the top 7, though, and a new fastest lap of the race went to Andrew Rogerson, 1:48.003, so it continues to get a little drier out there on the Donington Park GP circuit. Wide there from Ross McCarr over the curb as he uses all the road in 5th position. But I'm seriously impressed by Andrew Rogerson. He's doing a grand job here out in front. This is only his 4th weekend in the car, and he was a pretty decent front runner even from the start. He's certainly made himself and his presence known in the opening couple of rounds. He did have a mistake, which you won't thank me for reminding him, which was he did throw it off into the gravel at Maggotts and Beckett's on the GP circuit. But we won't mention that because, of course, it's obviously not something that's really relevant at all. Wink, wink. But Rogerson certainly has bounced back from that pretty well, and looking at he's got good pace. Now, yes, there was an element of fortune into it, but still, it's not been a case where he simply got into the lead and then not had the pace to maintain it. It's been genuine pace out front. He's taken the lead from the mishaps between Heading and Luff on the exit of that final corner, with Stilt also getting involved, got past all 3 of them as a result, and has genuinely held this lead on outright pace alone, not just good fortune.
Yeah, like you say, it's not always just, you can have a little bit of good fortune coming your way, but it's about how you manage things afterwards. You could say, oh yeah, I just got past all 3 of them. Fine, great, not a problem. Now, how do I keep on to this race lead? And it looks like Jordan Stilt's car has been through World War III at the front end of it. And he's still going. Luff's still chasing him down, so we've got a real great scrap on our hands for P2 overall. But then you look behind, you've got Charles Budd and Ross Macker, the Scotsman, and who doesn't love a martini livery on a car? That is just, wonderful guy. He said, I've been in multiple different championships. He says, I just absolutely love it because, the price point, the entry. But look at Matt Luff challenging Jordan Stilt as they will go up the hill through into Schwantz Curve and then into McLaren. Luff, is he going to try the switchback? Stilt blocks the opportunity for the number 72 to try and get through, and Luff's going to go towards the outside. Can he get the side draft into Coppice? Stilt closes the door once again, and this could bring in the 2 behind. It looks like the crossover from Matt Luff. He's going to see some daylight through on the inside of Jordan Stilt there, wheel to wheel, and at the moment Rogerson has cantered away into the distance. And Luff still hasn't got through, but look at the outside. There's Bard. He's going to make it through on Luff into Fogarty S's.
Up to third goes Charlie Budd then, the former Legends and Mini racer. So he's now got himself right up into the mix in 3rd position, and they're scrapping amongst each other. And I've said it many times, the harder this lot fight each other, the easier it's going to be on this last lap for Roger to continue to make a break. So he goes diving up the inside. Luff is trying to be very defensive. Heading is closing in, but he's got a good pace. He's closing in just too late, even though he's pushing as hard as he can. Rogerson turns his way out of the final corner and onto the pit straight to start the last lap. Is now again side by side for 3rd, and you can see that Bud's just squeezing Matt Luff out, but he'll have the inside line in track position to try and get it back on the run towards Redgate Corner. Onto the last lap of the race. It's side by side for 3rd position. Luff, the championship leader, on the left-hand side, taking the very inside line. Well, what's happened is he's pulled back and he's let both Macker and Taylor through. I'm not sure what happened there. Matt Luff has either he's got a problem on the last lap, or he's just simply backed off and let both Macker and Taylor through. That has confused me quite a bit. I'm not quite sure why he did that.
Well, it depends on how significant, because obviously the damage can sometimes be a little bit superficial. So if Matt Luff has decided to get that car to the end of today of this race here, they'll have another race. They'll have another 2 races tomorrow. So mechanical sympathy has to be the key here for the drivers, but it is going to be Andrew Rogerson as the timer has hit 0 here in the first of 3 races for the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Championship at Donington Park. Jordan Stilt still holding in ahead of Charles Budd. Matt Luff now finds himself down in 6th position, as it is going to be the checkered flag this time around
here for this race. We'll have 3 more to go after this, with the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship having their second and final race of the weekend before we say goodbye to them until their next stop on the calendar. But it has been a pretty good run for Andrew Rogerson. Took the opportunity when drama struck. Sam Heading, Matt Luff and Jordan Stilp, the latter unable to find a way through, but it's going to be out of Goddard's for the final time. It's Andrew Rogerson who takes the win in race 1 out of 3. Second will go the way of Jordan Stilp with that very, very badly damaged front end. Charles Budd in the 44 takes P3 ahead of Ross Mackard, the Scotsman. And then it's going to be the next up, the 86 of Ben Taylor, who started in 7th place. Matt Luff up. Oh, there's dramas in the background. The 5 and the 47, Sam Meager and Daniel Budd coming to blows in the latter stage of the race. And that is going to drop Daniel Budd significantly down the order. Ross Meager, Sam Meager comes across the line 11th behind the number 55 of Ian Dowler. And then we've got the 156 of Luke Jennings, the 33 of Patrick Booth, with Bud, Weaver, Smith, Harris, Blake. Unfortunately, dramas for Ross Stoner, the number 2 car that had to retire on the second lap of the race. But, well, dramas afoot here in race 1 out of 3 for the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Championship here at Donington Park Grand Prix. Jordan Stilp having the fastest lap of the race, a 1:47.968 on the last lap itself, and quite a bit quicker than our, about 0.8 of a second quicker than our fastest lap in time qualifying a little bit earlier on this morning. So just waiting for the provisional results to come through, as everyone will be on that all-important cool-down lap here at Donington Park. So the Kent Models, the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Championship completes its on-track action today here at Donington Park. They'll be back in action on the circuit at 11:15 tomorrow morning, and then at 5 to 5 tomorrow afternoon here at Donington Park, as the cars make their way down into pit lane. As our top 3 start to line up. So it's a great win there for Andrew Rogerson in the number 13. So without further ado, let's head down to pit lane and join Scott Woodward.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, there's, you can see that Jordan Stilp is having a chat with Andrew Rogerson about possibly what happened at that hairpin in the early stages. But we've got a very interesting top 3 here. We've got Andrew Rogerson with his first victory in Audi TT Cup. It's a first podium, of course, for Charlie Budd as well. And Jordan Stilp takes more important points to the championship. Jordan's got a smile on his face. He enjoyed that. But let's dive straight in and see if we can have a chat with I'm sure with a smile on his face, first-time race winner in Audi TT Cup. And you've had the pace practically all season, but a little bit of good fortune based on what happened up at the hairpin.
It never seems to go right for me, ever. We've been struggling with power all year, set up on the car and whatnot, and then it all unfolded. You know, me, Charlie and Ross actually had a chat before the race started, and it was like, let's keep our heads together, and then hopefully something unfolds. Well, it did unfold right into my path, so over the moon.
Yeah.
Just while we're here, thanks to everyone that's helped me.
I can see it means a lot. And honestly, the drive, it wasn't just a case of winning by circumstance. You had the pace, you were setting fast up the race, and you've had that since the start of the season. You came in, it was genuine pace. It was a really great drive to take a victory, so you should be proud of it.
Well, finding the power, that was the hard bit. It's been hard getting to here. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can start from the front and lead away. I want to go see my little boy now.
You've earned it. Well done. Congratulations. Jordan Stilt for second place. Jordan, let's bring you in for a second. Have a chat. He's got a smile on his face. Well, I don't think the word eventful covers that, particularly the opening few rounds. I mean, and you were caught up in an incident that was really nothing to do with you.
Yeah, it kind of did end out like that, didn't it? I come out of the last corner, and then I thought them two were kind of collected each other, and then they just appeared in front of me, and then, well, it's done a lot more than I thought. I thought it was just a little bit of a broken grille, but, you know, it is what it is. It's racing, it's enjoyable, we had a good laugh, and thank you to Ghost Wheel Refurbs, True Car Sales, and Furlong Dog Grooming.
At least Rob saw the funny side.
Yeah, Rob sees the funny side. I don't, because I've got to pay for it.
Exactly. But I think the key thing is, it's more key points. Obviously, you finished ahead of Matt, you finished ahead of Sam, so it's more key points for the championship, so keeps you in good contention still. Yeah,
that's the main thing. Just keep getting the points. I'm really couldn't be proud enough for him. He drove really well. I was trying so hard to catch him, and I just couldn't.
I see you flapping, mate.
Yeah. And I started laughing. So fair play to him. He really does deserve it, and he done well. So no. Thank you. I don't know if there's anyone who disagrees with that, but well done. Second place, good drive. We'll see you for tomorrow. Excellent. Charlie Budd for third place. Charlie, another first time, another podium, and smile on your face. Earned that one pretty well, didn't you?
Yeah, just the plan was to stay out of trouble and try and pick up the pieces, and that's exactly what we did. I mean, well done to Andy on that. He's worked hard all year to get where he is, and really pleased to see him at the top.
This has been a culmination because you and Danny have been working on this since you came in last year, so you've obviously seen it taking a step up and getting finding more and more pace. What do you think's been the trick to get these cars right into the sweet spot?
It's just seat time, mate, really. I think, and understanding the car. I think it was probably harder than me and Dan both gave it credit for coming into it. Take the hats off to these boys. They drive them brilliantly, consistently as well. So I'm obviously very lucky to be in with Area Motorsport and learning off Matt Luff as well with his data to make. It's brilliant.
I'll try and beat him tomorrow.
Well, yeah, we'll try. Yeah.
Well done, first podium, well earned. Congratulations. Really quickly, Jonathan Williams, Masters victory. Yes. Straightforward drive, or was it busy out there?
It was busy, yeah, lots going on, lots of people coming past me and then me going back past them and going off. But it was an exciting race and glad to take the Masters victory. Yeah, delighted.
We've got short for time, but well done. Congratulations, excellent job. That's the Audi TT's done then. Before we go to the next race of the MX5 Clubman's, a reminder again of why if you're a 13, 16-year-old young racer and you want to possibly race the Fiesta Junior Championship next year, you might want to take a look at the 2026 Fiesta Junior Scholarship. That's now open. Place is now available for you to go and purchase. But here's a little video once again to show you why it's a great place and why the likes of Daniel Sutton and Lewis Islin won the competition and have gone on to racing in the championship. Watch this and stay tuned for more action for the second MX5 Clubman race coming up in a moment.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ready for the second race of the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. And here is your starting grid. Jack Warry and Jordan Pimley will be on the front row of the grid. 85 thousandths covering them after race number 1 earlier on. Jake Pace and Jonathan Greensmith round out row 2. Martin Tolley, Kevin Bird, row 3. Russell Halley and Austin Pegg, row 4, with Paul Simard, who made it from all the way from the back of the grid to finish in 9th. He's joined by Matt Flowers on row 5. Thomas Greenwood, Matthew McLucky, William Bream, Bo Parry, Keith Dalton, Andy Istrate. Then we've got Luke Zouch, Matthew Crozier, Dennis Plimonkin, and Simon Waterfall rounding out the top 20. Adam Lawrence, Ben Hoy, Peter Williams, Nick Nadoyan, Ben Smith, Andrew Gilligan, Ryan Barley, Chris Winstanley, Dale Whiteman, Simon Privet, Leah Jacobs, Kurt Anscombe, Joshua Pato, Jamie Turner, and Callum Thorpe due to complete, well, ahead with Mustafa Syed to complete this 36 strong grid. Once again, we go into battle for 15 minutes as the drivers are coming to the end of the official formation lap around this 2.5 mile circuit here in Lincolnshire. Not too far away from the border to Nottinghamshire nearby, but Scott Woodwis, a great race between Jack Warry and Jordan Pimley as the green flag waves from the back of the field, and very shortly we'll be going racing here for our second and final race for this championship this weekend.
Well, indeed. The weekend early done already. Red lights on. Let's see if Jack Warry can make it 2 from 2, or whether or not the man on the front row can beat him away. Well, this time by looks like it's an even start, but in the second phase, Pimley gets away that little bit better. Warry's still there on the inside line. It's 4 abreast again between Tolley, Pace, Kevin Bird and Johnny Greensmith momentarily. Still 3 abreast between them as Bird backs out and holds on to 6th position. Side by side also between, looks like it was Russell Halley and somebody else further back as well. They turn out through the right hand. That might well have been Austin Pegg, I think, in car 86. And they once again tumble down through. Tumbling down the order in car number 3. He's gone for a spin. Number 3 is
Winstanley.
Yeah, Winstanley, who's off. Chris Winstanley, who's gone spinning away. And 2 or 3 cars off in the background. 2 or 3 cars off at the top of the hill. Multiple cars off there, so it looks like it's a multi-car incident. That looks like most might be able to get going, but we'll see if any are stranded. Rest of the pack unfazed, head their way back through Starkeys and Schwantz, back towards McLean's curve at the top of the hill. Look at Martin Tolley up there in 3rd position. We're looking at this now, in fact, because there's 4 cars that are stopped. 2, in fact, 1, in fact, is stationary on the track. I think that's Joshua Pato that was off before in race 1. 2 cars off on the infield. I have a feeling it might be a safety car. Dare I even say the words red flag, because there are 3 cars stationary, not moving, so that might well be possibly an opportunity to get the race restarted and kind of go from scratch again.
Yeah. Red flag straight away. You called that straight away there, Scott. 17:31. We have a red flag stoppage in the second race of the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. 2 on the racing line, thereof going through Hollywood and into the Craners, and another 2 exit stage right. So not at all a surprise. It was going to be the case that when you have a multi-car incident, especially with the one-make series like this, it can be very, very difficult to try and keep out of harm's way. If you are mid-pack or the second half of the field, it is very, very difficult to, everyone goes, they always fear the mid-pack. They always fear the back end of the field because they know that if there's a problem and they get caught up in it, what can that do? That can cause a erosion of championship points, not heading home with them. So they could say, well, I could get, let's say, 100 points by the end of this, and they end up with 0.
Yeah, and that can be crucial, particularly when it comes to drop scores coming into play, because drop scores don't really come into play and factor in until towards the end of the season. But ultimately, right now, it's a chance for every single driver to bank as many points as possible, so that when they do have to go ahead and start dropping scores, and I think it's their 2 worst results in this championship, then they can try and, in a way, kind of you kind of take away your worst results and keep your best ones. So it's going to be quite key to get drivers as much as possible scoring points where they need to. Joshua Pater was one of the cars involved in that incident. I couldn't quite tell the other two because it hasn't come up on the screen which ones were possibly involved in it. But the cars have been stopped just at the top of the pit straight on the GP loops. There are some cars that are stretching all the way around onto the Grand Prix circuit. There is Joshua Pato's car.
So the two that were on the racing line appear to have gotten going again, Scott. That's the first thing.
Well, there's one car that's still behind the low loader here, so one car's got going. The other one hasn't. It's one of the Go For It racing cars. I can't quite tell exactly who it is. I can tell it's blue, and I can recognise the kind of fluorescent yellow writing on the rear bumper, which suggests that it is a Go For It racing car, in my opinion. The planned start time for this race was actually right now, about 5:30, so I think we're possibly going to get, considering it's quite a late curfew in some cases, I think we might be able to, should be able to get a 15-minute full restart. What we should point out too is that the grid goes back to its original spots, because the rule is that if the race is stopped within the first 2 laps, it goes back to its original grid, which actually is haven for any drivers who make mistakes and have a terrible start, because if there is a red flag in the first 2 laps, they get a second chance at redeeming themselves by starting back in their original spot.
Yeah, it's a generic rule anywhere you go. I mean, through my travels in karting, it's the same thing. If you red flag it within the first 2 laps, you have to do a full grid restart, and that's putting everyone back. And sometimes, there'll be those people that think, oh, I've got that get out of jail free card, which is effectively an opportunity to start where they were, and they're going to be, there was a big old scramble going into Redgate for the first time. And you'll always find that some drivers may not get the purchase off the line that they want or they need in order to go up against whoever they're in front of. So, I know for a fact that Jordan Pimley would have, will want to get the whole shot over Jack Warry. And they had nothing but compliments to say about each other in the post-race interview after race 1 earlier on. But it is that case of when you are fixed, you are in the zone, and you're trying to compose yourself and just go, right, red flag. Right, where am I starting? Oh, I lost 3 places on that opening lap. I get those back now. So straight away there's a positive from a red flag stoppage where, yes, it was required. The simple fact of 2 cars very close to the racing line, 2 cars stuck on the racing line going through Hollywood and into Grainers. So that's whereby the decision made by our race director here this weekend has to be done according to the situation that is presented, and sometimes you've got that knee-jerk reaction. That is a 3-digit. That could be William Bream, I think, 264 possibly.
I think it's 194 has actually come off the road, so 194.
Dennis Pilmonkin.
Dennis Pilmonkin, and he's not been far removed from doing his MX5 Championship race, so he's obviously back on the low loader there. So those 2 cars, well, Pato's car won't take any further part because he was only racing in Clubman. Pilmonkin's car will go back to the paddock in the Go For It racing squad with Martin Tolley and co. Will have to whip that car back into shape so it can get back out for racing in both of the MX5 Championship races tomorrow.
Yep.
So now as the grid goes back into formation, they're lining them back up again in original order, which is quite an easy task for the marshals. They don't need a brand new grid sheet to be produced in order to put them back where they should be, just back where they were originally. So that means that as a result of that, we then see, once again, thanks to the result of race 1, Jack Murray back on pole position, John Pimmy alongside him on the front row, Jake Pace and John Greensmith on row 2, Martin Tolley and Kevin Byrne on the 3rd row, Russell Halley and Austin Pegg on row 4, and then Paul Simard and Matt Flowers on row 5. I don't know, because there were other cars caught up in those incidents, whether or not there might be some more gaps on the grid, because some cars will be in pit lane, having gone there after they had been involved in the incident, getting going again, and then going to see their team, which means if they do that, they'll have to start, I'm sure, from the pit lane if they're not lined up on the grid. So that will be a difficult task for them to have to try and negotiate if they are in that situation.
Yeah, it's never an easy situation when you're caught up in an incident like that and you've got to then go, oh, I've got to start from the pit lane. But it's part and parcel of it. And there you see Joshua Pato's number 34 car being on the back of the low loader, being brought back. So as always, a big thank you to the recovery teams here at Donington Park for their able and effective assistance over the course of today's proceedings so far. We did have a couple of red flags in time qualifying. Oh, look at the front right of the number 65.
65 is Peter Williams, who would have been starting on the 12th row of the grid, but looks like he was another car that was caught up in that skirmish up at the top of the hill at Hollywood. The AB Motorsport team, including team boss Ali Bray, who's even helping out to try and sort of wrench the arch back into position so it's off the rim. There is Dennis Pillamonkin's car going back to the paddock, so Go For It Racing, as I mentioned, will have to descend on that car overnight to get it fixed. Everyone now just in a bit of a reset now, waiting for the signal to go back onto the formation lap and to go all over again. You were talking about kind of being on a red flag and then everything coming down. It's that adrenaline rush that you get when you're in the race. All of a sudden you're full of adrenaline when the red flag comes out, and you have a few minutes to wait for it to restart, where you start to just it comes back down again, and then you have to try and boot yourself back up when you get onto the formation lap and then get yourself back in the groove. And it can be tough sometimes as a driver to do that, because you obviously have to keep the focus as hard as possible. And when you get disrupted from being in your flow or being disrupted in a situation where you're so full of adrenaline, you've got to spend a moment or two just kind of building that back up again and finding the anticipation. And that can be tough for a driver sometimes to do that, particularly when they've been so in the zone or so focused to get a good result or a good start or try and keep in front of somebody, that it can put them out of sync, and it can possibly take them a lap or two to get back into the swing of things.
Completely agree with you there, Scott. I mean, everyone has a particular sort of way in which they get themselves ready for a race, you know, get themselves in the zone. Some will stick their headphones on and just won't speak to anybody. Some people will just find a quiet place just to sit and relax and chill out. Some will do visualization of the circuit, you know, just to focus them in. But the grid looks to be reassembled. We're going to go on another formation lap ahead of the second time of asking, obviously, with that red flag stoppage having caused a slight delay to the timetable. But the good thing is that a lot of the hard chargers, of course, having spoken to Jack Wary, Jordan Pimley, and Jake Pace, you know, Jake was sort of like thinking, maybe it might rain a little bit later on, who knows. He was hoping for that. I know that there are some drivers that might be wanting a rain dance for tomorrow. Please don't do it. We just want some good racing. You know, I mean, yeah, rain does happen. It's part of the British summer, traditional, standard.
Natural.
But the good thing is, what we have got here, Scott, is a very, very well-developed dry racing line starting to show around the circuit, especially going through here at the old hairpin. So there will be those drivers that will go for either a full dry or a full wet setup, and then you'll find those people that have gone a little bit more towards the centre of it, you know, in between, just have that nice bit of purchase. And, you know, if they want to have a little bit of a control with the tail end of the car, you know, if it's feeling a little bit loose, a little bit sketchy, if they find that can be conducive to lap time, then they will use every single trick in their arsenal to try and make it work.
Certainly will. And considering that there is a much more formidable and complete dry line on this circuit, it certainly means that overtaking moves will be not necessarily a premium, because the drivers will be a little braver to make those moves down into the S's, down towards McLean's, down towards the hairpins, into Redgate corner, even through the Craner curves, when we saw it in the MX5 Championship race with Ali Bray and Steve Foden going wheel to wheel, practically with two wheels on the damp part of the circuit and two wheels on the dry. And that takes confidence in the car, confidence in the setup, confidence in your own ability, and quite a lot of guts to be able to make that happen, and actually confidence in a whole lot of different things in order to make it happen without thinking, what if I touch a damp part here and I lose traction? What if I touch this part of the circuit and the driver comes across at me? But you're not thinking about it in that section. All you're thinking about is thinking, I want to get past this guy.
Yeah.
And you can so easily overthink a situation where you can almost basically overthink yourself out of an overtake, or overthink yourself out of position, because you're worried so much about so many different things going on around you. It's just simply just drive the car, let it happen, and see what plays out in the aftermath. And that's the key thing, just to kind of, in some cases, switch your brain off a little bit and just let the flow state take over and just see how it all plays out in front of you.
Yeah, I completely agree there, Scott. I mean, it's a combination of being reactive to a situation on the fly, but also using what your gut tells you, you know, your common sense instincts, And by doing that, you're going to have more confidence in yourself, also the machinery underneath you, but then also the situation that's around you as well. So the driver's starting to line up again. We are going to be underway very soon for 15 minutes of racing for the second and final race of the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Jack Warry looking to take another victory here this weekend. But can Jordan Pimley pick up his third win of the season so far? He was close, 85 thousandths. Green flag waves at the back. Scott, let's head over for the start.
So, take 2 for race 2 of the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Red lights up again. Let's see who wins the sprint to turn 1 between Jack Warry and Jordan Pimley. And once again, it's a pretty even start once again. And again, Warry comes to try and cover it. And yet again, it's almost 3 abreast between Pace, Greensmith and Martin Tolley. Sure, we're not watching a replay of race 1 down towards turn 1. In towards Redgate they go. And it's Warry who leads. Pimley in second place. And this time for third, it is Hold Your Breath. Well, still not decided. They're still 3 abreast. Side by side through Credit Curves, yes. 3 abreast, no way. And in fact, Greensmith sorts it out and thinks, right, I'm taking charge. Into third place he goes. They tumble their way back through the Credit Curves. And this time, Pimley much more on his toes, this time through the old hairpin, right on the rear bumper of Jack Warry as they pour their way through. Way with there for somebody in the middle of the top 10, it looks like, but he managed to survive that. This time a waterfall. Busy man this weekend. He switches from a Mazda MX5 to a BMW tomorrow in the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup in the 1 Series class. And look at Johnny Greensmith. Greensmith powering around the outside of Jordan Pimley. What a run he got from the old hairpin up the hill through Starkeys and Schwantz and right round the outside of the renowned wet weather specialist in this championship. He's still on the outside line. He still hasn't got the plate. He's still powering his way past. And wait, hold your breath. No, Pimley's got back through, or has he? No, they're still wheel to wheel, and also getting involved there too are Tolley, Pace, and also Kevin Bird. They're in the mix there too for what will be 4th, 5th, and 6th. So go back down towards the complex. There's a big midfield fight going on here between 5 or 6 cars, headed by Jamie Turner. He had some bad luck before. Simon Privet just sends it past 3 cars in one. A very lively first lap of this race, and we've not even completed it yet. Yeah, Pimley's been swamped.
Oh, Pace is up the inside of him. Who's that to the outside? Was that possibly
Kevin Bird? Yeah,
Kevin Bird in the number 59. He started 6 on the grid. And it is going to be Jack Warry that's going to lead us over the line after the opening tour in the number 6. And then it is Jonathan Greensmith. Oh, that is really, really close coming out of Goddard's right there. So, right, brace, hold your breath, and go for it and see what happens. And now this is really going to be a bit of a... is that the number 2? That's Matthew McLucky there.
It is.
Who's done a really, really good start. He's up to 9th place already, and he started 12th in this race, I think. So
I think TSL's confused because it thinks that Jordan Pimley's come up 28 positions.
Yes.
And that Michael McLucky has lost 7, which is not correct because he hadn't started. I think maybe he's confused Matthew McLucky with Jordan Pimley, or they've traded transponders. Either way, and also Jack Warry didn't start in 5th position. He started in 1st and he's still there. So I think TSL's a little bit confused as far as I can tell.
That's why I've made sure on one screen I've got the classification from the previous race, which sets the grid for this one.
Yes.
So yeah, Jack Warry leading by just under 0.8 of a second. We've got 12 minutes to go ahead of Jonathan Greensmith. Then we've got Martin Tolley rounding out the top 3. Jake Pace in the number 28, and then Jordan Pimley, who has been trying to do what he can, but he's become the bit of the cork in the bottle. And obviously, let's not forget Paul Simard, who started 36th and last in race 1, started 9th, now runs P6, and he's not that far behind. 3 wide into the Fogarty S's, and diving through goes Andy Estrati in the number 33. That was a great move there. So this is getting a bit too close for comfort. Pimley again getting swamped. He's getting a bit twitchy, applying the power out of the Melbourne hairpin. As again, it's 2x2 hurrah, Noah's Ark style, through the Melbourne hairpin. A little bit further back here, Scott.
There's a big 5-car fight for the lead. Then a huge midfield battle going on for several cars back. There's Tolley trying to send it round the outside of Del Pace. And they almost went 3 abreast with Jordan Pimley on the exit. Tolley gets boxed out. Now it's side by side between Pace and Pimley. And if Pace isn't careful, he might get the push and the bump draft from Tolley. He doesn't. and slots in behind Pimley, who stays in 3rd position, sets the new fastest lap of the race. It's the first proper flying lap of the race. Side by side further back, this is 264 and William Bream battling with Nick Ledoyen. This is over 12th position. Ledoyen has the place, Bream wants it, and he gets it on the inside of Redgate corner.
That was a clean move there, just nice and textbook, but we have got green flags flashing into Hollywood, which means there might be a yellow flag situation possibly coming into Redgate. Not 100% sure whether it may be Goddard's at the final corner on the circuit. So there were the green digi flag was flashing away. Oh, we've had the 42. That is Ben Hoy, one of the rookies. He has lost it, and that is coming through. I thought it might have been at Redgate. He went pretty much straight on and avoided the kitty litter.
He started 22nd and came across the line 16th, so it looks like he's made a few more places in 2 laps, but gone tumbling back down to the bottom of the field. There's car 71 moving through the shop. That is Keith Dawson, 17th place across the line. He's made a place, of course, at the expense of Ben Hoy. Nick Ledoyen, very experienced MX5 racer in his own right, currently sat at the moment in 12th position, behind Simon Waterfall. I have to say, Simon's actually been making good progress over the last couple of seasons, particularly the last 12 months. He really has come on pretty strong in the MX5 and also was pretty impressive in the 1 Series Super Cup car. Last time out at Alton Park, even bagged the podium in the 1 Series class. So good to see that Simon's getting just stronger and stronger and more confident. Tell you what's more confident about though, this is a big battle going on for the lead. It's now 4 of them together, and I think also it looks like Kevin Bird has passed Jake Pace, who's dropped back a couple of places now behind Tolly and Simard. No, there he is in the lead group, so he's looking at somebody else. So it's actually Bird battling with Paul Simard, who's up there, who's one of the top rookies in the field. And they come across the line. Pace sets the new fastest lap, 155.171. In 2nd place, chasing Warry. Pierre's got Pimley locked onto his rear bumper down towards Redgate corner. 5 alive for the lead, with Bird and Simard trying to give chase. And I think as we head towards half distance, it's still anyone's guess who wins this one.
This is definitely a race that I could call unpredictable at its at the very least, Scott, to be honest with you. I mean, Jack Warry has got a slight advantage. Jake Pace, 3rd in race 1 earlier on. He's got, as you said, the wet weather specialist, Mr. Jordan Pimley, in the number 500, not too far behind. So top 3 coming across the line after lap 3, covered by just under 9/10 of a second. A little bit further back, we've got Simon Waterfall, who started 20th, now up 9 places, runs 11th and is about 3 seconds behind Matthew Crozier in the 848, who started 18th, now runs P10. So there's still plenty of places to go for, as that's the 264 of Bream trying to close in on, funny enough, one of the drivers I've just mentioned, Simon Waterfall, positive position. Oh, that was nearly 3 abreast.
I think he was 3 abreast.
It was 3 abreast coming through the first part of Coppice. Simon Privet in the 991 trying to stick his elbows into this contretemps, so to speak, and it's going to be nearly side by side into the Fogarty S's. No, he's going to do what he did last time, dive to the inside, and he gets through on the number 75 of Nick Ledoyen. That was for I think 13th place at that point. So good moves there by Simon Privet. As meantime, drama for the 42, right front puncture. So that will have been damage.
And just in front of the leaders, because they come across the line side by side, and Jake Pace is clocked as the leader across the line by 88 1,000ths of a second. So now Jake Pace is looking to try and take his 2nd win of the season after he took a victory at Brands Hatch. He's almost touching wing mirrors with Jack Warry. And the championship leader now coming under big pressure, having lost the lead and now under big threat from one of his main rivals for the championship. But Martin Tolley, in a way, is also the interloper here in a way, not to disrespect at all, but he's kind of in the mix. He's not quite in the championship fight, but he's definitely getting amongst it here, trying to bother the likes of Pimley and Greensmith and Warry and Parry in the mix as well.
Oh!
Pimley into the back of Warry towards Old Hairpin. That could have been so much worse if Pimley hadn't backed out of that one. But Pimley does, and that could have almost been disaster.
It was a very, I mean, it was the slightest of nudges, but that could have unsettled Jack Warry really, really badly there, Scott. As now Greensmith round the outside. Is he going to make the move on Tolly? No, not quite. But gave it a good shot.
As they head back up towards the top of the hill at Coppice again. Pimley's attacking for 2nd once more. Bite of the curve through Coppice, and let's see, run wide as Warry wants right into the grass, which is going to be soaking wet after the rain. The championship leader is off the road. Jack Warry keeps his foot in. Credit for that one. He could make it as a rear-wheel drive rally specialist if he carries on with that rate. But Warry back down to 5th position now, and Jake Pace hits the front. So it's now Pimley in 2nd place. Martin Tolley is now 3rd, ahead of Johnny Greasmith, the defending champion, as Ben Hoy takes his helmet off and decides enough is enough, as it's a right front puncture is enough to put him out of the race. Now, down to the Melbourne Loop they come. Greasmith having a look on the outside. Warry's actually dropped further back. He's behind now. Looks like Paul Simard and Kevin Bird. He's managed to rejoin just in front of Austin Pegg, who is in the Hills Motorsport car. The rest of the top 10 is Matt Flowers, who's doing a grand job. He's the ex-BMW Compact Cup racer that's now graduated to or moved across to the championship and enjoying life in MX5 Clubman, as it seems. And then Matt Crozier's doing a grand job, I think, as well in P10, 10th position for
Oh,
Matt
Pimley to the outside.
Side by side for Pimley. Pimley looks across and goes, "Can I have the place, please?" Jake's like, "I don't think I give it to you that easy," but he slots back into line, and Pimley hits the front once again. I think that's our 3rd different leader in the space of a lap, I think it is.
Yeah, something.
He started with Warry, technically going on to the lap. Pace got it just on the line, then he ran wide, and now Pimley's back in front. So this is now a very back and forth battle. As for Warry, came across the line 6th, in car 6th. As they come through the right-hand side. Oh, and there goes. That was a big
Pace, and he's off.
Pace, almost went into the back of Jordan Pimley. Skips through the gravel. That's his chance of a victory gone, even a podium. But up through the gravel goes Jake Pace, and sadly his chances of a good result are gone. And once you get out to the wet grass now, Alex, you are finished.
That was definitely a Code Brown clean up on aisle 3, all in the same sentence on that one. He was very, very lucky as we've got the 52. That's Paul Simard. He's just fired it round the outside. Is that of Jack Warry? Yeah, he's trying to go round the outside through into Coppice. But Jack Warry this time does not go the rally cross joker lap style through Coppice that time. Who have they got behind them? Is that, trying to make out who that is. I think that might be possibly the number 59 of Bird, Kevin Bird.
Yes, Paul
just behind them.
Kevin Bird, yes.
So, yeah, there could have been a little bit of a frightener there for Jack Warry if Paul Simard decided, hello, remember me? I started from the back in race 1.
Yeah, make his way through quite smartly. There's 33 a little bit further back in the order. 33 outside the top 20. That is Andy Estrate back in 22nd position. This lead group, though, isn't letting up. And there's Jake Pace in blue and green, who has dropped. We'll see exactly where he's dropped down when we get across the line here. He'll be outside the top 10, having had a massive excursion onto the wet grass. Across the line they go. 3¼ minutes left. Pimley now officially classifies as the new race leader. Jack Warry pushing along, sets a new fastest lap, 154.782. And that's a heck of a lap time, given that the best lap time before was Jake Pace in a 155.1. 4 tenths quicker than that. I think Warry's definitely trying to charge here. He's already on the back of Martin Tolley. He's really flying out there. He's past Paul Simard. He's now on the tail of Martin Tolley. I think there's a chance he could get a podium at this rate.
Yeah, Jake Pace has now dropped down to 10th spot after that moment that he just had a few seconds ago. So, yeah, this is getting a bit close here. And that is a very, very heavily damaged front left quarter on the 848 of Matthew Crozier. And he's battling away. I think that is with the 22 of Matt Flowers.
And he's just taken 8th position, but both might lose a place, because here comes Jake Pace on the recovery drive, looking down the outside of Matt Flowers, has just about picked off 1, slots in nicely, looks to the inside of Matt Crozier, and officially picks off, wait for it, 2. So that's 2 more places gained, so that now puts him up into 8th position, so a couple more points salvaged. It'll almost certainly at this rate, at least initially, be one of his worst scores of the season. So when the drop scores start to kick in, probably will be one of his worst results if he keeps up a good run of top 5s and positions higher than 8th position. And what this has also done now is left these two to battle once again, and Crozier gets the move redone and holds on to the place once more. Back at the front, they're getting pretty close between the top 4 as they come on towards the last lap of the race now, onto the GP loop and up towards Goddard's for the final time. Pimley can try and hold on here to pick up what would be, I think, his 3rd win of the season. Greasmith wants his 2nd, Tolley wants his 1st.
But look, Jack Warry, don't count him out yet. He's not that far behind. It's 1.6 seconds covering the top 4.
So, on to the last lap then, side by side between Go For It Racing. He almost gets squeezed across by his team boss, Martin Tolley, who might be, to Martin must be thinking, you might be my customer, but I don't actually care for the fact you're going to pass me. You want to get past me, I'm not going to give it to you for free. I can also see, I think that there's a bit of exhaust or something dragging on the ground underneath Jack Warry's car, possibly from a legacy when he went off the road. Something's hanging off the bottom of the car and dragging on the ground. It's nothing, I think, that's going to affect the car or the performance or sending any sparks or anything like that. But he's keeping close, could certainly get a podium. Just further back, Nick Ledoyen battling away with 73, which is just outside the top, just inside the top 20. That's Lawrence. Now side by side for second as Tolley's going for a podium place here to try and deny Johnny Greensmith. And all this battling is only allowing Pimley to escape up the road with a few corners remaining in the race. Through Coppice they go. Tolley will get a good run here, but so too will Warry. He'll get a double toe as both cars in front punch a massive hole in the air, and Martin Tolley's pointing to Jack Warry, push me, let's go, let's try and get past Johnny and get 2 positions from him rather than just 1. That's why you're possibly trying to look to the outside, but he needs a really clean exit through the S's up towards the Melbourne Loop to get a chance of making a pass here. Further back is Bo Parry, who's chasing after a few more cars behind, but we've got to see the leaders down towards the hairpin. Here they come, and they're almost 3 abreast again, looking up the inside line. Greensmith was very defensive, and Tolley, in the meantime, has to also leave Jack Warry high and dry on the outside line. Crystal gets a 5-second penalty. Someone locking up in the background, I think is Austin Pegg, but out the final corner they will come for the last time. It's been a very eventful day in the MX5 Clubman Championship for Jordan Pimley, and the drive, there's contact! Round goes Johnny Greensmith off onto the outside grass. He loses a podium place that might have to be looked at afterwards. But in the end, it's going to be Jordan Pimley who takes the victory. Jack Warry takes second, and Martin Tolley gets third. I'll say provisionally, because that might be looked at afterwards, I think. Possibly Clark of the course, Andy Holly, might have something to say about that one. And Austin Penn, that wasn't a lock-up. He has damage to the front right. Did he clip one of the tyre stacks going into the chicane? So it's all happening on the final lap at MX5 Clubman. Pimley wins, Warry second, Martin Tolley third. Paul Simard gets fourth. Kevin Berg was in 5th position. Then Jake Pace picks up 6th after his off at the old hairpin. 7th is Crozier, 8th is Flowers, 9th is Will Bream, and Austin Pegg still gets across the line in P10 despite having basically 3 wheels on his wagon. Well, eventful stuff as always at the MX5 Clubman Championship, and we only saw the aftermath of that move. We saw Johnny Greensmith's car just arriving to the apex of the Goddard's hairpin backwards. And so that will be something he might well feel very much aggrieved by. Where did he finish in the end? Greensmith finished in 16th. So that one move put him right down the order. And I think he's usually quite a cheering, affable guy, is Johnny Greensmith. He might not appreciate that too much, I don't think. There is Austin Pegg's car, but did limp its way across the line. You can see it's got damage on the right front where the wheel has got far too much camber than it should do. But across the line he comes and takes a P10 finish anyway. And what's interesting is that I can see in the background the top 3 or 4 drivers are very quickly rushing back towards pit lane by the looks of it. They weren't coasting down the back straight, they were racing as if it was the final lap of the race. I wonder also maybe, I presume that Jordan Pimley has seen the checker flag because he's maybe racing or they're pushing like they need another lap. There's a 555 of Lia Jacobs. Crosses the line, takes the checkered flag, and that's the end of the MX5 Clubman action this weekend. Sponsored by Clapham North, of course. Thanks to George Grant and everyone at Clapham North for their continued support of the Mazda MX5 paddock. And certainly a race that will have plenty of talking points and lots to discuss in post-race in a few moments with Alex Goldschmidt. So that's not the race order. That's a miss-up. That's a bit of a strange order for TSL. I can give it to you on my screen here instead of what we see here. So Jordan Pimley wins by 2 seconds, not what we see here. Ignore that. Jack Warry second. Third goes to Martin Tolley, but of course I'll say provisionally because there might be some discussions after that, after what happened at the final corner. We'll wait and see if there is anything after that event. 4th is Paul Simard, 5th is Kevin Bird to round up the top 5, 6th is Jake Pace, 7th is Matt Crozier, 8th Matt Flowers, 9th William Bremer, and 10th Austin Pegg despite damage to the right front. 11th goes to Keith Dalton, 12th to Bo Parry, then it's Greenwood, Waterfall and Privet in the top 15. Johnny Greensmith, after the contact at the final corner, finishes in 16th. That will almost certainly be one of his drop scores. Then it's going to be for the rest of the top 20. Luke Sowich, once again, started 17th, finished 17th. Good effort from Luke to keep himself in the mix. And then 18th place for Nick Ledoyen, 19th for Lawrence, 20th for Andy Estrate, then McCluckey, Smith, Halley, Gilligan, Winstanley, Whiteman, Anscombe and Jacobs were the 29 finishers, and then we had Turner and Hoy who also pitted later on as well. Right, I think we're time to possibly hand across to Alex Goldschmidt to have a chat to 3 drivers who I'm sure have quite a lot to say after a very eventful second race of the day for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship.
Thank you very much, Scott. Jordan Pembley, 3rd win, finally in the bag, buddy. How does that feel?
Well, I told you I'd make it even, and I did.
well, it didn't help that Jack exited stage left quite spectacularly. I thought he was going to do like a British Rallycross Joker lap going out of the second part of Coppice, but you know, like it was so intense at the front end of the field, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was very kind of him, very noble. I think it was because obviously before the red flag I'd got ahead, so it was like, well, you know what, he deserves it, let him pass. I'm joking.
Even I know you're joking on that one, but you know, finally you've got that 3rd win. Now it's time to sort of calm down, let that adrenaline get out of your system. You know, how difficult is it for a driver like yourself when you have that red flag stoppage, you've then got to re-line up on the same grid position and you've got to get yourself back in the zone? What's the best tactic that works for you normally?
It's a tough question because obviously every restart's different, conditions are different. I was actually in a pretty good position this time. I rolled the dice again with the weather and I put a full dry setup, even stiffer than this morning. And there was a little spit of rain when we were in the assembly area, but sat on the grid, I knew that it was my race.
I mean, also with the fact that there was a distinctive dry line showing, there's still that little bit of sketchiness with the back end. Did that occur any time at all when you were really hustling the number 500 along?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There was some moves into the hairpin on the wet line that I thought, oh, this is not going to pay off. It was a surprising amount of grip out there once we got the tyres hot. Even if you just touched the wet a little bit, to be fair, it stuck pretty well.
Well, congratulations, 3rd win in 2025, and we look forward to seeing how you get on for the rest of the season here, sir. Well done, Jordan.
Lovely, thank you very much. Just a quick shout out to all my fabulous sponsors. Without them, I wouldn't be on the grid. Quick Plan, Home Care Software, Salters Law, Harry Bennett Foundation and Racing Our Motorsport, and a huge shout out to the team Mechanics 347 as well. Absolutely fantastic job all weekend.
Well done, Jordan Pimley, race winner, 3rd of the year. Mr. Warry, come along. You had a bit of a Code Brown moment going through Coppice, didn't you? What happened?
Oh, most definitely. I was starting to lose the tyres. The tyre pressure is still set for a sort of a damp race. Yeah. So they got to a point where they started to overheat. And then that happened. And I kept my foot in it. So fortunately, I managed to get back onto the circuit in a decent position. Getting back up to 2nd was almost like a win after that.
I mean, like, we saw you fall off the circuit. We saw Mr. Pace, who was P3 in race 1 earlier on. He also had a drama a little bit earlier on as well. It just goes to show how tight things can be in this championship, because you never know what you're going to expect from corner to corner, especially with the weather that we've had this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a 15-minute race and I fell off it about 7 minutes in, and somehow I've got back to 2nd. So everyone's that tightly packed that is possible, but you've just got to be on it from start to finish. Otherwise, you can fall backwards quite quickly, as I found out, but fortunately managed to make up for it.
I mean, both with you and Jordan picking up a win and a 2nd apiece, you know, things are getting closer and closer. You know, in the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Roll on the next round, eh?
Yeah, 100%. Hopefully more of the same next time out, so looking forward to it.
Brilliant, Jack. Well done. A winner and also a 2nd place. We do also need to have a chat with our man in 3rd. You'd like to come this way, good sir? How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Bit of a hectic race, an eventful race, but wait and see what the stewards have got to say, because we had a bit of contact in the last bend. But the Rubbins racing, they say, a bit unfortunate for Johnny Greensmith. If it is my fault, I'll only apologise to him, but I have a suspicion that there was a lot of over-braking going on, and I locked up. And control just wasn't there at that point. But it was a good race. Congratulations to Jordan and Jack. They raced really fairly and hard, and I think the top 5 cars, any one of us could have won that race.
It was very much like that from the word go, because obviously we had the red flag restart, you know, everyone back on their positions, Martin, and it was just a case of navigating your way to the end of the race weekend, getting that car across the line. Okay, yes, it might be a little bit dented like the front wing and your bumper is at the moment, but it's a more important about getting those crucial, important points in the championship standings, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But we always got to remember that it's a hobby out of control. But it's been a blast of a weekend. And as I say, really enjoyed the last race. Thanks.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. So, with that in mind, we've got 2 races to go here for day 1 of the Brscc Nankang Tyre Summer Weekend here at Donington Park. Because up very shortly, we're going to have our second and final race of the MG Cockshoot Cup Championship. So, very shortly, we'll head back to Scott Woodward in commentary, ready for the next race.
Certainly will, thanks Alex, and great timing as the MG Cockshoot Cup leaves the grid for the formation lap of its second race of the day. Of course, only racing today, and of course the grid is set by the results of race 1. There are more than 3 cars on the grid, so I think we're having another glitch with the timing system, but I can give you the grid nonetheless anyway, based on the results I believe of race 1, which means that courtesy of his dominant victory from earlier on, it then puts Paul Wignall on pole position in his MG ZS. He will be alongside Keith Eggar in his MG Midget. Then it will be Carl Green's ZS and David Morrison in his MG Midget. So it's going to be ZS Midget in terms of MGs at the front. Then it'll be Peter Bramble in his MGB, who will be heading in 5th position alongside Christopher Greenbank in the MGF. Eliza Seville starts 7th alongside Mark Bellamy in the ZS. Eliza once again in her MGF. James Johnson and Phil Rigby come next. James Johnson in his, I think he is in a ZS, and it will be Phil Rigby in the Soul Class F MGF. Then it's going to be Andrew Walsh in a ZR, so ZR, not ZS. It's James Johnson in a ZR, I should say, I think. Then it's Martin Richardson in his MGB, alongside Andrew Walsh's ZR, and then towards the back of the field with Harry Wilkie in another MGB, and Leon Wignall, who didn't finish race 1 yesterday, didn't finish race 1 earlier on, in the championship winner in his bright pink MG ZR, and then it's Tony Riles and Thomas Stanfield at the back of the field to count hopefully all 16 of our MG Cockshoot Cup drivers on the grid once more for race number 2. Now the interesting thing about the Cockshoot Cup earlier on was that it was very much Keith Eggar had an initial lead, but then once Paul Wignall was able to recover from maybe not the best qualifying that he was hoping for, he was able to really power his way back to the front, take the lead from Keith, and even though Keith had the pace to beat everyone else, Paul's V6, I think it's a V6 engine ZS, just had that little bit more pace, a little bit more power underneath it. And you just sense that from the front row of the grid this time, that Paul Wignall might be a slightly more difficult character to beat this time by. I think that Keith Eggar, who was champion in Class E last year, he's certainly going to be wanting to, looking over his shoulder, or at least possibly might be staring at Paul Wignall's exhaust pipe, I think, because that MG ZS has got quite a bit of mumbo and straight line, to quote the Australian commentator, which I should know the name of, Mike Raymond, that's it, who was one of the commentators that I grew up watching a lot, and sadly no longer with us, but rest in peace, a legend of Australian motorsport commentary. So, cars lining back up on the grid for race 2 of the day for the MG Cockshoot Cup. A reminder, the MG Cockshoot Cup starts out as being a championship part of the MG Car Club, particularly its Northwestern division. Still some involvement for them as well, but they've come onto the Brscc roster for the first time as a Brscc championship over the winter. And they bring a really lovely, eclectic and really wonderful mix of classic and modern, like contemporary MGs from the kind of late 90s and early 2000s, MGFs and ZRs and ZS, mixing it with MGBs and MG midgets. It's a really eclectic and wonderful grid, and it's a wonderful paddock too, really friendly and really good, close but polite and fair racing. So, race 2 of the weekend for the MG Cockshoot Cup, all set to go. Watch for the red lights at the top of the screen. Now when they go out, race number 2 will be go any second now. Good launch initially for the rear-wheel drive midget. Both the midgets get a really good launch, both of them Keith Eggar and David Morrison. I should say MG in midgets, because saying just midgets on its own is going to be quite odd. Anyway, up towards Red Gate Corner for the first time. And it is both of the MG midgets that lead. Eggar from Morrison. And not the best of starts for Paul Wignall. And he's actually under pressure from Christopher Greenbank in the kind of almost that's like a silvery green coloured MGF as they turn their way out through Old Hairpin for the first time. Top 4 getting away. There's Carl Green in position. Peter Bramble in 6th. There goes Mark Bellamy, the Class A winner in 7th place, and charging along from 14th on the grid, wasting no time at all, is the defending champion Leon Wignall. He's up a few spots already and already pushing his way past Elijah Seville into another place. So this is a very similar situation that Paul found himself in race 1. He started quite slow, but once he managed to get himself warmed up and get the car warmed up and the tyres warmed up after a couple of laps, that's when he started to find a little bit more pace as they came through the final couple of corners. They come down to the S's for the first time. You see a change possibly here imminent for the Class A lead. Here comes Leon Wignall looking up the inside. Bellamy might not give him it that easy, and he doesn't. Sweeps across and holds the place, but Wignall will push again and try and get it at the next couple of corners. And as predicted, Paul Wignall is now up to full speed. Up the inside he goes of Keith Eggart. Through he goes, and in no surprise, he's back to the lead that he never really lost since he got it in race 1. Good midfield battles further back. You can see that either side of Elijah Seville as the 2 Class A cars. You've got the yellow car, Mark Bellamy, was on the left of screen, and the defending champion number 1 overall and in class, Leon Wignall, in the pink MGZR. Just on the right hand side, his car gets very sideways on the exit of the hairpin. Side by side between Seville and Bellamy. Seville gets her elbows out and doesn't let Bellamy through. There might be different classes, but Seville is giving as good as she gets. She's in Class C, the most popular class in the field. What's really nice as well is that there's lots of enthusiasm in this championship, as Alex Goldschmidt rejoins me in the commentary. You heard it from the interviews post-race of race 1. Not only do they love the championship, they want to see more cars on the grid. They want to see more classics, they want to see more MGFs, they want more ZRs, and they know they're out there. So what will hopefully be the case, now that the MG Cockshoot Cup is on a platform like the Brscc, and they're getting things like live streaming, they're getting more increased opportunities to talk about the championship, hopefully attract more cars, hopefully more racing like this with the Class A cars as they go wheel to wheel through Starkeys and up towards Schwantz curve. That was side by side between Bellamy and Wignall, and it looks like Wignall has track position and potentially, as he goes up the inside, and indeed he has got the lead of the Class A in towards McLean's, Alex.
Yeah, Elisa Seville trying to see if she can sneak her nose up the inside as Bellamy ran a little bit wide, coming out of McLean's as they go through into Coppice, as Wignall keeps it around the outside. Oh, look at the MGF, darts up the inside. Great move there by Elisa Seville on Mark Bellamy, and has got the pull on that mid-engined rear-wheel drive MGF. And look, she's even going for the inside line here into the Fogarty S's. Great work there by the number 42.
I think Elisa Seville's been using a lot more, some more of her toolbox that she's managed to pick up from the MX5 Super Cup, going elbows out and diving up the inside. She's definitely making the most of her opportunity in the MGF. There goes Bellamy back up the inside of Wignall. I feel like these two were going to go back and forth for the entire race. They're going side by side on the exit again. There goes Wignall. Greenbank's now 2nd place. He's got past Keith Eggert, and Morrison now in 4th position. There goes slightly wayward Carl Green. Bramble 6th. Eliza 7th and pushing on now to try and be herself a bit closer. And then comes the Class A battle between the 2 MGZRs. And I actually agree, we need more MGZRs to make this Class A a bit more entertaining. It's entertaining here. What I mean by that is more MGZRs will make more entertainment than they already have. Same with the MGS. Phil Rigby's on his own in Class F. There are 2 MGs in Class C, but that's for slightly modified and not standard MGs or standard Cup cars or anything like that. But Phil Rigby wants more MGFs. The guys in the classic guys want more classic cars. The guys in Class A want more MGZRs. They're all saying, come and join us, because it's a great paddock, it's a great new opportunity for the championship to grow, to find more cars, and I really hope it does, because apparently there are lots of MGZR race cars and MGFs out there that just need either owners or to be wheeled up to come join the series.
Well, I mean, the thing is that when these cars were out on the road, as we see now Elisa Seville going toe-to-toe with the number 69, that is going to be Peter Bramble in the MGB. I think it's just more a case of we need more cars in more classes, period. Whether it's road going or modified, it need, with this kind of platform, it gives the championship welcome exposure, and it can only draw more numbers in.
Yeah, I think the class structure works pretty well, because you've got Class A for MGZRs and ZSs, as in kind of more standard spec.
Yeah.
Class B is for more MGBs and MG midgets. Class C is the most popular one because it's for modified cars and it allows both classic and mod in there. And then you have Class F, which is specifically for MGFs and MGTFs. So I'd grab it if I could. I'd grab an MGF and I'd come and join in.
Yeah.
I'd want a proper MGF Cup car though, proper old school for the late 90s, early 2000s. Because it's kind of, I think Christopher Greenbank, I think it is one of those, unless it's just decals. I think it is one just with a hard top roof. And Greenbank actually, this is interesting. Wiggles not pulling away like he was in race 1. That MGZS might have some power in a straight line, but Greenbank is keeping with him.
Yeah, he was 1.1 seconds quicker on that previous tour. Set the fastest lap of the race, a 151.653. Paul Wignall, 152.7. So the MGF is diving up the inside, down into the crater curves, and that is Greenbank for the race lead.
Impressive stuff. Greenbank getting gutsy through the crater curves, and through he goes into the lead. So we've got a fight in our hands here. This is now MGF versus ZS, and two slightly different generations of MG machinery going wheel to wheel with each other. And the two classic MG midgets of Egar and Morrison about 5 seconds back from this battle. If these two keep on fighting, unless their pace is that good that they can't even keep up, then the pair of Egar and Morrison will definitely want to close in here and make an impact. What's also interesting is Eliza Sevilla's got past Peter Bramble looking on the timing screen. Speaking of Peter Bramble, there he is. He's now getting himself embroiled now in the Class A fight. And this is the intriguing thing, is that I think Bramble's car is a bit quicker in a straight line, but Wignall was able to handle that car a lot better, I think. And also, I looked in the background, Eliza Sevilla is actually challenging, I think, Carl Green for his position. She is. So good effort from Eliza to get her elbows out once again and start challenging for a top 5 finish as they head down the back straight. Nose to tail now between the two Class A cars. Wignall keeps up his pursuit of Greenbank to try and retake the place. It looks like also the MG midgets are also at play. The classic are in the mix between Egar and Morrison. Morrison actually keeping quite close to his teammate here, so the two of them running in tandem. But there's a part of me, I guess, that wants to see the MG win. I know you shouldn't really have favourites or bias, or you should remain neutral. But there's part of me, I just want to. I'd love to see the MGF win this race. It'd be great. It'd be fantastic to see.
Well, look, he's Christopher Greenbank has just put in another new fastest lap, 150.949. Paul Wignall, 152.6. So that gap has now pendulum swing to a lead of about 1.2 seconds for the number 19. And yeah, I think with Keith Egger and the MG midget, the number 4 car running P3 at the moment, as we once again see the car of Eliza Seville closing in on the number 30 MG ZS 180 of Carl Green. They are now going through the craners. Now, is Eliza going to send it up the inside through into the old hairpin? Thinks better of it, discretion being the better part of valour by the number 42 as they go up the hill through Starkey's and Schwantz Curve, and then into McLean's. It's just a case of Eliza just waiting to bide her time to see if she can make the move through. But who'd have thought of this? 45 of Egger versus, the 45 of David Morrison closing in on Keith Eggar in the number 4, and that is a bona fide battle for P3 out on track.
Lots of cars pairing off into their own little private battles. You've got as well the battle that was the scrap going on there between Phil Rigby and Andrew Walsh. So Phil Rigby in the sole Class F MGF. There he is, and hence Andrew Walsh in a very similarly coloured car. Just behind him there is the Class B leader, which is Richardson. I think he's the only car in Class B because we don't have Riles, Wilkie or Stanfield, which is show. I know that Riles pulled up in the Dark Side Developments car and he pulled off early in race 1. Not quite sure what happened to Wilkie or Stanfield, but either way, Richardson is the only Class runner at the moment. Wignall is on a 155.8, so this is not the pace we saw from him before. Greenbank is going quicker, 152.103, another 3.7 seconds taken off that lead. It's now nearly 5 seconds in 2 laps, which is pretty extraordinary. And Eggar is now 1.4 ahead of Morrison in the Class C battle. Of course, and that's for third and fourth in the class. Leon Wignall still leads Class A from Bellamy. And then, of course, it's Rigby and Richardson are on their own in classes. So I have to keep an eye on that.
one of the interesting things I've noticed with the two MGs of Edgar and Morrison, you look at the amount of body roll. There's minimal body roll on both cars because they're so low to the ground. And then you look at Wignall, Paul Wignall in the MG ZS 180, and because it's more of a road-based car in some respects, it's got a higher centre of gravity. So thereby the car's going to lead a little bit more from side to side, which can be counter-conducive to getting through corners in the right way. Whereas you see Edgar and Morrison, they're running within a second of a lap, around about 1.1 seconds, and then you see the battle here between Mark Bellamy and also Peter Bramble. And Bramble, really, that car's got a lot of grunt, a lot of waft in a straight line, and he's definitely not letting Bellamy slide, and he's going to go possibly through on the run down Starkey straight into the Foggy S's, and he's just powers past him straight away. Good old power to weight ratio there.
Yeah, the lightweight MGB gets the better of the, not necessarily heavy, but it's the slightly heavier MGZR. Meanwhile, Christopher Greenbank looks pretty calm and relaxed as he starts to spread eagle the field in the MGF. Makes his way out through the right-hand of Redgate corner onto another lap. Just under 3.5 minutes to go. And there's no doubt that Wignall still is the pace of the field for the cars behind. But it's almost a similar story to what we had in race number 1, when Edgar had set the pace at Alton Park and he was best of the rest behind Wignall. Now Wignall's best of the rest behind Greenbank. So by that form, the next race should see someone beating Greenbank who's in second place. But we'll have to wait and see how that plays out in the next round. Out of interest, actually, whilst we're looking at this, and it started to calm down a little bit in the battles. The next round I'll look for is coming up, I think, not too long. I don't think. I need to remember which time that race is. Whilst I'm looking at that, you can see Eliza Seville in the Class C MGF. She's moved up to 5th position now, past Carl Green. That move has been completed. Next event is going to be in August, so August 9th and 10th at Capel Park is the next one. So hopefully, and that's obviously as well, that's in the northwestern region, which obviously is where the MG Cockshoot Cup was previously being kind of administrated and looked after. And they still have some involvement, but ultimately the championship is effectively under the Brscc banner now, so it's been kind of treated as, in many ways, as kind of one of its own, so to speak, being kind of promoted in-house as well. And again, there's lots of enthusiasm, as we mentioned, to get more cars on the grid. So if you've got a racing MG that fits this, like an MGZR or a ZS or an MGB or an MG Midget or even an MGF or a TF, and you think you want someone to race with fellow MGs and a very friendly and enthusiastic paddock that like putting these cars on track and giving them a good show, then certainly Cockshoot Cup is the one to take a look at. And do go follow the official Facebook page, and there's also a dedicated Formula page on the Brscc website as well. You can go check it out, because certainly I think it's a championship that has lots of potential to start getting a bit more traction and growing again going forwards. You did also see as well in the background, there was a Ferris wheel in the background there. They are running the Download Festival. I think it's next weekend.
It is, yes.
Next weekend, so they're prepping early for it.
There were quite a few tents when I drove into the circuit at about 8:30 this morning, and I was just like thinking, okay, and then they've got all these signs that they're testing at as well, but yeah, I think it's just one of those things that where there are events after events after events, and more to the point, well, it is going to be a very, very happy Christopher Greenbank at the moment, who is not that far away from taking the checkered flag in just a few moments' time. We are currently on lap 8, so it looks like we're going to have a total of, in terms of the race distance, we're looking at 9 laps in completion. And he's done exactly what he needed to do, got past Paul Wignall, and has pretty much left him in the doldrums, so to speak, and has gotten away with a significant gap. The last time around was just over 4 3/4 seconds for the number 19. There's Carl Green, who's managed to repass Eliza Seville in the Class C number 42 MGF, and I'm just wondering if there's going to be possibly any opportunity for him to get past the 45 David Morrison in the latter stages, but we are counting down. It is going to come down to the wire, 2-1, as Greenbank makes his way through into Goddard's for what will be the final time. The number 19 MGF comes out of the final corner, And the checkered flag waves. He picks up the final race win of the weekend in the MG Cockshoot Cup Championship here at Donington Park. Paul Wignall takes P2. Keith Eager in the MG Midget, the number 4. One of my favourite cars on this grid, I have to be completely honest. And they say commentators can't be biased. But then you had Carl Green getting through on Eliza Seville, but also David Morrison finishes in P6. Luke Wignall, the Leon Wignall, the current reigning and defending champion in the pink MG ZR170, crosses the line in 7th ahead of Peter Bramble in the number 69 MGB. Mark Bellamy in the MG ZR. And then rounding out the top 10, James Johnson in the number 48 Class A MG ZR170 crosses the line. We are wondering if there are going to be any more drivers that might come across the line. There we go. On cue, number 9, Phil Rigby in the MG F, the 1.8 VVC comes across the line. And then we're just waiting for both Martin Richardson and also the number 6 of Andrew Walsh as they both come across the line now to complete the finishing order. All drivers made it to. So that concludes the MG Cockshoot Cup Championship Race 2. So it was Christopher Greenbank that takes the win in that race with the fastest lap, winning by 4.4 seconds ahead of Paul Wignall, Keith Eager and Carl Green, rounding out the top 4 positions with Eliza Seville in the number 42 Class C MGF, rounding out the top 5. David Morrison, Leon Wignall, Peter Bramble, then Mark Bellamy finishing ahead of James Johnson with Phil Rigby, Martin Richardson and Andrew Walsh, rounding out the 13 finishers. All 13 started, all 13 finished, all 8 laps of racing. And as Scott said, the MG Cockshoot Cup will be heading next up to the Cadwell Park Clapham North Summer Race Weekend, the 9th and 10th of August 2025, which will be their 3rd of 5 events over the course of the season. The 6th and the 7th of September at Croft, event number 4, and then the event 5 will take place on the Sunday and will be at Silverstone International, 11th to the 12th of October. It's been a real pleasure seeing these wonderful examples of MG's pageantry in racing history. With a wonderful cornucopia, wonderful smorgasbord, so to speak, of cars here this weekend, as the drivers that will be heading to the top 3 spots at the end of the pit lane are making their way down as we speak. Still one more race to go after this one, as the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint Series will conclude things. Oh dear, and Christopher Greenbank's car has come to a halt out on circuit. Oh dear, that's not exactly what the number 19 would have wanted after winning by nearly 4.4 seconds after 8 laps of racing. So that car being pushed off circuit. Big thank you there to the Marshall's crew. There's also Leon Wignall going over to Mark Bellamy to shake his hand. There is the, as Scott Woodward says, you cannot miss that pink livery on that MG ZR170.
2 seconds, I'm going to grab this. You might have to bear with me just a moment, because I'm going to just grab the 2 cars we need for class winners, so I'll grab them in here just to kind of have a look. Shame we can't talk to Christopher Greenbank because his car stopped over on the circuit, so we'll bring our 2 class winners in. So I'm kind of doing bits of moving through to bring these 2 forwards and give it help from Leon Wignall to bring them forwards to the boards so we have a chat. So we've got 3 of our 4 class winners, so that's at least something. We've got Phil Rigby, we've got Martin Richardson,
and we'll keep them there. We pulled up Phil Rivy behind number 1 board. He'll take it as a winner in Class F. He'll like that one. But let's just see if we can probably bring Jeremy just in my direction. We've got Leon Wigner here as well. Well, that makes up for the retirement in race 1. And the handshake you gave to Mark Bellamy suggested you had a really exciting fight with that, and we watched it for most of it out there.
Yeah, it definitely makes up for the day. Like, don't get me wrong, all my own mechanical faults, not leaving header tanks on. So yeah, it does make up for the retirement, and fair play to Mark. Every inch, every space, we were both in it, and Peter Bramble got involved as well. It was sportsman race, proper race, what we like. It's how we like to win it, and you know, on to another one, on to the next round.
And being the champion and being involved in it as well, of course, I think it means a lot to say come from you along as other people, is that, you know, Mark said in his interview afterwards that we want more of these ZRs. Phil said we want more MGS, we want more classics. I think the whole consensus is people know where the cars are. We just want them all to come onto the grid, because this championship, look at, it's got a really bright future going forwards now with Brscc and where it is at the moment.
Yeah, more cars would be perfect on this grid. Don't get me wrong, you don't need to come and challenge me. I quite happily keep my championship. But no, more cars on this grid would fill it up nicely, and as long as it's all fun, gentleman racing, everyone's welcome. And that's what it's all about here. Doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your experience level, there's a place for you all on the grid.
As long as you're still winning, doesn't matter.
Exactly, it's fine. You come and try, but no.
Makes up for your race 1. Well done. We'll see you for the next one out at Cadwell Park. Congratulations. Right, let's have a quick chat to our other 2 drivers who are just over here as well. So we'll give a quick word once again with Mr. Rigby. We'll let you park up against number 1 board, because our the other MG that won the race actually unfortunately pulled up on the slowing down lap. So, but even so, another class win, another decent race.
Yes, it was good. Enjoyed it. Yeah, right on the limit in places. Yes, but I'm pushing myself all the time and trying to improve. So,
this is echoing what I said to Lee, and of course what we said earlier on. To get more cars out, more MGS. I think people know where they are. We need to get them on the grid and get people in seats.
Get more Fs out there. Class F, brilliant, first class.
Well done, congratulations. Really quick chat to Austin Martin as well. Another class win for you, another solid job in the MGB. Happy with that?
Very happy with it. Yeah, I managed to tag on to Phil in the F and the ZR that actually spun through the S's on the next to last lap. But yeah, it was fun trying to tag on to them. Couldn't get past, but I was close, which isn't bad for a 1965 old banger.
Yeah. Not bad. Same again at Cadwell Park?
Yeah, same again.
Good stuff. We'll see you there. Well done. Congratulations. Excellent. Right, final race of the day for Saturday. It's the second race of the weekend for the Pro Sport Sprint Series. Back up to Alex for the grid as they're ready on the formation lap for the race.
Thank you very much, Scott. So, our final race, race 10 out of 21 for the Brscc Nankang Tyre Summer Weekend here at Donington Park. The weather is stabilised somewhat, and we do have our second race for the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint Series. And Luke Woodhouse will start on pole position alongside him in the number 40 F80 BMW M3 Jazz Sapra. Klaus Koiker and John Cockerton will round out row number 4 in the pair of BMW E46 3 Series. Then we've got Tommy Grouse in the 129 BMW E46. He'll have Lee Collins in the 82 alongside row 4, Jake Spencer and David Lawrence, Oliver Fowler and Matthias Redstock with Stephen King, Jared Colson, Wes Payne, and of course the number 29 that we had Anthony Unit behind the wheel of that car, due to be piloted by John Slack, but that car significantly sustaining front end damage. Will more than likely not be taking part. That car, I think, will have already been boxed up and put ready to take back and get that thing ready to go. Of course, we've got some other classes tomorrow. We've got the PBS Brakes Super Sport Endurance Cup, the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship, which also includes the Compact Cup there, along with the Fixer Wheel Production Cup. And after this race of the Brscc Pro Sports Sprint Series, they will be heading to Croft for their next event, the 12th to the 13th of July 2025. As the pace car peels into pit lane, the red lights are on, we're revs up, we're racing. Great start by Woodhouse as Sapra tries to go towards the outside into Redgate for the first time. This is the two E46s. Just alongside each other. Koiker through on Cockerton. And what a stubble there from Woodhouse. And Sapra takes the lead.
And the VW Golf GTI Club Sport in the opening couple of corners has dropped from the race lead and has got third place at the moment. So great work there by the likes of Goiker and Sapra. So 2 BMWs make it through as the aerial atom of Jake Spencer is battling away with the BMW number 24. Which is was being piloted, the number 24, which is being piloted by a certain Mr. Kent. So at the moment, things are getting very, very interesting indeed. That was piloted last time. Well, that was the 24, not the 4. So the 24 being piloted. So there were a couple of amendments to the entry list ahead of this weekend, but Jazz Sapra trying to fend off around the outside. That was Klaus Goiker through at the final part of the Melbourne hairpin, but now it's Woodhouse back up the inside of the 77. So Jazz Sapra using that grunt on that F80 BMW M3. He's got a lead of about 6/10. After the opening tour, Woodhouse second. Goiker, Lawrence now up 4 positions from 8th on the grid. The Seat Leon Cupra, the 56 area motorsport prepared car, now up the order significantly. 4 places gained. Cockerton, Grout, Collins, Fowler and Kent, with Spencer rounding out the top 10 at the moment in the number 71 aerial atom. As well, of course, the number 29 of John Slack not starting due to the damage sustained to the vehicle, which was due to take part in the PBS Brake Supersport Endurance Cup 2-hour race after the lunch break tomorrow. But things got very, very exciting after a stumble from Luke Woodhouse. But he is trying to close in on Jazz Sapra for that overall race lead. We've got just over 17 minutes to go in our final race here on day 1 out of 2. Got another 11 exciting races starting tomorrow at around about 10:40 with the penultimate race of the weekend for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup Championship at around 10:40. But the top 3 literally lying astern at the moment. Sapra leading by about 6/10. We're about to complete lap number 2. And I spoke with Jazz Sapra a little bit earlier on today, and he says, I love it. You can really wring the neck of this thing over a 20-minute sprint race. But Luke Woodhouse is absolutely flying in the number 47. He's just put in a 140, 4.82, as Jazz Sapra puts in a 148.38. Klaus Goiker in the BMW number 77, the E46 car, not too well, starting to lose a little bit of ground. Only managed a 141.315, but it's Sapra versus Woodhouse as they go through the old hairpin. And Lawrence starting to close on in. He was about 0.7 of a second quicker. As in the meantime, Tommy Grout closing in on John Cockerton. That is the battle for P5. With Grout has got the headlights ablaze, but he's got Fowler not too far behind either. And that is the 81 car for Oliver Fowler, who started on the inside of row number 5. Oh, nearly 3 wide through into Coppice. And Cockerton manages to survive the onslaught. Meantime, Fowler gets through on Grout, and that is a change for 6th position. John Cockerton nearly got squeezed quite significantly there, but he managed to weather the storm through the second part of Coppice. As now it's changed again. And here comes Klaus Goiker up the inside of Jazz Sapra. They're wheel to wheel coming out of Melbourne. Sapra's going to have the inside line. He slots ahead of the 77. Woodhouse, not too sure what's happening with the Golf GTI Club Sport, because he's found himself down in P3. Goiker going to the outside of Sapra. Can he get the side draft on the F80 BMW M3? No, he's going to try and switch to the inside. Sapra pretty much has it covered. But in the meantime,
Keep your eyes on David Lawrence, the 56 Seat Leon Cupra. Might only be 2.2 seconds away from this battle, but he's just put in a 1:40.251. Just at the top of the shot there, going through into Redgate and Hollywood, as Klaas Koijke getting so close to the back bumper of Jazz Sapra. And this is the opportunity. David Lawrence will see this battling happening in front of him, and he will be chomping at the bit to get involved. It will make it a 4-horse race for the final victory in the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint Series here at Donington Park before we wave goodbye, and then they will return a few weeks later at Croft. And yeah, Lawrence has really got that pedal well and truly adhered to the ball and the heel of his foot. Sapra leading Koijke going into the Fogarty S's. Luke Woodhouse staying in touch with the pair, but Lawrence is now with them. This is going to be a big battle. Sapra covers off Koijke. Woodhouse dives to the inside of Koijke through at the Melbourne hairpin, and Lawrence is right there. He's there in the he's waiting in the background, seeing if he can pick up the pieces for whatever happens in front. Woodhouse leaves himself exposed. Koijke up the inside. Here goes Lawrence. Lawrence looking to make it 3 wide. Lawrence is going to power to the outside of Klaas Koijke, but he doesn't quite. He decides not to go for it, and Woodhouse slots in front of Koijke into Redgate here on lap number 5, but Jazz Sapra at the moment is holding on to the race lead. Koijke trying to get back on level terms with Luke Woodhouse, and he's rubbing the paint off of the left rear wheel arch of the Volkswagen Golf GTI. Oh, Woodhouse has a little bit of a wiggle under braking into old hairpin, and I think here Scott Woodward's David Lawrence is licking his lips with glee right now.
I think it's the most exciting race we've had all season for Pro Sport Sprint. 4 of them at the front. It's BMW versus VW. 2 German marks going out to hammer and toe. Well, technically, you've got the Seat Leon Cupra in there too as well, but of course it's VAG owned. But technicalities aside, it's a brilliant forecast gap at the front. The 2 BMW M3s here, mixing it with the 2 Area Motorsport built-in supported cars. And here comes Woodhouse with the power on the inside line, past Sapra. Koijke tries to make it 3 abreast, but tries to put himself alongside. He almost gives Woodhouse the push, looks to the outside line again, but he's boxed in between the 2 cars in front. Side by side into the S's won't ever work. Around the outside goes Woodhouse and makes the move stick to take the lead of the race. Now, he's won race 1 already, but I suspect Sapra and Co are going to have something to say about that. Back down towards the hairpin. Sapra's looking back on the inside. Woodhouse sweeps across, but goes a little too deep. Holds onto it somehow, and Lawrence is right on the back end of these 2 BMWs as well. 4 of them from the lead, and behind it's also side by side between Stephen Kent and Tommy Grout. It's between Cockton and Kent. That's over 6th position. Sapra now side by side with Koijke's. Real back and forth stuff, and there's still 11.5 minutes to go in this second race.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing is, how is Klaas Koijke getting that outside traction coming out of Melbourne? He throws it to the outside, he feels comfortable, he plants the power down, and that car is a rocket ship in a straight line, trying to go down to Goddard's. But then Jazz Sapra with that, that nicer handling in that F80 BMW M3 just seems to plant itself nicely going through into Goddard's, gets the inside line, able to run the curbing, and Koijke's got no answer, whereas Lawrence now losing a little bit of time, but there's still just under 11 minutes to go. So I don't think it's quite over yet. But now Woodhouse has a lead of, 1.4 seconds. Lawrence has an opportunity at least 2nd on the podium.
And this is a key thing because you see these battles going on here between 2 M3s, a Seat Cupra, which is a modified road car, and it still is, as is the VW Golf GTI ClubSport. The key thing is, obviously this series is for fast Clubman race cars or even purpose-built race cars that are like GT3, GT4, any kind of GT or high-performance racing or sports car or supercar or anything else. That even cars like Lotus Elises, Caterhams, Ginettas, like older generation Ginettas like G50s and G55s, the Ariel Atom, of course, which is in this race or as well in 10th position. These are the kind of cars that this series it wants and it desires and is craving for. We had a great couple of cars that turned up. We had the Lamborghini Super Trofeo and the Porsche Carrera Cup car Steve Gambrell that had a great back-and-forth battle at the opening race at Silverstone. More of those cars, more GT cars on a really good cost-effective sprint format of racing at Clubman level, which you don't have to break the bank to race one of those cars. Obviously, those cars are sometimes not the least expensive to run in some cases, but either so, if you want to have a good opportunity to be able to race cars like this, have good close racing in high power machinery like these, Pro Sports Sprint Series is certainly the way to go.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. I mean, it was great to see the Lamborghini Super Trofeo and the 991.2 Cup cars, and it's just one of those things that you can bring the cars in, and as you said, it's all about price point, it's all about track time. But Klaus Koiker, I think, might try and give Jas Sapra a little bit of a scare in the dying stages, because Luke Woodhouse now has gotten away to the tune of 4 seconds. It's going to be more than that because these two are battling tooth and nail over second. He just set a 1:38.1. Sapra's last lap, 1:40.6. Koiker, 1:40.9. But the F80 has the advantage over the E46. But this is not stopping Koiker for going at it with Sapra. You know, there's points where Koiker really can use the advantage of that three-door coupe. Like I said with the Melbourne hairpin, as now we see the 82 of Mr. Collins and the Caterham 310R. Again, it's another car that I love seeing. I love hearing the noise of it. And you know, Lee Collins, the only driver in Class D running this weekend, but. And then you see the Mazda RX-8 of Paul Herndon in the 78. And now there's Woodhouse, I think, will have lapped Herndon by the time. But look at the slipstream now that Koiker's going to get. But he needs to be a little bit closer to Sapra to put the frighteners going into Craners and Old Hairpin.
I suspect if Class stays there and actually does win his class, they'll have quite a story to tell after this race, given he's been back and forth with that BMW several times already, and there's still 7 3/4 minutes to go in this race. But Luke Woodhouse's VW Golf continues to astonish me. The fact that car is showing the pace it is, that's I think it's Wes Payne at the Mazda RX-8, and I think that possibly a little wayward slide put Jas Sapra off a tiny bit, but enough to put Klaus Koiker once again on his rear wing. They get past the RX-8. It's good driving from West to stay out of the way. Up through McLean's again. Nice tight line through the right-hander. Carl's car's got slightly more possible torque or grunt off the corner. But Sapra's car stays nice and planted. It's got enough power to get him through and not hold him too much. And Koiker's trying to force the gap open. Pulls himself alongside down the back straight. But again, Sapra cuts it off that route. He's got to be careful that Koiker doesn't go diving down the inside somewhere at what you least expect it. Otherwise, that could end in absolute catastrophe. Through the S as they go. I think, look at the initial speed and behaviour of the car through that S bend. Koiker's car looked a little more confident. It looked like it was a bit quicker through there. As a result of that, looks like he possibly might be challenging again for second place. And again, he's forced Sapra to go slightly deep into the Melbourne loop. But Koiker knocked through. And Lawrence is still there in 4th position. He's not done with this. He's not that far away from closing up on them. Someone who he's really motoring, though, is Oliver Fowler. He's done a 1:40.652, his personal best of the race, and he was 2 seconds quicker, but 1.4 seconds quicker than Lawrence in 4th position, and he's lapping quicker than both Koiker and Sapra in front of him. So he did a 1:41.009 as well. So he's lapping at least a second quicker than the cars in front, and Lawrence was actually quicker than the 2 cars in front too. So this is getting very fascinating between the battle for second place. It could have even more cars in the mix by the end of the race.
Well, when you think of, I mean, for those BMW historians out there, the F80 was the first car in the M3 lineage to actually have a turbocharged 3-litre inline 6, whereas the E46 had a high revving flat 6. So you got 2 different schools of M technology. So you got the more modernised, but then you got the old high revving, noisy, brute exhaust note, which everyone loves. But it's the thing is that with Jas Sapra, he's having to deal with, you know, with turbocharging, whereas you see Klaus Koiker coming out of Coppice that time, better run from the 77, but when that turbo spools up on that F80, it's see you later, Mr. Koiker. I've got the slipstream and I've got the power advantage as well, because turbocharging, you know, it's forced air induction. It throws that cold compressed air into the intake, into the manifold, into the coolers, and it really gives that additional boost. And you can see here, once again, this time, inside line for Klaus Koiker on Jas Sapra. but Sapra is going to have that straight line speed advantage once again. They're not too far behind. Yeah, they're actually just behind the Ariel Atom Cup car of Jake Spencer in the 71. And here goes Koiker. He's trying to do everything he can in his power. But Jazz Sapra, as I said, with that 3-litre inline 6 turbocharged engine, it has. And now the thing is that if there's that competition, if there's the competition pack on that car, on that F80, then there's going to be even slightly more horsepower for that, which would be 450 brake horsepower. But we don't know how high Jazz Sapra has tuned that car, because that's got a completely non-bespoke, a completely different body kit to what it would normally have on the road, especially with that big rear wing on it. Normally for an F80 BMW, you'd have this thin slither of like a BMW M Performance accessory pack on the back of it, rather than the big hoofing wings that we see on the cars at this moment in time here for the Brscc Pro Sport Sprint second race. Oh, Kloiker up the inside! This time through at Coppice.
Stick this time, but let's see what Sapra's got off the corner. That bigger punch of the turbo from the F80 might just pull him alongside or go diving up the inside this time. He's close. He's thinking about it, thinking about it, thinking about it. No, backs out and doesn't actually make it happen. And I thought he might well have done so, possibly, but in the end, it seems as though that he's going to have to come back and try it again with 3.5 minutes to go. This is going to be quite fascinating to see how this all plays out between the two as Sapra does the treatment again, looks up the inside, and look at both David Lawrence and Oliver Fowler. This could be a 4-car fight for second place. Never mind first, because this man, with 3.25 minutes to go, is just spread eagling the field in the VW Golf GTI Club Sport. And there he goes, down towards the right-hander at Redgate. Meanwhile, this trio now, because David Lawrence has caught Jazz Sapra, and he's right in his tail looking alongside him. This could be a change for third position, but again, the grunt and go of that turbo on the BMW keeps him in front on the straights, but in the corners, it looks as though Jazz is a bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Cupra Leon, the Seat Cupra Leon of David Lawrence, that will be based on the EA 888 TFSI engine. That's normally, and a bit of a wobble by Jazz Sapra going through the second part of the crane of curves. I think Jazz, because he was under so much pressure from Klaus Koiker, these 20-minute sprint races, when you're dealing with a lot of horsepower, you're probably talking the best part of just over 500 or so horsepower, I would say, in that F80 BMW M3. A little bit sideways coming out of McLean's. They've got the run up to Coppice. David Lawrence is sizing up a potential move, but he's having to wait to see if he can get that opportunity. It just depends. It's front-engined rear-wheel drive versus front-engined front-wheel drive. And now you can see that Lawrence gets the traction out of the second part of Coppice, but then Jazz Sapra again in that 3-litre inline 6-cylinder turbocharged engine pulls away from the 2-litre inline 4-turbo EA 888. So Lawrence has got to try and do what he can, but with 1 minute and 40 left to go, Luke Woodhouse's Golf GTI Club Sport, after 11 laps now, will have a significant advantage as we wait for Klaus Koiker to come across the line. It was a 140.0 from Woodhouse. Koiker only just coming out of Goddard's, and Lawrence now is really putting the pressure on Sapra for P3. 15.4 seconds is the advantage, with I think this being the last lap. So what a dramatic turn of events here at the Brscc Pro Sports Sprint Series for their round, as Klaus Koiker now gallops away into the distance as Jazz Sapra holds on at the moment, but it's going to be Oliver Fowler in the number 81 BMW E46 that's closing in on the Seat Leon Cupra of David Lawrence, who did not fit both of those cars in the latter part of the three fighting over the final spot in the top 3 overall. As Jazz Sapra is, he came out a little bit slow out of McLean's, compromised David Lawrence, and Oliver Sadler around the outside through at McLean's. Great move there, and is he going to do a number of Jazz Sapra? They've got the run down Starkey Straights, and Sapra again engages turbo boost, and that car rockets away. But a move there from Oliver Fowler round the outside of David Lawrence. But we are going to come down to the final couple of seconds. Now there is
Luke Woodhouse, the VW Golf GTI ClubSport. The number 47 makes it 2 for 2 here at Donington Park. Klaas Kuiker picks up third position in the earlier race, but after 12 laps here at Donington Park, he finishes P2 this time around. But it's all about what's going to happen for P3. Jazz Sapra, the run out of the final corner. The number 40, F80 M3 is going to hold on, but it's a drag race. Falla pips Lawrence to the checkered flag, and it was 0.216 of a second. And then we have the number 24 of Kent across the line in the BMW M2. John Cockerton and Tommy Grout across the line, followed by Lee Collins, with Jake Spencer coming across the line in 10th in the Ariel Atom Cup car. So just a couple more cars to come through as we have, that is going to be Coulson in the number 14. We've still got the RX-8 of Payne in the 178 still to, Wes Payne still to cross the line. That was Jared Coulson, and well, as I say that, the Mazda RX-8 indicates left, and still with its rear yellow number plate with the, I hate to think what that is on the left hand side of that car, whether that's an EU sticker, because that needs to be taken off according to current governmental regulations if that is road legal. But Luke Woodhouse in the 47 Volkswagen Golf GTI ClubSport does the double here in the Brscc Pro Sports Sprint Series as part of the Brscc Nankang Tyre Summer Race Meeting here at Donington Park. He wins by 15.2 seconds ahead of Klaas Kuiker. Jazz Sapra makes it 2 BMWs in the top 3, 3 BMWs in the top 4, courtesy of Oliver Falla, David Lawrence. Then we had Messrs Kent, Cockerton, Grout, Collins, Spencer, Coulson, and Wes Payne rounding out the field. The next time that you'll see the Brscc Pro Sports Sprint Series that we're heading to the Croft Summer Weekend in just around a month's time, 12th to the 13th of July 2025, as they'll go to Croft, as the drivers now make their way to the bottom of the pit lane. And there is the number 47, Luke Woodhouse, doing the double here at Donington Park. A great job by the man in what is a wonderful car. I forgets to disconnect the wiring, but there we go. A little bit of a celebration, and over to the team to have some welcome hugs and congratulate him on a job well done. That car is an absolute rocket ship. Klaas Kuiker in the number 77 taking second in the second overall, but also took the victory in the A-Class, the only A-Class car here this weekend. And then, of course, Jazz Sapra finishing second in the in Class C in the BMW F80 M3, and then Oliver Fowler rounding out the top 3 in Class C, 4th overall. So let's head down one final time to pit lane, where we join Scott Woodwis.
You do indeed, and we're just waiting for our last class winner to pull in. That's Jared Coulson in the Renault Clio. Of course, the runner in Class F. We'll have a chat with him. We've got some time because at the end of the streams we'll be able to have a chat to all our class winners, and not really constrained by too much time. But of course, everyone wants to go home and recharge for a night as well. Let's start off, as we should do, with our race winner Luke Woodhouse. Let's bring him in. Well, that first half of the race was pretty exciting, but then the second half of the race, I asked the question, it looked easy, that second part. Yeah. Was it?
The second half was a lot better than the first half, definitely, yeah. Nah, good battle with obviously the 2 Beamers. It's good to see where they're quicker or on quicker, you know, try and figure out ways to get past. Yeah. Went battling, shoved onto the grass, one of them, you know, as you can see, but nah, once I got past, great race.
Yeah.
It was a great four-way fight. You had yourself, you had David, you had Klaas, you had Yaz going back and forth. And I think that's an example of the kind of race this series can really produce, and the fact that we want more cars, high performance like this, but also faster GT cars, because that's the purpose of this series and what it's built for.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, like in the top 4, we got 2 BMWs and against 2, you know, a Golf and a Seat. So, you know, he's really, really good racing because you never put those 2 together. Yeah. So to see them both on track and battling and trading places is really, really good.
Kind of paradox, you want more cars but you don't want anyone to beat you at the same time.
Yeah, there is that, but you know, like the competition's competition, you know, it's one of them.
Yeah. Mate, you've driven superbly all day. Well done.
Thanks.
We'll see you at the next one, hopefully.
Cheers.
All good. Right, let's have a chat now with Klaas Koike, who is in the mix as well. Klaas, I think to say your race was exciting is an understatement. Proper back and forth stuff with yourself and with Luke and also with David at one point, but the main part of the race was just you and Jazz going back and forth on those 2 BMWs, and the smile on your face says it all.
Yeah, I mean, that was a perfect race, really. Like, good battles, good times, just really enjoyable. So
yeah. So you've had a first taste of Pro Sport Sprint. Do you like it? Fancy coming back for some more?
For sure, it was really enjoyable, and yeah, definitely going to return.
Anyone who's thinking about it has got, like, I don't know, a GT car or a fast BMW like this, or a Cup car, trophy challenge, anything that's fast. What would you say to them to come and get involved in this?
Just come along, always good battles no matter where you are. So, and yeah, it's just really good.
Yeah. Great to have you. Hopefully we'll see you next time.
Thank
Good
you.
stuff. Well done. Thanks for being here. Let's have a quick chat next of all with Stephen Kent, who's just over here in the BMW M2. Good to have the M2 taking 2 class wins today, so we'll have a quick chat with him. First of all, it was Peter taking the victory. I'm going to quickly doorstep this conversation, have a quick word we've got with Stephen. Well, Peter did the job in race 1. You've done it in race 2. Nice sort of shakedown for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's great. I think you said earlier this was the first time we've had it out, so the second race, second class win. So yeah, very, very happy. Can't be happier than that. So, and it's just a bit of prep, getting to know the car for tomorrow's big race. So we'll see how we do then. I think the weather's going to be kinder tomorrow, isn't it? So yeah, very happy. And a great battle with the BMWs out there. It was a lot of fun actually. So everyone was having a good time, I think.
I see it's your first taste of Pro Sport. You're regular to Super Sport, but you guys fancy come back do some more?
I said that. I said we should come back. You know, 2 trophies in today. We'll definitely come back.
You've got any mates in similarly fast machinery or more? Come bring them with you.
Yeah, I think we will. But it's a great series. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. But we, you know, Jeff Steele Racing do a great job of setting up the car, frankly. So yeah, really good.
Can't do wrong with a Jeff Steele BMW.
You cannot. You really can't. That's who you need to go to. Yeah. So yeah.
Listen, best luck for tomorrow, but thanks for being in the series, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Great stuff, well done. 2 more people to speak to. Let's have a quick word with Lee Collins, Caterham. Another solid race, another fun one in Pro Sports. How'd you find that?
Yeah, I couldn't get as close this time to the BMWs as I would like, so I was a bit on my own a little bit, but yeah, still happy with the pace and back tomorrow for the endurance race. So yeah, good practice today and good testing for that.
We talk about the fact that we want to see more cars like yours and things like loads of leases and the Aero Latimat here as well. How great would it be to see more cars like this and other faster machinery out there to kind of really mix it up a little more?
Yeah, exactly. I guess the Super Sport Endurance tomorrow will have a bigger grid with a bigger mix of cars. But yeah, no, it's I think quite enjoy having different cars around rather than just all the same. So yeah.
A bit of practice for Lappery tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, great to racing today. Well done. And we'll see you for Super Sport tomorrow. Best of luck. Finally, to have a chat to the Clio guys who took a victory as well. It's been Jared Coulston. Well, just like with the BMW, you co-driver did the business in race 1. You've done it in race 2. Decent day's racing. You're a busy boy this weekend.
Yeah, it seems so, yeah. So, did qualifying in it this morning, out in this with race car experiences today. And then, yeah, Production Cup tomorrow.
Yeah.
See how that goes.
You're getting fully involved in this, of course, joining us as a sponsor with Fixable. Great to have you in that, by the way. But you're in. Did you do ClubSport as well? Everyone's there as well.
Yeah, I've done ClubSport, not today though. But yeah, we've done it. Just this and Production Cup, DS3 Cup. So yeah, bit of everything.
And it's great to have a Clio Cup car, of course, in the mix. That's what we're looking for. Like, we had a mini challenge car, was going to be here, had some tech problems. But it's great to have cars like this, and like with other things, we want more of them to kind of show what this series is about.
Oh, definitely. I think there's a lot of these sat doing not a lot, and they need to be used and used properly. And this is the perfect series for it. So yeah, hopefully there'll be a lot more come out and get some more out and get some more racing done.
Then you get some rest. You've got a busy day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Best of luck. But great job on that one. So excellent. So that concludes day one then for Brscc. I'm going to quickly give you a bit of backdrop and looking down the pit lane here. But as a plane perfectly comes overhead, you might just see it as it flies in a minute. That's day one complete for the Brscc's Nankang Tyre summer race weekend. I'm talking over the plane flying overhead. That's East Midlands Airport for you. More action tomorrow from MX5. More action, of course, from on top of the Audi TTs. We're also joined for the first time tomorrow by the weekend, but the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup, the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup, and also the Fixed Wheel Production Cup being live streamed for the first time, which also incorporates the new Silverlet DS3 Cup. You saw one of those cars out in ClubSport Trophy. There's 8 of those out in the mix in Production Cup. Nice big good of 30+ cars for this new series, so keep an eye on that as well. Big thank you to Nankang Tyre UK for supporting the weekend. Great to see plenty of people in the mix. And thanks to their support of the Brscc and all the championships and series they sponsor as well. Thanks to all of you for watching. Thanks to all our marshals, officials. Thanks to all our competitors that have raced today. And congratulations to anyone that's won a class or race overall. And we're going to sign off with another reminder of the now live 2026 registration for the Fiesta Junior Scholarship. If you're either a 13-16-year-old kid who races in karts, short ovals, whether it's on autographs, even sim racing, haven't even raced before, or you're a mother, father or guardian that has a young racer who's 13-16 years old, this could be the perfect starting point and the kickstart for them to get themselves on a proper racing career. The likes of Daniela Sutton and Lewis Island are both racing angles this weekend. Both of them won the first 2 FJC scholarships respectively, and it's really kickstarted their careers. So as we sign off and say thanks for watching here at Donington, check out this video to remind you why a young racer should do the Fiesta Junior Scholarship. But from all of us here at Donington, be back with us tomorrow for more action here at this Nankang Tyre Brscc Summer Race Weekend. From myself, Scott Woodwis, from Alex Goldschmidt, from all of us here, Digitech Television, everyone at Donington, thanks for watching, and we'll see you for more tomorrow here at Donington. Thanks a lot.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior MX5. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.